Wow. Oh! Aiming to the toilet. Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my fucking god!
Oh my god.
Diablo swings around. Oh, Connor with it. Oh, down to the knife and then just goal.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the very final day of the HPL EuroLeague Season 2. We've been waiting for this day for a long time now and it's finally all come down to this. We had a question yesterday, who was the champ? Who's the champ? I couldn't answer it, but today that question will finally be unveiled as I'm joined here with Blue, wouldn't be an arena cast without him. Blue ESQ, what's up with you?
Hey Kirk, how we doing today? What's up with you, Kirk and the clerk?
Hey, I'm doing pretty good, man. I'm out here. I'm just woke up a couple hours ago, so I'm excited to have a fresh mental going into today and have an awesome cast and see all these cool games going on. And it's gonna be an awesome day. First, we have Decoded and Oil Rig, which is kind of crazy because it seems like Oil Rig's always going first. I'm not sure what's up with that, but maybe because they're maybe one of the top teams there, so they put them at the top for some reason. I don't know. I don't know why Sicario is at the bottom, but perhaps that could have influence on it. But run us through the rest of the games today.
Sure. So today we're going to be having, in our first game, like Kirk said, we're going to have Decoded versus Oil Rig. Second game, we're going to be looking at TFG versus Ancestral. Third game, EPA versus Panderic. And fourth, we're going to be looking at Sicario versus Team Ledex. And if you're just tuning in, folks, today is a very important day. Yes, it is the last day of the league, but there's so many teams who are capable of moving up or down in the standings right now. Right now in the standings, if we could turn over to the standings, Sicario is heavily favored to win this, Kirk.
Absolutely. Up in a 6-0-0 scoreline right now, and then Oil Rig very close behind at, I believe, a 5-0-1. Unless they're 6-0-1. I'm pretty sure it's, because it's draws in the middle, so 5-0-1.
Right.
Yeah, 5 wins, 0 draws, 1 loss. And then close up to a third, it should be Team EPA. Right there, Team EPA with 10 points. So Sicario looking pretty sitting up top with 18, 15 for Oil Rig, 10 total for EPA, and 10 for Decoded, which is awesome. One of the new teams that we, one of the underdogs we didn't super expect to be pulling off one of these high tier positions over Team Ledex, who have been also playing their hearts out here, who we're also going to be seeing some awesome games against later on. But Team Ledex being one of those buy-in teams and currently getting put in their place by Decoded.
Yeah, I mean, it's very interesting to see that Sicario, I believe, placed second last time. Oil Rig was first. Now they've swapped places. And then the rest of the board is kind of shaken up. You look down at EPA, Decoded, and Ledex. Those three teams, I'm looking at this, Kirk, and yesterday I didn't put 2 and 2 together, but EPA and Decoded have the same scoreline right now, 3-1-2. If Decoded draw or win their game today and EPA lose, Decoded could actually steal third from EPA today.
No,
and then on the flip side, Ledex could move way up and go crazy. Decoded could move way down. TFG might be able to even push up as well. TFG only has 4 points, Kirk. So even if they played their hearts out, I don't think with the 3 points that they'd get from the round that they need to be able to push up. So right now, we're looking at the top 5. There's a lot of movement today, Kirk. There's a lot of movement possible.
Yeah, coming up around that kind of middle of the pack area, it's definitely a lot of different positions can change very quickly here, depending on who wins and who loses, and potentially who draws. I haven't seen a lot of draws in the last, not yesterday, but the 2 casts before that. There wasn't a lot, but all of a sudden yesterday we came out with a pretty huge one on the very first map of the day, or it wasn't a draw rather. Oil Rig did take it, but it got to the point where it was like a draw to go into overtime, is what I'm saying. So triple overtime it went into on the very first map on Bay 5, and it was insanity, and it was such a long game. It was like 13-15 Oil Rig. Yeah,
Yeah.
that was insane. That was super
Triple
long pass. It was
overtime.
awesome. Yeah,
Yeah, I mean, wild that our first game of the day, Kirk, went to literally triple overtime. And it wasn't a match that we expected Oil Rig to be pushed to the limits, but Ancestral really showed up yesterday. They didn't get a point, but man, I mean, they really looked awesome, you know?
yeah, oh yeah. It was super good, and we all know Bay 5 is Oil Rig's bread and butter, and I have a feeling we're potentially going to see that yet again coming up very soon. So before we get into that, we want to, again, last stream of the day, so you want to absolutely make sure right now is the perfect time for you to get your Escape from Tarkov Arena account linked to your Twitch account, so you can just soak in all the drops today. You do it from the start, and then just leave it on. Just leave your computer on, do whatever you want afterwards, and then just walk away. Or there you go, all the drops will be claimed for you, and then you can put them on your Arena account and then swap them over to your main account if you wish. So make sure to do it right now so you get the best bang for your buck, and make sure to grab everything, including those awesome Lega medals. And tell us a little bit about that code, Blue, that I've heard so much about.
Oh, yeah, there's a wonderful free trial going on, friends. I can't remember the command off the top of my head. I believe it's free trial or trial. But in chat, one of the mods will be helping us out very soon. There's 10,000 3-day arena keys out there, Kirk, that for anyone that wants to try it out, now's the time. Hop in. Arena's in the best state it's ever been, so now would be definitely the time to try it.
Yeah, it would be awesome. Free 3 days for anybody that wishes to participate. Grab you and your friends and hop in for an awesome time in Escape from Tarkov Arena and see if you really like it before you pull the trigger on the purchase there.
And speaking of liking it, Kirk, looking at our first match of the day, going to be having Decoded versus Oil Rig, folks. Now, Decoded is one of our teams. If you're just tuning in, Decoded is a team that actually had to go through the HPL qualifiers, where Oil Rig, being our previous champions, automatically qualified for the last league. Now, on the left side, we're going to be having Decoded, Ashtray Pot, Nate Dogg, Alpi, Cals, and X Fabu, with Kaiza and Willow on the bench, going up against, excuse me, not on the bench, as substitutions, going up against Oil Rig with Bakizi, That Ace, Codex, Cacao, and Stranger Ping. Now, Oil Rig recently has looked a little shaky compared to their previous strength. And I think that's where today Decoded is in the best position possible against Oil Rig. But make no mistake, Kirk, they're still fighting Oil Rig. And that's not going to be an easy win.
No, absolutely not. And shaky is definitely a term that is definitely not used loosely right there, because, I mean, when have we ever seen Oil Rig struggle on Bay 5 other than going up against Virtus Pro, right? And yesterday we've seen that against Ancestral, one of those teams that were not qualified and weren't expected to have a huge impact on a team like Oil Rig or Sicario, you know, one of these top two teams. But they still pushed them to triple overtime, even though Oil Rig came out on top. It was still a crazy feat of skill, and that was on display by Ancestral there, going to Oil Rig there. So it was kind of crazy. And I think if any day is going to be able to do it, it's going to be today, because Decoded probably has Oil Rig shaking a little bit, knowing that they need to win this in order to take the top spot from Sicario, and they need to pray that Sicario loses their game, which, I mean, that's going to be a lot of luck on your side if you want that.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of luck indeed. Sicario going up against Ledex, and unfortunately, if history repeats itself, I'm pretty sure Sicario has always had Team Ledex's number throughout their iterations. Ledex has pushed Sicario at times, but for the most part, Sicario has, always had a upper hand in that matchup. Now, focusing on the matchup here, Kirk, going to be looking at our two map picks in our first matchup. Decoded going to be picking Skybridge, which I believe they also picked yesterday. And on the other side, Oil Rig, as you keep hearing Kirk mention Bay 5, shocking, there's a Bay 5 pick, Kirk. Now, I think this is a good pick for Skybridge because it's Decoded's best map, but Oil Rig also looked very strong on this map, Kirk. So Decoded are really fighting for their lives. Oil Rig may be fighting to push up, but Decoded fighting one of the best teams in the league. They're fighting for their lives and their qualification spot today, Kirk.
Yeah, no, for sure, absolutely. You know what? Skybridge is really confusing because that was the map that Oil Rig actually decimated Ancestral on way harder than Bay 5. That was the pick from Ancestral yesterday. Oil Rig comes out and smashes them on their own map, and the Decoded wants to try to play that and see what they're going to get away with there, but I don't think it's going to be very good for them if they want to play some mind games with Oil Rig, because Skybridge seems to be a map that they're very locked in on regardless of who picks it up.
Yeah, no, I mean, Oil Rig did go crazy on Ancestral's pick of Fort yesterday, and I think they also look very strong on Skybridge too. So that's why I'm very concerned for Decoded's. But you know what, Kirk, I don't think it really matters what map Decoded pick in this instance, because again, Oil Rig, our previous season 1 HPL champions, always a competitor in every tournament they played in since Arena came out. They've won the first LAN, if I'm not mistaken. You know, they've placed high in the Arena Cup series, the first Arena Cup series. Like every single tournament, this team has showed up. So Dakota just have a handful to deal with. I mean, I want to say who's favored, who's not favored, but there's no way around it, Kirk. Oil Rig's been around for almost a year, and they've been at the top of the game for almost a year. Decoded have to really decode things today in order to crack the code, because I'm not sure if they're going to get away with an easy win today. I don't know if they'll even be able to pull off a map, if I'm being honest, because Oil Rig, even in their shaky state, they're still Oil Rig.
Yeah. No, I don't think you could have said it any better. Sorry, any worse. I don't think you could have said it any better. I think Oil Rig is definitely not a team to laugh at, and they may not be any Sicario level plays currently in the system, but I think maybe Oil Rig probably just had a bad game at some point, or maybe they weren't in the right headspace, and that caused them to get that one loss that they do have. And Sicario is just maybe just a little bit more lucky, because you know, one loss, one win, it's so 50-50 sometimes. Like sometimes your losses are out of your control, and sometimes your wins are not even in your control. Like it's just the way it's the name of the game. So what I believe is, yeah, right now is what we're going to be getting into instantly, straight into the game. No issues, no nothing. We are just here live, bringing it to you on Skybridge.
Oh my, I'm so excited. We're right into the games today, folks. And just like that, Decoded with their classic B push, slamming it down. Stranger on site, going to be taking shots, going to be swung by both. Stranger taken down by Alpi, the opening pick. 2 members holding the plant. I really like this. They're using their bodies to protect it. Bomb's going down, Kirk.
Yeah, bomb going down, and 2 separate people there to protect it. So you know that bomb's going down with no trouble at all. The last 3 members currently near the bomb site are all going to push through together, and Fabu has something to say about him, though, and the rest of the members, one of them including Codex, is going to have to deal with Alpi, who's the flick master, but Bakizi was just a little bit too low for him to see.
Yeah, that was a sneaky little Bakizi peek. Saw a lot of that yesterday. Damn, and Dakota, just like that, only drop Alpi, who pre-fired, and like you said, Bakizi had a great lean crouch peek, and that's really the only reason he seemed to die there. Other than that, Alpi and the rest of the boys pick up the first round, and pretty convincingly. They came prepared, Kirk. You know, I think this is a very good sign. I love the confidence coming out of Dakota from round 1, because they literally just ran it down onto site. There was no hesitation. There was no pausing. I mean, this looks like a real team. This looks like the month that they've been putting in, the month and a half of communication development, strategy. This is what's come from it.
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree. You know what? I always like to say that the first round doesn't really have an effect on how I believe the rest of the game will play out, but that was pretty decisive right there. But once Oil Rig, of course, you know, gets their footing, it gets a little bit more comfortable. I'm sure that they'll have no problem at all just kind of countering these strategies, as we've seen them do so well before.
Nate Dogg with another nice kill. Cal's does die before, but right now up 4-3. Looks like they're going to be pushing onto site. Oh, no, they're not. They're pausing. Looks like the smokes are starting to plume, pushing up that right side past Rat. Now the smoke is pluming on the left side at E-Box. Looks like Fabu's going for the plant in the middle of the site. Has players, 2 players right on top of him. They might try and push through the smoke here. They are. They're running right through the smoke, but Fabu catches him.
Smoke being deployed so late into the round, but sometimes that's what you need to really, you know,
the timing, Kirk.
solidify those
Alpi's going to get shot in the back.
It's just too late.
Oh no, the timing. Alpi was holding the angle, then turned around because of the pressure. They're gonna know more than likely he's inside of VIP here. Ash with 25 seconds. This is actually a really good position. Normally, oh no, Codex makes the wrong read. Codex makes the wrong read. That should be the round, but he tanks so much. Oh my God. The Enforcer kid, he's got no arms. He's missing a damn leg. He's bleeding out, but he's breathing, baby. First round of Oil Rig.
That had to be BCP FNJ. There's no way that was M80. I don't believe it. He definitely had BCP in that SA58 because I feel like M80 would have absolutely won him that fight right there.
I believe he's playing the Enforcer. Yeah, if we look over in that bottom left, he's got the, actually, no, he's got the airframe on. I'm not sure until we, no, he's not. And look, Nate Dogg and Alpi are actually on Enforcer, so he does have that M80 there. Wow.
What? That's so crazy. I'm definitely going to have to get an instant replay on that when I'm done.
Man, I can't believe he actually walked away there. I mean, the amount of damage, it's not like we saw whiffing coming out of Ash.
Well, there he is again. Look, M80.
1080. Ace takes out Cows. Ash with the disgusting flick says bye-bye to the Chef Bakizi. Alpi slowly creeping up. I like this crossfire. Oh, look, he gets the info, though. Alpi with a great read on the Codex. Does put pressure, but he's giving the info. Alpi doesn't die. I think that's a great play from Alpi. Now Fab was pushing in from the other side. They're starting to pincer. Codex does take out Nate Dogg. They do get one of the two over in there. Codex, unfortunately, pushes up past that sandwich position, up through a hole, goes in the backside of VIP, picks up two. Looks like he's looting now. We see him looking down at the ground. I believe he's swapping weapons to Ashtray's M80 SA58, Kirk.
Yeah, and I actually can't believe that these two are still alive back here because the demolition that Codex just went on was insane to the point where I didn't think he was going to stop. He single-handedly survived that four-man pinch that was very slowly coming upon him. He backed right up into the decoded spawn and just kept going. He's letting a little bit of his teammate do the work here while he still is going to have to worry about his back here as Alpi's going to be challenging him from VIP, and Alpi just seems like he doesn't know what he's doing. Codex takes him down, but somehow Alpi actually killed... What? Did he? I think he missed, shot past Codex, and then killed Cacao.
An accidental kill, but not enough. You know, like you said, Kirk, I really like this idea that you've kind of framed, that the first round is not indicative of the whole game and how it's going to proceed, because it's funny. They came out so decisively. Maybe they're going to go back to B, but right now it looks like we're back in Oil Rig's game. There was a sign of life for just a second, Kirk. I don't want it to be a flash in the pan. I want them to have decoded the oil. I want them to know how to extract as much from the ground as possible.
I think
nice kill coming out of Cows, though. Bakizi getting dropped early every round except for the first one. And that's very rare for Bakizi to be making these early round mistakes. He's just getting picked off way too early.
Commonly somebody who usually stays very far back and claims a lot of long-range kills, but seems like it's Cal's game right now, looking drippy in that all-black setup. That Ace wants a little bit for himself, but as the members of Decoded still haven't made a push towards the site yet, it seems like it's going to be executed as we speak. Smoke is still up, but with a short amount of time left for it to disperse, better get that down as quick as possible and secure that site.
Bomb is down. Still plenty of smoke pluming on that left side. Cal's watching the flank. See, I'm not a big fan of this. They're holding the flank. That's the second time a player is holding the flank has turned around and gotten themselves killed rather than hold their position. And you had mentioned this yesterday, Kirk. The teams that discipline themselves to play the same position. And again, Ash having his shots eaten, but manages to slam the soft target of Stranger Ping. Great rotation. Shots back and forth. Alpi gets dropped. Two members on the defense drop. 1v2 situation for Ballistic. But right now, not sure if Cacao has it in him to be able to win this, even if he plays it perfectly. Nate Dogg doing a great job of playing his life. Ashtray, phenomenal job. Lays down shots in VIP there, Kirk. Turns around, rotates, kills the flank, lives, then finishes off the player he shot earlier. Great positioning coming out of the attack side. Although a little blunders there on the flank, Kirk.
No, well, I mean, we love to see Ashtray's recognition there on just being able to turn around and use audio cues to know that somebody's probably flanking, and not even just audio cues, but kind of just map awareness as it is, where, you know, this is Skybridge we're talking about here. You know, there's always usually a flank available at any point, so he very well recognizes that, turns right around and supports his teammates. And I think Ashtray is doing such a phenomenal job just holding VIP as kind of like a one-man army, where he's not afraid to challenge any fight with that SA-58.
Yeah, and Ash has definitely been known for his grenades, but he's a fantastic shooter too. If he's given the position, very slow, methodical, monstrous player. And just like that, we're blitzing onto B. 2 players under the defense trying to rotate through tunnel towards blue ramp. 1 inside of red train, 1 coming down that mid con. 3 members on the backside of B side. Codex puts Cows in the grave as the first kill of the round. Nate Dogg. Oh, Nate Dogg runs from heaven, but Ballistic Cacao gets taken down. They might call for the rotation. Not sure yet. Codex takes out Ash, who was on site. Now we got 3 members. Shots ringing back and forth. Crossfires on both sides. Just shots ringing out all over, Kirk.
Sometimes they don't connect, Alpi. You got to do a little bit of something right here. Site needs to be controlled. Sometimes it's a little difficult with that AUG. You need to really pick your shots carefully, because the fire rate isn't going to make up for your inaccurate shots. Alpi, though, left all by his lonesome inside the B site. Well, is about to get sandwiched, but the rest of the team is going to be heading over to that A site and claiming it as quick as possible, while Alpi is still offering a little bit of assistance. Going to be slowly coming back to support his team. But that ace has something to say through the flank, and that's going to be Nate Dogg going down. Alpi, the final one remaining, the solo dolo, last one alive on B, is only 1 second left for that defusal, and he tried, but sometimes you're just a little too far away. Codex 10-2 right now. Wow.
Yeah, popping
Five
off.
rounds, only dying twice.
Popping off indeed. I mean, Codex, 10 kills, 2 kills on average per round. I mean, that's kind of wild. And it's paying off, you know. That 3-2 scoreline right now, it's much closer than I think it otherwise would be if Codex wasn't having such a star performance right now. But he is popping off.
Oh, and an instant takeaway for Oil Rig, unfortunately. It is Cacao, though, who doesn't seem to be having too hot of a game right now.
Yeah, Cacao and Bakizi in a weird turn of events, just not finding their footing quite yet. And both these players are absolute monsters. So hats off to Decoded for trying to figure out a strategy that puts pressure on them. Codex, though, picking up the backside. Kill after kill after kill. Alpi taking a lot of damage. Ashtray rotating back. They're going to know the flank is coming in, Kirk. And just like that, Bakizi on the flank takes down Ashtray in the back from the hole all the way into VIP. Looking to clear that sandwich position. Oh my God, Bakizi with nice kills. Codex comes in with another one. Too much pressure for Alpi. Alpi did a good job at least refragging Bakizi, but not enough in the tank to kill 3 people swinging. And just like that, Kirk, Oil Rig take another round, 4-2, in a game that pretty much looks like Decoded has good pacing, but Oil Rig's in control.
Yeah, we do commend Decoded for at least getting 2 rounds on Oil Rig. I mean, it's quite a feat in itself to be able to do that, but again, this is your map pick, so we need Decoded to play their hearts out and try to get a little bit more on the scoreboard. Just push yourself closer to that victory. But
well,
I mean, like, oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I just wanted to mention about how it's so commonly we see on this A site that it seems like an entire post-plant situation for the attacking side is always countered by some sort of flank. It's like Skybridge is just so hard to stop the flanks on. And I wonder what they could possibly do to stop that without, risking an entire body just throwing it back there waiting.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the fix is. And
Claymores.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Trip mines for good old Bakizi. But, you know, something very interesting Step Sherpa pointed out in chat was that Decoded look like 5 players on a team playing individual roles. And I feel like that's kind of the theme right now is, you know, we see how these players, Kirk, You had mentioned yesterday how important it is that if a team practices, great kill from Astray onto Kakao on site.
So good.
If a team is practicing, nice kill from Alpi down onto that ace. 4v3 situation, Astray's going to know more than likely Codex is there. He's not peeking, though. Good pressure. We'll talk about the theory after this, folks. Bomb's going down. 4v2 situation here, Kirk, or 4v3. They need this round on attack. If they can get 3 or 4 rounds on attack, Dakota are still heavily in this game. Great smoke coming out, though. He doesn't know the guy's on site. Nice kill from Fabu, though. Fabu with another pickup, back-to-back double frag. Let's go, Fabu, with the double kill. And Nate Dogg on the flank kill. No peeking this time up the S.
Wow. Oil Rig getting put down in their place that round, including Codex, who got his 3rd death after 12 kills. What a performance there, Decoded. It was so good in a post plant where you saved that smoke for the last 30 seconds, forcing Oil Rig to make that push. Otherwise, they're going to have to do it through a smoke. So I love the utility saving and usage at the proper time. It's really refreshing to see not everything get thrown at the start of the round.
It was really a fantastic strategy. I mean, post plant perfection, some would say. But in this case, you know, again, as we were discussing last round, Kirk, the individual players on this Dakota team are very good, but they got to play more cohesively. If you're assigned to flank, you have to play flank. We saw multiple members dying to just giving up their position. You can't have that against a team like Oil Rig. That's how they lost a round or two. Play your roles, play your position, but bam, oh bam, they're running it down. Bombs getting planted already, Kirk. Holy cow, no one's even died.
And with 45 seconds left on the clock already, it's kind of crazy how things could just happen that fast, but with still plenty of utility left on the table, they're just going to be thrown into these positions where unreal flick from Kakao, who just picked up a second one, like from across the map. Who is this man?
Who is this man indeed? And just like that, from 5v5, 1 member, none alive. I don't even know what happened on this retake, Kirk. Everyone just got folded. I mean, Oil Rig just...
that was
I mean, Dakota ran it down on the site, and they turned around and ran everybody on Dakota down. Like, no. There's nothing. I don't know what to say. Great first half though from Oil Rig.
Instant replay.
Replay.
That'd be a or you know those like kind of like overhead cams that sometimes you see where it's like a slowly like moving left and right, but it's a huge wide angle on the site and you can see everything. I love that. It's super nice to see it. We had it for ACS too, and it was super cool. So I hope in the future we can grab that here, and you know, with the awesome people at BSG that we partner with to get these awesome tournaments out for everybody, I'm sure that's quite a possibility in the future.
Now going into the second half, 5-3. This map can be sometimes defense sided, sometimes it's attack sided. All depends on the utility usage coming out. Looks like a little bit more passive defense from Dakota, though. Normally, those players could be all the way up to where Ballistic Picnic is right now. Excuse me, that's Kakao. It gets very confusing. Forgive me, folks. Kakao pushing up onto site. Cows with a nice lean peek. There are 4 members on the back of A. Look at the read. Both of these players going for the same play, staring at each other. Smoke's coming down on both sides. Yep.
Super good smoke, and Kakao is actually trying to get a little bit aggressive through it and catch him off guard. Nate Dogg wasn't ready for that, and headshot goes on to him like just so quick, and here's a couple V40s still available. That ace still holding it with 40 seconds left on the clock, potentially post-plant on top of the bomb.
See, this defense is so tough. 30 seconds left, 5 members alive on the attack. There's really no way to retake here, Kirk. Once that bomb goes down, double smokes go down. There's no way to retake. Cows, there's no miracle possible here against Oil Rig. 6th round picked up in very convincing manner. I think Oil Rig took control of the site basically for free. They didn't even have to use their smokes to take the site, Kirk. You can't have that happen against Oil Rig. If they don't have to use their utility and Kakao can just walk on the site for free, the round's pretty much over because the positioning that they're giving up, you know, this game is fundamentally about control and space. If you just give control of the website, or if the website, if you give control of the bomb site,
relinquish control of the site.
Yeah, if you give up control of the bomb site, that's half your power. That's most of your power as a defensive player. You can't do that.
And if Decoded probably went over a couple VOD reviews, they would have saw that Oil Rig doesn't well, based off of one round that we saw Walker pick up one of the grenades by going into their own spawn and taking the smoke grenade, you can see that perhaps Oil Rig doesn't value the smokes as much as other teams should, or as much as they should, if we see other teams do. So, you know, if you can really take advantage of Oil Rig's lack of smoke grenades sometimes, I'm not saying all the time. Oil Rig's obviously a skilled team. At some point, they would have had to use a lot of utility to get where they are, but sometimes you can use that against them. And Kakao killing Bakizi, but it's almost like it didn't matter at all because that ace is there to pick it right back up, grabbing 2.
Grabbing 2 with the ace of the nade. Kakao looking really hurt. Bomb gonna get picked up. We do see that smoke bloom between Headshot and Filbo. Blame Filbo. Cows, though, takes out Kakao from downtown. Bomb's getting planted by Codex. I'm surprised they're not putting pressure. Bomb's gonna get planted. Are they gonna let him off? I think the plan right here is to not let Codex off of sight. Alpi with a great lean peek. I love the high-level mechanical play coming at Alpi, folks. This is high-level Tarkov. Those lean peaks, pixels, but unfortunately for him, Codex has the code to decode the code. And oh my goodness, the Codex has all the info how to beat the 6-headed monster of Decoded, and just like that. Wow, oh wow, what a play from Codex, and what a performance in this entire game, Kirk. 7-3, and it's on the back of Codex.
Stellar performance from Codex. Doing so well this game. We saw him at 12 kills for quite a while, but a round or two there where he didn't get much, and then all of a sudden a triple to just finish it off for his team. 2 rounds to go for Oil Rig to claim this one and bring it home on Skybridge. Oh, there you go. That's what happens when you sit around and get in the way of Ashtray. Codex finds out exactly what's going to happen to him, and it seems like Decoded are just going kind of back and forth there.
Oh my God!
Oh, Kakao! What is going on? We already asked who this man is, but Cows is actually seeming to be taking his place, having a lot of awesome plays this game. Bakizi, the last one alive. Again, a game where he maybe isn't feeling too hot. Has a couple of nice kills so far, but with the bomb in a not a too good position, Calls is going to be locking down that angle.
Gonna be locking down that angle. Just like that, Cows takes out Bakizi. Down to a 2v1 situation. Bakizi not able to close it out.
Decoded going one more round, and just when we thought Oil Rig was going to sweep the rest of this game, Decoded coming right back and showing why that they're the ones that picked this map. This is what they had the most practice on. All the strats that they've cooked up are here, and they need to be executed perfectly if they want to challenge a team like Oil Rig. Still anybody's game at this point. Pressure isn't there of the 1-round win for Oil Rig. They still need 2. And Kakao is seeming to just want to end this as quick as possible, using the very aggressive strats that Oil Rig is so good at. Astray having this really high angle right here that it's going to be tough to predict until he gives his position away with that really loud SA-58. Smoke's being deployed, but no! Kakao runs right in front of Stranger Ping as he tries to take out Nate Dogg.
That's a big kill. Nate Dogg, nice kill. Does get naded out. Still up a man on the defensive side. 4v3. Alpi with a great kill through the smoke onto Kakao.
Astray trying to get a little slick with it. Oh, yeah, he did swap out that SA-58. Alfie just going for another one.
Yeah, Alpi.
He's really holding this fight down.
Yeah, I mean, only 7 kills, but if you look across the board, 7 kills in the context of your entire team getting kills is very, very good. I mean, right around 6-6, 7, 9, 9 across the board for Decoded. Everyone's playing. Everyone's getting kills. We just need a little tweaking in their fundamental strategy, given a little bit too much space maybe. Codex in that 1v4 swings like an absolute ballistic psycho, and Astray jump shots him to prove he's not going to have it today.
One thing I really got to respect from the Decoded lineup is that when you have everybody on your team putting equal amount of work into getting those kills, it's sort of a trust factor where you can rely on your teammate to always have your back, and you don't rely on that one single person who's a one-man army and just getting all the kills for themselves. You can rely on your partner to the left and right of you to just pick up your body if you end up falling down. They can trade you out, no problem. And it's awesome to see that from the Dakota lineup where, like you said, it seems like they have their own specific roles and they play them so well together.
Yeah, they play their own roles. They play together. And that's going to be the key to this game. If Dakota keep playing as a unit, they have a very good chance of winning this. Already, Kakao taking heavy damage. Not sure from who. Alpi in this ramp position. Not sure if he knows the player's right next to him. Oh, no. The audio. Bakizi walks right up on Alpi and blasts him. Almost flicks Fabu off the map.
Almost getting caught in the rotate through the spawn, but this is sort of a power position here on Skybridge, no? I see always somebody on the attacking side taking this position at Bakizi's in.
Yeah, it's a power position. Another kill from Bakizi. I mean, he basically has full pressure on 80% of the site. Good kill from Cals, though. Fabu and Cals still on that B site, but Bomb going to Ash. Ash might go for a cheeky play. He does go. He does stop the bomb. That's actually a pretty good play. Oh,
What?
if Fabu could have killed him. If Fabu kills him, that was a great play. Instead, Fabu dies while running. Oh, my goodness. That is tough. That was a really risky play, but a good play from Ash. Ash put pressure on the bomb to kill the planter so his team had time to rotate. But the issue is that the second player, I said it was Fabu. It wasn't Fabu. It was the player before. It might have been Nate, who ran in and died immediately to Ace. And then Fabu died while running. Why? Oh, the pain. You know, he just murked two of your teammates. Don't run into the waiting arms of Codex or Kakao. Kakao Codex doesn't matter. Death waiting. And just like that, match point, Kirk.
Yeah, and that's sometimes as quick as it can be, even you face this Oilrig lineup. It's so scary to go up against sometimes, and Calls needs just to watch out here because his teammates aren't really too close to back him up if he gets pinched in this train. Very aggressive push, though, onto this Titan. However, we don't see anybody taking that power position that we saw last time Bakizi going for. That ace all the way up top in heaven. What? Okay, I thought Alpi actually cleaned that one out, but Kakao finally pushed Calls inside train and took him down. Didn't have anywhere left to run, nowhere left to hide, so it was an easy free fire. And Alpi does not want to let him get away with that. He wants to get some revenge here. Codex, though, putting a little bit of pressure on the right side as that ace is supporting him from up top. And Oilrigger just looking so strong right now in this round. Untouchable. Bakizi grabbing two for himself. And Alpi, another team kill. This is not what we need right now, fellas. Alpi, it's all up to you. The last round, the last time that you can shine today. Actually, that's not true. We have another, I was going to say, we have another map coming up, but Bakizi puts him down for the third kill of the round, just like last round where we saw also a triple from that ace. Unbelievable performance here today, fellas. And I got to say, my personal MVP there is probably that ace who not only did an incredible amount of work with that HK, but had a really, really nice few nade lineups there where it really changed the pace of the round.
Changed the pace of the round enough to win the game. I mean, Codex doing such work in that first half, picking up multiple rounds, 15 kills, but in the first half, Kirk, Codex was the bulwark that kept the team together. I mean, they were on the brink of losing 3 or 4 rounds, absolutely. And Codex went ballistic. And then in the second half, like you said, that ace just stepped way up with Kakao, both of them picking up frag after frag, round after round, the utility, the good takes. Unfortunately, this is kind of what we predicted, Kirk, and I really don't think Dakota looked that much worse than Oilrig. I think as a team, they are not as strong. Because something you talked about a lot yesterday is these teams that practice, you have 5 players, you're running strategies, you're running things over and over to develop mastery and the ability to pivot. Yeah, I mean, you're trying to master that strategy. So when the person who's assigned to flank doesn't do their role, we saw 2 rounds in a row, the player watching flank got killed from the guy flanking rather than watching it. And they both turned around at the time that the player was pushing. And it's like, this is the kind of thing that will lose the game against Oilrig, because that little mistake led to 2 people dying in both those rounds, which lost the round where they had the bomb planted. They were up in both those rounds and lost because they didn't stick to the practice strategy. And I think that's the big difference on the day, Kirk. Oilrig are just a better team right now. Individually, I think they look equal. Everyone on Dakota was performing. So it's not an individual problem, you know?
Yeah, and I think it's just going by their roster, as you can check out their roster, like it's always just the same 5 people, and it seems to almost never change. They don't even have anyone for backup to swap them out today. So I think that the amount of confidence they have in their strategies is like they don't need anybody else. They're just such a crazy lineup, like a steel titanium wall that is unable to be pushed down or destroyed. Like I think maybe the amount of I'm thinking it might have something to do with the amount of work that they need to put in with each other. Because if you have two people sitting to swap you in, right? That's another 2 people that you need to play with that you can't play with because games only have a maximum of 5 people. If you have
Right.
those 2 extra backup people, that's more time that's allocated to teaching them your strategies and teaching them how the rest of the team works and how to play with them. So maybe this 5-person lineup that Oil Rig always plays and never swaps out is just the perfect amount of people that they need to not have any time wasted and just constantly work on the 5-man strategies together.
Yeah,
And
work on.
maybe, right? It's kind of a speculation that I have.
Yeah, I
It's
mean,
not something I think is guaranteed.
yeah, I mean, it's really hard to say, Kirk, without really speaking to the players. But I think a big thing you identified is just time of practice. Like Oil Rig, as you said, the same lineup for how many months? Championship lineup, won the first Hunt League. I mean, won the first LAN tournament for this game. Win, 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 win. Won many, many tournaments in normal Tarkov as well, if you look at the individual players. So we're just
Hmm.
talking about not only an individual team that can challenge everybody on Dakota without worry, but also as a team, they just look more cohesive. Whether it's the time together, Kirk, the practice, the discipline, I mean, Step Serpa again. Hats off to his comment in chat because he really said it looked like they're 5 individual players on the same team. They were playing together, but they weren't protecting each other. Like there was definitely deviations from what they were supposed to do because we saw people who were looking one way and then would completely rotate another way, and it just seemed like that fundamental lack of cohesiveness, Kirk, kind of led to defeat because I don't think Dakota looked bad at all. If anything, I think they look awesome today. They just
Yeah, for
there were
sure.
little cracks in the armor that led to the unfortunate defeat 9-5.
Yeah, sometimes it only comes down to a couple players, maybe just not feeling that they're proper footing today. But I know that at least Ashtray was doing phenomenal and really sometimes protecting that flank from the rest of his team and single-handedly holding down a VIP and not giving up any space in it. But I think maybe just a couple more games to practice, maybe next tournament we'll have you on top at least minimum in that top 3 position because I think they have so much potential with the
Right.
amount of roles that they have and just locking in that role, kind of like how Team EPA does, right? They all have their own roles and they stick to it and they don't push past and don't bite off more than they can chew. So I think it was a phenomenal performance for Dakota to even challenge Oil Rig on a map like that, where
Right.
sometimes it's really difficult. And Oil Rig, like a kind of a pattern we saw yesterday, we potentially could see it again today, where Oil Rig actually kind of smashes it a lot harder on not their map choice, but then once we
Mm.
push over to their map choice on Bay 5, it's gonna
Oh,
perhaps Dakota might have something to say to them there.
I'm getting nervous, Kirk, because so far in this league, everybody has targeted Dakota with Bay 5. I think from the first day that they played,
Really?
every other team, yes, they've been targeted by other teams. Pretty much mostly everyone has picked Bay 5 against them because it was the perception that they were weak on this map. But I think the big mistake from all these teams is that you guys forced them to practice this so much in league and out of league in scrims and practice that now they're actually pretty confident in it. But Bay 5, Kirk, is one of those maps where if you're too individual, you will just get ripped apart by Oil Rig. They're too darn good on this map. They're too cohesive. The way they set up crossfires, the patience, the utility, they are disgusting on this map. So if
Mhm.
Dakota try to answer with 5 individual players running around, it's going to be, I think it's going to be a slaughter. If Dakota play together, though, Kirk, this could be a banger of a game.
No, it could be really good, almost exciting as the one we had yesterday. And I think maybe Bay 5 is just one of those maps that I think a lot of teams kind of favor. And when a lot of teams kind of have that favorite of Bay 5, it forces every other team to practice really hard on it because you know that there's no way you're gonna get away with not playing Bay 5 at some point. It's gonna happen. So you need to practice on it. Maybe something like Fort is something that they might want to push to the side as they kind of throw the rest of the team and say, hey, I know we want to practice on Ford. I know we got to do this, but Bay 5 is a map that we're going to be playing more times than we'd like to. We need to practice on it. We need to cook up something here because it's only a matter of time before we're thrown there.
Yeah, and I think that's true. And again, Kirk, I think people figured out that this team, they had challenges on Bay 5 initially because again, I think Bay 5 is one of those maps that you really need as a team effort. If you're on B and you're a parkour and your teammate who's holding, forklift harbor side doesn't communicate, people are just going to run through the site and shoot you in the back, or vice versa, or they're going to run up middle and shoot you. I mean, there's so many different ways you can play this map out. And that being said, Dakota going to be starting out on defense, going to be seeing the B rush coming out of Oil Rig. Slow and
Immediately,
steady.
I'm
They
loving
give him the
Ashtray.
cypher.
Oh, what? He's on already.
Unfortunately, Ash and Cal's got something to say. Cal's not looking to make pals in this game. Codex beefing up, tanking the shots from Alpi, but Alpi on this Enforcer is absolutely disgusting. Ooh, a cheeky rotate off the back of sight, waiting for his team to show up. I like that from Alpi, playing patient, not giving his life up here, Kirk. Bombs getting planted.
Already in with 45 seconds left. Decoded is a man up currently, and Alpi doing really good, though, just spitting lead and having a couple targets to pick up there. Codex getting one for himself, making it back to even. Health advantage up now for Oil Rig. As Alpi is still putting work on site with that Saiga 12. He doesn't want to give it up at all. And Fabu has more than one person to deal with. And wow, he still has so much health left after getting peeked by 2 people. Taking one down for himself. And Nate Dogg coming in to grab him. And Codex, the last one to remain. Fabu makes him fall. Bomb gets... Oh, wow. Bomb gets defused and decoded. First round up in Oil Rig on Bay 5.
And a repeat of the first game. First round goes to Decoded in a pretty decisive manner. They get an opening pick. Oil Rig takes control of B. Alpi and Alpi and Cal's take out 2 of the members. Alpi rotates off the site, waits for his team, retakes together. I mean, that is the kind of team play, Kirk, that is going to win the game against Oil Rig. We know individually these teams, they're both competitive against each other, but as a team, that was a team play by Decoded. Very, very good start. But as Kirk always says, folks, the first round is not how the game is going to play out.
Just sort of something I picked up on over the few months I've been casting Tarkov Arena. Seems to be quite something to look out for, and a pattern that I've kind of noticed here. But Oil Rig really trying to take control of this mid area. We love to see them take mid control. It seems like something they really prioritize before they make a final decision on where they want to go. 3 members Decoded defending the A side currently. And B is being defended by it's really nice kind of back-to-back hold. Easy getting a little sneaky with it. We've seen this plenty of times before where you got to put your gun down so your head doesn't peek up and get it taken off. That rat spot always needs to be checked, and Bikizi's very aware of it.
Yeah, he's very aware, and I like this. Slow and steady wins the race. Bakizi doing a great job clearing his angles, playing patient. They're on the back of sight. Now Decoded's more than likely communicating. We see that player from middle rotating out. 3 players there. Oh, man, unfortunately for Nate Dogg and Fabu, they sent to the grave. 2 players rotating from D, but look at how far they are. At least 15 seconds before they even make contact after clearing. Too much time wasted. And again, we saw the same pattern from last game. They gave the site up completely. I mean, they literally just let them land for free. Ash, Happy, 4 players, Flopper. What's going on? All of a sudden, the retaker didn't come in 20 seconds left. Stranger Thing, gonna need to do Stranger in order to get this out. Oh my goodness! But the bomb is defused at this fire kill. What a ridiculous play there.
A decimation on the side of Decoded, just taking the lineup of Oil Rig down one by one on that post-plant situation. I don't know how they got away with that. We know how solid Oil Rig is when they're able to hold a certain position and not give it up, but Dakota just slowly picked them off one by one. It's like they just are so aware of what they're going to do, and maybe those VOD reviews did come out, and they use that to their advantage. Huge, extremely aggressive push so far.
Ooh.
Elpy is just ready to take the head off Kakao. It's just
Oh
they
my
slowly
goodness.
keep falling down one by one. Astray with the awesome Ash 12, just picking up these unorthodox weapons you don't normally see and just shining with them.
Good heavens. That is one heck of a defense, Kirk. We couldn't even cast how fastly those players got flopped, but Bakizi with such a good read.
Oh, okay.
Such a good read. And this is the thing, Kirk. They need to play the bomb here. Bakizi is the type of player who can easily 1v4 if you give him isolated fights. And right now, is the way we see it, there's no crossfires going on, except when he walks out through connector just like that. Bada bing, bada boom, tries to walk through, and two players holding from red, one on the back of site, ready to play off contact. And Decoded are up 3-0 on Bay 5 against Oil Rig. I didn't think I'd ever say that, Kirk.
I don't think I'd ever see this. Oil Rig, what is happening right now?
I don't know. Looks like the proverbial oil spill has been cleaned up by Decoded right now, because slick shoes are not a thing. They're stomping through the site on the retake, stopping the initial defense last round. I mean, two great retakes, one great initial defense coming out of this team so far. Looks like they're going to be blitzing that alley. Ash with a great nade. Nate Dogg knows they're there. Nate Dogg, oh, unfortunately, playing a little too passive. Kakao holding the angle as he goes to swing. Fabu sitting inside of, I believe, sight of... Yeah, he's sitting inside a hallway. Kakao again with another great kill on the cows. They have control of alley. Can they get the bomb down here, Kirk? Shots going out from Fabu onto Ballistic. Kakao tanking it in the head. Bomb is getting planted. Codex punishes the aggressive swing. If Ash kills Kakao here,
What? This isn't.
no.
You're not a kangaroo.
Kakao greeted the heal. He knew he was there and still stuck it. That was so greedy coming out of him. Now Bakizi, Clutch King, Kirk, can he do it? I bet he's going to rob the bomb and run B. Oh, no, he says...
Hey, but that gives him the audio cue he needs to rotate if he chooses to do so. Maybe faking him out here. Astray isn't giving it up, though. He's not falling for it. Bikizi.
He did
fall. It was, the timing was so perfect. I was going to say, Bikizi, if you challenge this super close angle, that Ash 12 is going to rip you to shreds, but it seems like he was so aware of exactly what he was doing, but now that's going to give him enough time for bomb to go down.
Yeah,
Astray's going to have a tough time here.
I'm a little confused here, Kirk. Ash had total control. Once Bakizi picked up the bomb, he knew exactly where he was. A little bit too passive, and Bakizi slams it home. Doesn't even go for the safe rotate to the B site to force Ash to move. Outplays him, shoots him in the back, plants the bomb, shoots him in the face. I mean, great clutch coming out of Bakizi. Way too close of a round for Oil Rig right there, though. They were up so much.
Just grabbing around that they need. They know that they can't let Decoded have any more breathing room, because you let that snowball roll down the hill and it's not going to stop. You need to shut them down where they stand. Momentum still in the favor of Decoded, though. Another round shuts them down, though. It may not happen. Aggressive mid-control coming out. Favoring that A site as they continue to push forward. Fabu starting it off strong, though, with a kill onto that ace. And Calls and Fabu fall just in case. So Oil Rigger now one up a member. Kakao on that half HP, but full site control has been taken down right now. And with Nate Dogg still in the alley, he's going to make Kakao pay for that one for not clearing it. You got to clear that back alley out, guys. Ashtray coming in. Ash 12. I wonder if that's why he picked that. Maybe he loves the Ash 12, so he's naming himself Ash. That'd be cool. Proven that he knows how to use these weapons so well. Gets put down, though, by Codex, and the two members here are going to have to play off of each other as Nate Dogg's going to be forced into a double peek. Isolate those 1v1s. He knows what he's doing. Backup coming in from
Isolated, but
Codex.
unfortunately, a rare whiff from Nate Dogg. I think the pressures, Nate's feeling it. Nate is an incredible shooter, and another whiff coming out of Nate Dogg. Oh my, the pressure. You can see the shaky aim coming out right there. Oh, goodness. Now, Nate Dogg is an incredibly talented player here, Kirk. So to see him struggling to hit those shots, not once, not twice, but 3 times, Nate Dogg doesn't secure the kill. He used up all 9 cat lives in 1 round there. Man, that's a tough round there, Kirk.
Yeah, and you know what? Even though that Oil Rig has taken these last 2 rounds, I think Decoded are still putting up a really big fight, and they're not just giving it up easily, because it's only come down to a 1v1 or 1v2 situation where Oil Rig hasn't decimated around so far to the point where they're up so many members that they can just steamroll their way onto a site without anything to worry about. So Decoded still has plenty of chance to shut Oil Rig down as they slowly start to put themselves back up on the leaderboard.
Yeah, and Bay 5 here is generally heavily defense sided, or so it's considered. You know, you always have teams who can use the utility and the positioning and the strategies to make it attacker sided, but they're going to need every defensive round. Nice kill from Nate Dogg.
Oil Rig now recognizing how important this is to take back alley and not let anybody sit around here, because you cannot just get the bomb down for free if you do that. And there's just the defensive setup of this back alley plays from the side of Decoded, not letting anybody fall. 5 members still alive with Oil Rig just not knowing what to do. Fabu finally goes down with 4 members alive, 2 members to attack that site. It's going to be even tougher, but Bakizi slowly starts to whittle down the members of Decoded, who are now looking a little bit shaky. Bomb deciding to go back to that B site with 1 member to defend it. What can Alpi do about it?
Alpi can do a lot about it because they don't know he's there. The question is, can Alpi secure the kill when he peeks? And unfortunately, he does not secure the kill. They know the bomb's there, though. Pressure's on. Getting double swung. Oh, no, and Bakizi finally dying to Cal's. Bomb's getting planted. Nate Dogg looks like to rush in. Nate Dogg gonna kill him while he's planning, and just like that, Decoded pick up a 4th round in the defensive side. Blow for blow. Yeah, Calls is excited, but way too close. Like you said, Bakizi slammed 2 players on A, kills Alpi in the back, and thankfully Cal's finally trades him out, because that was almost an Oil Rig possible round where there was no universe Oil Rig should have even been any closer to losing than losing 1 member. As soon as Fabu died in hallway, Ash needed to back up to his team, or otherwise, play a little bit more defensively. Taking a 50-50 against Bakizi, we saw what happened. Bakizi laid him out.
For sure, the timing was perfect there, too, to just get there at the perfect time and have the back turn to be able to take him down. Alpi doing as best as he can to defend that B site, but it seems like so far Oil Rig are slowly getting back into the game. The first 2 rounds that they lost were pretty decisive for the side of Decoded, but as the rounds continue after that, it seems like they're slowly doing better and better to get these rounds. There's only a few members left. Starting it off at Ace. We know how good he is with the grenades. Seen him a few times on Skybridge, but what do you know about Bay 5 grenades?
I mean, that was a disgusting nade. I believe he threw it through the openings in the roof onto the backside of site. That was a sick nade, because there's really no entrance otherwise for him to have thrown that nade into the B site without peeking either through connector, from the CT side, or from forklift. It had to have come from the sky. So just outrageously good nade coming out. Codex, nice kill onto Alpi. 2 members on the defense already dead. No one holding mid. Ace, sneaky snake, takes out 1. They call Fabu. Fabu does stop the play. Can Fabu kill him, though? Fabu goes for the... he goes to swing the Codex. Codex really hurt, but not enough. Nate doesn't know there's a second player. Doesn't clear his corners. Always check your corners, folks. You always got to clear. Don't die running. Oh, no. Nate did such a good job. I think he actually could have had a chance of winning that round there, Kirk, if he just played it a little bit slower and methodical there.
And just as I expected, Oil Rig is slowly coming further and further to get these rounds in their favor, because, yes, it came down pretty close, but Oil Rig were in the favored matchup there with 30 seconds left to go before the round ended. they did have the man advantage, and they used that. Nate Dogg didn't want to give it up too easily, though, and he grabbed a couple for himself before he finally got put down. But great effort from Nate Dogg, but I think Oil Rig are starting to come back and get their footing placed.
Total
push here
control
on
of
the
A,
A-site.
giving up
Yeah.
again here, Kirk. It's a very interesting but kind of peculiar defense, and just like that, the
great
dog
opening.
taken down. Yep, smoke's coming out. Bomb's gonna get planted. This A site just seems to be taken for free every round. Not sure what's going on here.
They realized the importance of the back alley control. One member alive, still back there, though. But with only one to deal with, it's going to be a lot easier than two to get that bomb down. And the Cow is having a little bit of a good time in the smoke, but Alpi shuts it down real fast, and Calls picks up one just real next to it. 3 members left on each side. Health advantage up for Oil Rig currently, and Alpi's about to get sandwiched right now. Bikizi comes from behind. 2 members left. Calls putting in so much work this game and the game before, and continues to do so. As we can see, Rat Spot is being taken by Codex, and they need to push him off of that before any amount of bomb taking comes into place. Calls does just that, pushes him right into the corner, and now the last one, Bikizi, the clutch master himself, but Calls another one.
Wow. So close, yet so far. I'm stunned because Cal's popped off, but not enough. Not enough time. I mean, I'm scratching my head here. A site every time Oil Rig went, it was like Decoded just handing the codes over, let them open the safe lock, and just walk right out with the bank. I mean, I don't understand the fundamental strategy of giving up control of the site, because they lost every time they did that. I believe 3 of the 4 losses were on that A site, and every time they just walked on the site, they walked up alley and planted for free. Cal's doing a great job to try to retake, but it's too much pressure, Kirk. When your initial 2 defenders don't add any delay, they don't stop anyone, they don't pick up picks, and sites already has control, the attackers already have control of the site, there's not much you can do with only 45 seconds after the bomb's planted, because you need at least 5 extra seconds to defuse, right? So
Yeah, for sure.
I'm just scratching my head here, Kirk, but hopefully on the attacking side, we see a different side of them. We know they play a little bit more individual. I want to see the individual talent coming out of these people. I want to see Nate Dogg. Nate Dogg does have 7 kills, but we can't have him within those kills. He's the kind of player that should be securing every kill. If Decoded lock it in, Cal's with an opening pick, they actually could win this game. Decoded about to get the bomb down, repeating the same process as Oil Rig, running it down on A, planting for free, and alley players pushing up on the defense, though. One player finally dies the planter, but that's okay. 4v4 situation, Kirk.
Yeah, with a really nice defensive lineup right here on the post plant for Decoded. But Oil Rig just pushes right through it and reads them exactly how they need to. Ashtray, though, with the Ash 12, back up. Nobody has died yet. Not much ammo left in those mags, and that ace punishes him for that. And Alpi, the last one alive in the rack corner. It's going to be a free defuse for Oil Rig. 5 up currently. Finally grabbing an advantage round up into this game so far. And I don't know what's up with Oil Rig right now, but how can you get challenged so hard on this map? This is your bread and butter. This is the map that people know you for. What is going on? It seems like perhaps another map might have to come out for Oil Rig to really shine on, because I don't know, I think maybe Bay 5 is something that they're maybe getting sick of playing so much that sometimes they just get challenged on it.
Well, I think it's less to do with the actual Oil Riggers themselves, and it has to do with the other Decoded members on the other side who are just putting in work. Nice kill onto Alpi. Oh no. Swung out that main, wasn't punished, runs away. The player on alley is unfortunately isolated, getting 1v2'd. And just like that, Ash loses to the buddy system. Cal's flops, and we see how the teamwork of Oil Rig is just beating the individual fraggers. I mean, Ashtray on an island by himself, pushing alley, and gets double swung, doesn't get either, loses the fight, loses control. On the other side, Oil Rig play together, peek, rotate. I mean, it's a team versus individual players. I think that's where, you know, on defense, sure, Kirk, they did beat them on some points, but we see how strong Oil Rig as a team is on this defense side. You know, the random running around of Decoded against the failing status Oil Rig, it's not going to be beaten by just running around and trying to kill them. One member left, Nate Dogg, doing his damnedest, but no real way to win this round, folks. 45 seconds to kill 5 players and get the bomb down. Almost impossible. They'd have to run at him at this point. Kirk, what's the fix? How are they going to get it together? Decoded aren't going to win this round. How are they going to start picking up rounds after this?
I think it's going to have to come to utility placement to the point where you can place your utility so well that Oil Rig's best chance to stop the round is to let you have sight. So get the bomb down and then, you know, try to have some sort of post-plant strategy because you can't even get onto site to begin with. Oil Rig's defensive setups on Bay 5 have always been the most legendary status and the most legendary thing that they know how to do. It's just so hard to push them off of site that I think that the very precise and perfect utility placement of smokes and grenades to push them off is the only way that you're going to get that bomb down. You simply cannot say that this isn't an unstoppable force here, right? Decoded is very well able to be decoded in their strategies, but I think Oil Rig is just one of those unstoppable or unmovable objects that are so hard to get off the site.
Shots ringing out back and forth. No one dropping quite yet.
Hey, we have a harbor flank.
Player lying on the site. Stranger Ping doing stranger things. Takes out. Oh my goodness.
This is just like, how do you get away with that? I can't even believe how strong Oil Rig is so well on this defensive side, because sometimes you do see them fall on when they're on attack, but when they have that shield, that pretty red shield next to that OR up top, it's like a blessing. It's like a memento that they just claim and are unstoppable.
In the words of Stranger Ping, good heavens. I mean, they're just locked in, rolling, slamming. Attack is always questionable because, you know, this map is heavily defensive sided. There's no way around it, Kirk. We're here. We see on the other side, I mean, Decoded won some rounds, sure, on defense, but right now on attack, Oil Rig really haven't been close to losing a round. Sure, the bomb got planted, but that didn't make any difference. They retook it violently, and then the next 2 rounds just stomped them into the ground. Decoded gonna have to really play together here. There's no other way around it, Kirk. They're running around separately. They have to make some kind of strategy and do it together and quickly.
Decoded was really just pushing through utility there, right? They had every opportunity and so much time left on the clock to just wait for the smokes to disperse and then send some of their own, but they really wanted to challenge that smoke, and I don't know why. Not even any smoke is available here, and Kakao just grabs 2 for himself like it's nothing.
He grabs 2 for himself, and if you notice how these kills are going down, Kirk, I feel like I'm watching a team fighting a pug right now. The reason I say that, you see 2 players go up to A main. They both try to take individual fights. They don't fight together. They both die, and then no one trades them out, and no one's trying to push on site. Like, they're sitting at the door trying to take gunfights, literally just like that. This is the perfect example. There's no strategy in this. Anyone could take a gun and shoot it in this game, Kirk. That's not what's going to beat Oil Rig. And I think that's why when you see that shield next to their name, when you do this against Oil Rig, they will crush you. They're as good as anybody individually, and they're better than most teams as a team. I mean, there's no other way around it. They have to fight together. They're not fighting together, Kirk. Again, the 5 individuals on the same team, there's no playing together here. Everyone's taking their fights. Everyone's taking their 50s. No one's protecting each other. It's scary to see how quickly this team changed from such a good defensive unit to on attack. They're just completely separate. Ooh, great read from Cows. Does hit the headshot on the Codex.
Stranger, though, with all sight to himself, it seems like he's just going to go right for it, and I don't see why not. Babu falls down as he gets that audio cue. He knows he needs to push it right now, and Stranger Ping just really taking a really aggressive play there, and Calls punishes him for that. Another final round win for Decoded, finally. You know what, I gotta say that I never watched the Oil Rig Sicario game, but going based off of the leaderboards, it proves that Sicario was the only team to take a win over Oil Rig on Bay 5. It's logical if you think about it, because Sicario hasn't lost a single game yet, and Oil Rig only has 1 loss. So therefore, when they did fight, they had to have lost on Bay 5. right?
I believe so. I'm not going to confirm until I actually verify. It sounds right in theory. Bay 5 is the bay of the oil rig. Slow and steady for the start of this round.
The Oil Rig still yet to find a worthy opponent to take them down on Bay 5 other than that of Sicario themselves. Is the worthy opponent here going to be Decoded, though? We did see quite a fight being put up yesterday by Ancestral, who were so good at challenging the Oil Rig strats, and they were reading them. Finally did go to an Oil Rig win by the end of it. Decoded also won a little bit of this prestigious honor to fight them on their home turf as well. Only 2 to deal with on the side of A-Site, but seems like regardless if they have the numbers advantage for Decoded, Oil Rig are going to hold this like their life depends on it. Cal holding this tight angle, and Ashtray better watch his head if he decides to go around that corner. And there's that ace coming all the way from the back alley to finish off 2 members of Decoded. Ashtray still, though, on the site to be able to trade his teammates out. And Codex grabbing a little bit of that mid control, but that Ash 12 is going to stop you dead in your tracks. Cacao, though, isn't going to be too slow. Gets out as quick as possible to punish Ashtray for that one. Bomb is down, and he needs to hold it.
Oh no, Nate Dogg knows he's there. He just shot his teammate in the back, and just like that, another running death to lose the round. I hear the frustration in Cal's. Cacao still kills him though. No. Match point. Although, you know, Kirk, I'm thinking about the standings, and I think the damage has already been done. Oil Rig needed every round against Decoded, and Decoded, maybe they haven't secured their own spot, but right now, they might be just securing Sicario's fate. Even if Sicario lose every game today based on this game, I don't know if Oil Rig can push up. They needed every round possible against Decoded. Nice opening kill from Cacao. Nice opening kill on Nate. Unfortunately, it's on his teammate. Ash takes out Ace. 4v3 situation. Time is ticking. Match point. Pressure mounting. Bomb still down. Nate Dogg threw that nade at... Oh, that is such a cheeky nade. He threw the nade at the sign and bounced it into the corner. I'm stealing that.
There we
Ashtray
go.
with another big kill on Cacao.
This game isn't quite over yet. The Ash 12 is spitting a couple words to the side of Oil Rig. Ashtray getting so excited that he needs to push a little bit more. Get that space push so you can get that bomb down. A little bit concerned about the back alley, as he should be, but Codex uses that to his advantage and grabs 2 calls, though. Fishes off Stranger Ping, but Codex still alive already with 2 kills and 1 head left to hunt. Then MCX is going to start spitting here any moment now, and Codex finishes it off. Oil Rig with the second map win. This is them drilling into that oil and grabbing as much of that prize pool as they possibly can. A phenomenal performance today with no games left to go. Oil Rig is secured 3 points up high on that leaderboard, as high as they can go, with Sicario only being the ones ahead of them, where they need to get a bottom tier place into their next 2 games against LEDX at the last match of the day to possibly even have a chance. But as you said, looking at that scoreboard, it seems like they might just be too far ahead as it is. Sicario even getting 1 win and forcing a draw is still going to be quite a feat to deal with.
Yeah, I think overall, Oil Rig did themselves solid, Kirk. They didn't pick up as many rounds as they could, but Sicario were so far ahead right now that was really, really a tough ask. I believe, however, Oil Rig have done enough picking up those 3 points that they have secured themselves a top 4 spot. I believe they've secured second, but let's wait until the standings are actually released later. So, you know, unfortunately for Oil Rig, they didn't pick up enough rounds to be able to challenge Sicario, though, Kirk. I think even mathematically, if Sicario lost every round, they lost all 19 rounds or all 18 rounds, it wouldn't push them down below them. They are tied in points now, though. But the round differential, Kirk, is just so massive that Sicario has really I mean, hats off to
So-
Sicario. They put in
So
the
we can
work.
answer the question: who is champ?
Well, let's not get there yet. Even though we may know that you know that I know that you know, we're going to pretend that we don't know. And with that, folks, looking at our second game of the day, TFG versus Ancestral here, Kirk. Again, lots on the line for TFG. TFG, unfortunately, can't really push up the leaderboard right now, and neither can Ancestral, but both these teams are vying for pride. Both these teams want to win this game, Kirk. It's better. It's more practice. It's the last game of the season. You want to end it on a banger. You want to place as high as possible. And both these teams can still move up on each other in the standings. TFG currently sitting at 6, Ancestral sitting at 7. So not too far in rounds or points. Tied both 4 points, 1-1 and 4 score line. TFG having minus 21 round differential, where Ancestral's having minus 29. So either team can play 6 or 7 based on this game. You know, they really can push up. And overall, Kirk, I think this is a very important game for them. I know you're not going to qualify for next season, but
Yeah.
end the season with a banger. Show everyone that you deserve to qualify. You know, be a good representative. Not every league has winners and losers. You know, it's unfortunately it's a zero-sum game, but you don't have to walk out of here without great practice, great teamwork, you know, great attitude, and a lot to learn, because these are the best teams in Europe for a reason. You're not losing because of XYZ. You know, you're losing to monstrous teams with incredible practice. You know, they have to be proud of what they've done, but now they have to battle each other for that spot.
Yeah. it's
Now,
gonna
that
be
being
an
said,
explosive-
Kirk.
Yeah. Sorry.
No, go
You
ahead.
wanna
Go ahead.
Okay, I was just gonna say, yeah, that's gonna be an explosive game, as we saw Ancestral put a huge fight up against Oil Rig yesterday, and they played so well that it's gonna be just as fun to watch them face off against TFG right now. And before we get into anything else, huge thank you for these two teams that we just saw play. That was their last game that we're gonna be seeing them in the HPL2. Big thank you to Oil Rig and Dakota for coming out and playing your hearts out. And Oil Rig, you played phenomenally in Dakota. You're very, very well suited to be able to be here and challenge these teams. So we thank you so much once again. And before we get into the second game, we have an interview from one of the members of Oil Rig, a fan favorite, Codex. Check it out.
Let's go.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back. My name is Tage Z, and I'm joined with Codex from Oil Rig. Just going to ask a few questions and kind of get to know some of the players behind the teams and the action that we see. With Bake Easy not playing in the first week, we saw Augie come in as a sub. Do you think the last minute change impacted your team, and was that the reason for the loss against Sicario?
Yeah, I mean, I would say so, or that it could have had a little bit of an impact, because Bakisi is usually the mastermind behind a lot of our rounds, like what we do middle of the round, start of round, has a lot of utility for nades and ideas. So I could at least feel during the match that some rounds we were a bit confused on what we could do to adapt to certain rounds and stuff. So yeah, he definitely has a impact in all his the rounds he calls and everything. So I do believe it had a small impact.
Yeah, that's tough to lose a player that does kind of have your team and create plans for them. So I understand that. But you guys are currently sitting in second place, which is pretty comfortable place to be, I would say. How confident are you that you'll finish this league in second place, given that your next two matches are Ancestral and Decoded?
I mean, without saying too much, I'm still it feels a bit more confident now that with having Bakisi, that we can at least keep calm, even though we maybe started by losing some rounds, or they catch up with some rounds, that we can end up closing out the matches. So I do believe that we will finish in second place, but after all, anything can happen. So
Yeah.
I'm not underestimating my opponents.
Yeah, we're not trying to pull any secrets out of you or curse anything by any means. So this is just questions, feeling it out. I understand it can be intimidating to say one way or the other. Stranger Thing announced he was leaving the arena scene and the team to focus on some IRL commitments, which came as like quite a shock to a lot of people. Do you have plans for the moment as a team to find a replacement for him? And again, no secrets that you have to unravel, just questions.
For Stranger, he got a lot very overwhelming for him with all the work and everything. So he
Mhm.
came to us and said that he didn't really have the time to put into it because it was kind of like practice, sleep, work, practice, and then just repeat.
Yeah.
So it's understandable. So we have been looking to try out a new player and possibly gonna be the new man on the team. So so far without dropping any names, I'm really excited for it, and it's been like
Good.
a big motivation to continue improving because so far it's been feeling really really nice. So I'm super excited for it.
Awesome. Well, we're glad to hear it, and we'll look forward to seeing things on this end when it all comes out and is public information. How do you think it will affect the overall team composition? Again, without saying too much.
Mm, I do believe that it's gonna become very very strong. As Cracked says, the oil has been spilled, and I think there's gonna be double amount of oil spill now with the new player.
Yeah, absolutely. We don't need any more cracked puns coming in here. That's definitely not my strong suit. I can't even follow up with that, but I love that. And yeah, really looking forward to everything that goes on. Anything that you're excited about with this weekend? Any moments or matches that you're most looking forward to?
Mm, I overall I'm just like I always have such a blast when playing like tournament matches and everything. So I
Mhm.
always look forward to every single match because it's like the whole mood that there is between the team, all the rounds, and like the energy and
Yeah.
the being fully focused on all the rounds and everything. I'm just super excited to have the opportunity to play. So I'm just excited for the next matches and future tournaments and everything.
Awesome. Well, we appreciate you coming on to chat a little bit about the behind the scenes stuff. And we're wishing you guys the best of luck this weekend. We hope that everything works out in the way that you want it to. I've been saying that to every team, and there's obviously some competition going on here. But we truly do wish you guys the best. And thanks for coming on today.
Thank you.
Hello
Welcome
there,
back.
folks, and yes, welcome back.
Thank you so much, Codex, for that interview that you took so graciously. Took some time to come here and talk to Taze and have an awesome interview for us to show everybody here today at the very final day of the HPL EuroLeague Season 2. Just saw an awesome game from Decoded and Oil Rig, where Oil Rig finally shut down Decoded and finished off their final game of the tournament, where they came up decisively on each map. They had a little bit of a challenge there on Bay 5 and finally came back and finished off Decoded as the game slowly came to an end. But up next, we do have TFG versus Ancestral, who are going to be on actually, let's not spoil the map. Let's not spoil the map picks until we pop them up on stream yet. I have them, but I don't want to let you know because I think it's kind of interesting on what TFG did here. But starting off on this lineup here, I know you're a huge fan of TFG and you know a little bit about them, Blue. So give me a little bit of insight on this lineup.
Well, before we get into that, Kirk, just a little tidbit, folks. In chat right now, if you type exclamation HPL, we are giving away Blame Philbo an arena key. Make sure you type exclamation
true.
HPL, free key. We also have 10,000 trial keys for Tarkov Arena for a 3-day code. So make sure you enter both. Use your free key, enter the giveaway, get your free stuff, folks. Now, that being said, looking over here to TFG versus Ancestral, TFG going to be having Call Me Joe, Stripey the Tiger, Frost, Pigeon, and Fox with 2 Twisted and Parents as their substitutions versus Selfish, Kafinis, Geistras, Yave, and Yeshmas with Svedas as the substitution. Now, yesterday, this Ancestral lineup looked really, really awesome, Kirk. I was super impressed with them. And on the flip side, the TFG lineup also looked very awesome in this game. So TFG and Ancestral both fighting for their spots and 6th and 7th right now, both fighting for pride. What's going to be the difference maker? Well, We need to see the map picks before we can figure out what they're going to do here, Kirk.
Starting off here on Bay 5, picking up from TFG, which I can find pretty interesting because the last 2 times we've seen TFG, they opted in for picking Bull. And now, all of a sudden, they pick up Bay 5, which is how they faced off against Ledex yesterday and finally took a map home for themselves on that Bay 5 map. So all of a sudden, they seem to be favoring Bay 5, maybe a little bit more comfortable on it now, and deciding to pick it up for themselves. Ancestral, though, going back to Skybridge, very classic map. I say classic as if it's been in the game as long as Bay 5, but classic as in we see it quite a bit, and it's favored by a lot of teams, including that of the top tier one is Sicario. But Ancestral, wanting a little bit of those spicy train, sites for themselves and pick up Skybridge. I wonder if they're going to be able to pull that off there, because Skybridge is one of them tough maps that if you don't practice on, you're going to get demolished.
It is indeed a tough map. I mean, all these maps are tough, and like you said, it's very interesting to see TFG picking Bay 5 as that map since they found success on it. And it's Ancestral, as his classic move. We usually see the team who picks the team end up attacking, and that's going to be the case here in Bay 5. Ancestral will be defending, TFG attacking. Now, this TFG lineup has very interesting attacks. Sometimes they're very slow, sometimes they're very aggressive. Now, Kirk, I'm not sure if that's maybe some kind of confusion or that's part of the mojo, but one way or another, this team looked pretty darn good on this map. I mean, Team Ledex has been very good and consistent on Bay 5, so for them to push Ledex and beat Ledex on that map yesterday is a very good indication of how they're going to play against Ancestral.
Yeah, and Ancestral also being one of those teams that seems to play really well on Bay 5 themselves. I mean, they put up the biggest fight we've ever seen so far against Oil Rig on Bay 5, as we can say it as many times as we want, but it's just really impressive how they're able to push Oil Rig to a triple overtime. They did end up getting shut down by the end of it, but it's still crazy that Ancestral was able to do that, and I'm surprised that TFG opts in to pick Bay 5, because if I was them and I saw the way that Ancestral was playing yesterday, I think I'd be a little hesitant on picking up that map.
Yeah, I mean, it's always a choice, Kirk. Pick your poison. Some maps are going to be favored, some maps are not. Some maps you just got to kind of roll the dice. Maybe you want to pull them out of their element. Kirk, maybe it's not about strength. Maybe it's just a weird choice at times. But here, I think it makes perfect sense. TFG beat one of the top 4 teams from last league on this map, and they figure, you know what? Let's challenge them on it. We won yesterday. We pushed them to the limit. Sure, Ancestral pushed Oil Rig. We won our match. They lost at the end of the day. Maybe there's some kind of mental boon that they're thinking because they won, they're going to be able to perform. But I do agree it's a little risky with how well Ancestral played yesterday on it.
Yeah, and that being said, we are only very short moments away from getting into the game, and as I hear in my ear right now, I believe we're about to get into it as I speak about it. And already lined up, we have Ancestral on that defensive side, TFG on the attack. This is one of them times where you say TFG, sometimes they go slow, sometimes they go fast. Seems like starting it off, we have a couple fast members and a couple slow ones.
Some fast, some slow, some high, some low. Looking for the opening pick of this game. Geistrus peeking down alley. Pretty aggressive peeks. He hears the members running around.
Very important hold on this back alley. It's always one of them huge positions to completely stop the attacking side from getting that bomb down. And Guy, very aware that someone's willing to challenge him on it, but doesn't peek it too often, because if you lose that position, then it's just going to result in an all-out push from TFG. Venus in the typical rat spot that we usually see. Tough to challenge sometimes because you're forced into a left shoulder peek. The full lineup of TFG opt in for that B site.
Yave takes out Twisted, does get traded by Joe. 4-4 right now. Bomb going to be pressing pretty hard onto that B site, it looks like. Bomb's getting planted. No defensive members there to actually challenge it. We see, oh yeah, no defensive member even close. One pushing up mid, 2 by Spawn. Yeshmas slams Kafinas from downtown, then takes his spot. I was going to laugh so hard if he took his gun. Yeshmas unfortunately dies to Foxy. Foxy does get traded by Geistrus, but Frosty trades out Geistrus. Trade, bang, bang, boom, boom. 3v1 situation for TFG. Coming out very strong, and Call Me Joe says, call me selfish. takes him home, takes the kill, takes the round. Just like that, the first round in, but it doesn't mean anything.
Nope,
Don't look at the first
no, it
round,
doesn't.
folks.
I mean, I'll stick by that, right? Because we've seen it time and time again, especially like today and at the end of yesterday. So I'm willing to stick by that. And as much as we want to see each of these teams shine, it's still anybody's game. With pretty equal kill dispersion between the side of Ancestral and TFG. Nobody's really kind of the one-man army yet, but so many rounds left to go. Still being able to see it, and with a lot of nice grenades coming out yesterday from Call Me Joe. Let's see what he knows about Bay 5. 2 Twisted coming off of the substitution lineup again. And Yeshmas is going to have to deal with 3 members of the TFG lineup as Joe gets a little goofy with it and puts him down in an embarrassing moment for Yeshmas.
Oof. You know, I don't think actually Foxy was the one who jumped and tanked it all. He got killed by the other player. So just a great job by Foxy to actually use the movement to force the shots onto his body rather than his head. 2 players dropped on that defense already. Geishas does finally pick up Foxy. Twisted in a great spot, though. Kills the rotation and parkour from Red. Pushes up Twisted, hyper aggressive, slam Selfish. 3v1 situation. Not sure how Geishas posed this out of his back pocket in connector. 1 player by forklift, 1 in big doors, 1 on back of sight. Sure, he's beefy. Sure, he's got Flechette, but is that enough? I don't think so. And just like that, Stripey says, nuh-uh, not today. No enforcing the rules here. We are bad boys. So what if we're friendly guys? 2-0, and pretty convincingly.
Sometimes being friendly isn't going to be the thing that gets you the win, so TFG has to get really aggressive and fight like they need it. Remember, the top prize pools are quite high, but that prize pool does go down pretty far, so every team is still available to get a little bit of something to take home. And they're still fighting like that first place is still available to them. TFG being so aggressive, so decisive, as a very disgusting boost from Kofi coming on, and now they have nobody in that back alley area to stop the push, but if they can hold this down straight onto site as well as they can, then it's very well going to be able to, do it. But as Frosty tries to go check that person in back alley, he gets punished by Kofi, who's just ready for him to go and check that place. 762 MDR for Have. I love to see this. A little bit of something different. Shots to the smoke almost connecting, and Foxy back still with that bomb. Selfish, the one we seen play so well yesterday. I have a huge kill lead being put down already. 1 kill to his name only. 2 Twisted, the one that got substituted and is now on the main lineup for today. And the last 2 days has shined pretty well and has performed in a lot of clutch situations, and it seems like it's common we see him here. Almost forcing that 1v1 there. Shots not connecting, though. A little bit too low in that crosshair placement. And Ancestral finally grabbing one up on TFG, where it seems like TFG was doing really well at the start of that round, and Ancestral just shut them down. So maybe reading some of the strategies that TFG have cooked up, potentially VOD reviewing what they've been doing yesterday against Oil Rig. Round 4 starts off strong as members of TFG opting for that mid control. Nade from Selfish comes from all the way back from the spawn, and 2 Twisted, the last remaining member of the round, is the first one to fall on this one. Kofi getting a little sneaky through that smoke at his long angle for Stripey. Not something you want to see usually with the Ash 12. It's sometimes hard to connect these bullets, but Kofi is just getting too sneaky as Frosty is ready, checking out that smoke and ready to back up his teammate Stripey. Both of them now push straight towards site, as it is absolutely free to take if they can deal with this back alley member of Ancestral. Selfish, though, ready to back him up. Rest of the members are ready to deploy that bomb as Selfish actually punishes Joe for prepping that grenade. Stripey getting a little bit of one for himself. 3v2 situation with the side of Ancestral. Back now to even is Stripey. And Frosty
Not aware of the
acting up
flank.
with each
The
other.
flank
Yeah.
coming in quick. Yave's on site. I'm not sure if Frosty actually knows he's there, Kirk.
It's hard to deal with sometimes, and 3 Frosty's limbs looking pretty hurt right now.
Really sneaky play from Frosty, and even better read from Yeshmas to not take the fight. Time is ticking. Nice crossfire. As soon as the player Yeshmas made contact, Yave peeked out from the side and shot him. I mean, this is the kind of teamwork, folks. You see how it wins rounds, right? Coming out off rip, it seemed like Ancestral was going to be able to plant, or TFG was going to be able to plant, but Ancestral with a great defense. They lose the initial member there, Kirk. The player on Alley survives, doesn't give up his life. Selfish rotates in, like you said, and bam, crossfire, boom, 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 3 kills, and all of a sudden they go from being in total control of the site to, I keep saying website, the control of the bomb site to, like just everyone getting shot all over and everything just kind of crumbling in front of them. Really great retake or really great defense from Ancestral. Geistra's flicking, whiffing, Kafinas, the buddy system paying off, but Foxy is the 2 buddies in one, takes out both Alley players by himself, lets Frosty go to the grave, but not in vain. Selfish in this A main door. Oh, Twisted with a big kill on Yave on the flank. We heard those shots from the left side, somewhere towards mid or slanted. And just like that, another round back and forth, back and forth. This game, both these teams are playing so well, and TFG just slowly edging out, but Yeshmas with the one-way smoke kill.
What?
Selfish with the kill on the bomb planer. 2v2 situation here, Kirk. Oh my.
TFG were 2 members up right now. Now it's all the way back down to even. Ancestral putting in a lot of work on this retake here, as the 2 members of TFG actually are split up right now. So Ancestral has every opportunity to play off each other, but El Foxy shuts it down right away. Last member Selfish is going to get boxed in, though, if a decision is not made very soon. With 25 seconds left on the clock, that bomb is slowly ticking away. Selfish knows that a play needs to be made at this second, or else nothing's going to come out of this round, and the full push is the right play to make, but El Foxy is just a little too slick with that M4, picking up a lot of important kills in these rounds.
Yeah, the Sly Fox just too sneaky, cheeky with the little peeky, bops him on the beaky, and just like that, 3rd round going over to TFG and Kirk. This is a heavy, heavy defense-sided map. TFG on their map pick looking pretty darn good. If they can pick up 4 or 5 rounds and pretty convincingly on this half, Kirk, I think they have a very, very good chance on the defense to shut down Ancestral. Frosty popping off, Twisted popping off, Stripey, Joe, and Foxy. I think I said that. I don't know who I forgot, but Frosty all popping off right now. They just need to keep this up. Frosty, feeling Frosty, takes out Yeshmas, but does get traded by Yave. Good kill by Yave.
Huge battle out in mid is finally being the hole is finally being established as El Foxy yet again with 2 extremely important kills. Make that 3. It's Foxy in the hole. 3 headshots to the name as Twisted picks up the last one. AP rounds to the head for a decisive win for TFG on this 6th round.
And a big 6th round at that. Taking that 4th round on attack and in such a convincing manner. Sure, there was a buddy. I mean, we did see some of the buddy system coming out from Ancestral, but TFG always have 2, 3 together. No matter who dies, they seem to be trading almost immediately. So really just great refragging coming out of this attacking team. TFG making their map pick look pretty damn good, and it looks even better in the context of them pushing Oil Rig to the limit yesterday. Frosty finally dies. Geistra's taken out by Twisted. 4v4 situation. The back shots onto Yeshmas, but Yave trades out the Fox. 3v3. Pressure mounting on the B site. Yave fighting for his life with that M80 MDR. Does have a friend. Oh, TFG reads it, Kirk. They know. They kill Kafinas and they're rotating. He's smoked up, though. Yave with a good kill from the back onto Twisted. He's still running with the bomb, Kirk.
Oh, he
and
translated
Joe!
around! And Kafinas was in such a perfect spot if TFG opted in to go through the middle position, but they decided to go through the Ancestral spawn. And now with a second decision being made, they're going to head all the way back. Kofi was ready for it, and it seems like he hasn't done anything this round just because he's been out of position. He's putting pressure, though, and Selfish needs to wait for his teammate. But with an easy kill with Stripey with his back turned, it's now 1 up currently for Ancestral, who have that man advantage, and they need to play off of each other. Call Me Joe knows exactly where he is, called out by his teammate, punishes him for being in that corner. Nowhere left to run, nowhere left to hide. Call Me Joe has that bomb with 30 seconds left. Kofi is very aware of where exactly he's going to be. No need to be aggressive here because bomb isn't planted. I think this could result in a very easy pre-fire from Kofi. Shots ringing out. Nobody connects on that first one, but the second swing finally comes out, and Kofi is the winner of that round, picking up another win for Ancestral, who it seems like the last 3 sets of rounds have gone 2-2-2, and now it's going back for Ancestral to pick up that 4th second win in a row. So TFG picks up first 2, Ancestral picks up the second 2, TFG for 2, Ancestral is 1. So basing it off, statistical patterns here, Ancestral has to win this one.
That was a
Only
big
2
round
members
there.
up and in to defend this A site. It's going to be a little bit tough here. I think TFG look a little bit stronger when they're playing more aggressively. Buddy system yet again being used to boost. Foxy's ready for it, and the aggressive plays from Foxy and the indistinguishable aim that he has, it's not something you want to challenge straight up. You got to use your partner. Foxy, though, putting in a little bit of work himself as Foxy trades him right out. Selfish, last one remaining on site. Rest of the members of TFG push in. Bomb's being planted. Albe there to back him up. Stripey in a really tough position here. Oh! He didn't know about it. Stripey punished him for that one. Selfish trades him right back out. And Foxy yet again with another amazing kill. Selfish goes down. And it's all up to Yeshmas currently, who's 5-5. Tied up. If you want to get that KDA put up, this is where you do it. Too Twisted, though, coming off of that back lineup yet again for the 3rd time to show up and help TFG end this pattern of the 2-2-2. And finally, breaking it up 5-3 currently for TFG as we swap these sides. We're going to see how TFG has worked on this defensive setup.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out. Pressure mounting on both teams. But, I'm so impressed, Kirk. I really have to give my hats off to both these teams. They both pushed in to qualify. They both have clearly put in the work. And, TFG from last season to now are so incredibly developed. Stage 1 to stage 2 TFG, they look so good. And Ancestral, a brand new team, also looks so damn good. I mean, I'm really impressed with how both these teams are playing together. The crossfires, the buddy system. Yeshmas, nice nade onto the Tiger. They're really just doing such a good job, Kirk. It really is impressive. Yeshmas, though, gets naded back by Joe. He says, no, call me Joe. Bye, you go.
When Joe's on that other side, you know that a grenade's coming your way at any moment. We've seen how accurate and perfect those placements are from him. To the point where, wow, Too Twisted tries to get away, but not slick enough, not quick enough. 1 man up on the side of Ancestral's. Bomb goes down, and TFG have no site control at all. Wow, check that out. 2 for 2 is the last 2 members remaining. Have and Frosty, 1 with the shotgun. So Have knows that he needs to take the space here, or not take the space, rather, back up. And we see Frosty utilizing that Saiga 12. He knows he's got to get as close as possible to utilize it.
Clear it.
No
He doesn't
way.
clear it. He's such a sneaky little snake.
Oh, 3 seconds defuse. Frosty looking the wrong way.
He's trapped. Frosty can
He
run him
needs
down
to
and
know.
kill him.
Oh!
Oh!
M80 straight to the head is going to pen right through that Vulcan face shield. big plays. Have was looking really good there. He knew exactly what to do. He needs to back up, not challenge the Saiga 12 at a close range angle. Just let him go for the bomb, right? There's no reason to peek this right now. Excellent recognition from him, and congratulations, Ancestral, for having such a crazy comeback right now against TFG, who were up 2 rounds. That was really, really nice.
Really good round, and it came down to the 1v1. A very, very good defensive play after the bomb was playing. I mean, Yave really played that flawlessly. A little bit of luck that Frosty didn't clear, but you know, the time is mounting. You can only clear so many angles, Kirk. You got to make a decision. You got to pivot towards defusing that bomb at some point. Unfortunately, Frosty cleared, and then turned around just at the perfect time. And then Yave, with 12 seconds left, hits that disgusting hip fire shot. I mean, really great job coming down to the wire, fighting for their lives. And indeed, both these teams doing such a good job, Kirk. I can't stress enough, folks, how impressed everyone should be with both these teams for being, whether a refined lineup or a newer lineup, how they really are playing as a team. They're doing strategies, the smokes, the utility, the fragging, the rotations. I mean, really, hats off to both these teams. Geistrus with a nice kill. Stripey kills Yeshmas. Foxy doesn't realize that he's on. Nice smoke coming out from the attack. Look at this smoke, Kirk. We haven't actually really seen this one. He's actually smoking up the back boxes, not
I like
the
that
opening.
one.
Yeah, he's not smoking in the opening, but the back box is very, very interesting.
Very bold from Geistrus, I gotta say, challenging the first angle, taking some damage to the head and the thorax, and still continuing to push forward and grab some space so the rest of his team can follow up behind him. Still gets hit again in the thorax and still holds the angle. Finally backing up now to heal a little bit, but quite a bold play for Geistrus, who's gonna not even give up any more space at all, rather take it and just push even closer to this A site take. TFG looking a little bit too scared to challenge them on this. Bomb finally goes down, and nobody's really in a position to stop it, but El Foxy thinning the numbers out slowly. Taking space, Selfish. Some really good timing on the Foxy, and Ave picking a huge one up on Frosty, which is going to result in more of an even game now. And Ancestral's now up a current man, and Stripey, the last one alive with the Ash 12, isn't going to be enough because Geistra's on the map, and he's ringing out headshots left, right, and center.
Shots ringing out, and just like that, 5-5, even the score line. And it's so interesting that these teams are playing better on attack than defense when, you know, Kirk, pretty much every team seems to do better on defense than attacking. This map is just, it's a little wonky to attack at times. The defense is very strong where, you know, this game kind of flips that concept on its head. Both teams looking stronger on attack than defense. Wait. What do you think the difference is between, you know, some of the other teams we've seen with defensive prowess and these teams that are better at attacking? Oh, Twisted with a nice kill on the Geistrus. Selfish, looking to get Selfish. Nice pixel peek. Does a nice lean. Doesn't actually trade.
Wow.
Joe with a nice kill on the Yave. 5v3.
Grenade's so solid.
Grenade
Be
solid,
huge,
shot
yeah.
solid.
The Grenade's going to be a huge catalyst here to get them onto site. Mid control coming out.
I like this crossfire. Look at the buddy system. One at Parkour, one on Toxic. They're sitting on top of each other now in the back of Parkour boxes.
Ooh.
Frosty says no to Selfish. Going for the hipfire
Oh,
kill.
you
Kafinas
can't.
whiffing though. That's
Yeshma's
the problem with hipfire.
finally
We
coming
saw
back,
it
yeah.
flopping.
Oh,
Yeah,
of course.
Yeshma's killing
Joker
Stripey.
can't do that. You got to use that ADS to your advantage, especially when you're going up against Buckshot that you don't need to be entirely accurate with. There's so many pellets that can just ding you right in the face. Yeshma's opting in to pick up the Ash 12. Both of these weapons not having a lot of long-range capabilities. He's probably hoping for an M4 or something else. But has to work with what he's got.
I can't stop laughing because he just full autos and didn't pull down, and that thing went to the sky. Frosty, nice kills on that round, closing it out for TFG, picking up their first defensive round, 6-5. Now, can they keep the momentum here, Kirk? They open up with 2 big picks with a nade and a kill. They just need to keep that method going. But right now, again, the attacking team seems to be at the advantage in this game. It's got me scratching my head. What's the sauce? You know, I'm trying to figure out why why these teams look better on attack than defense.
I don't know. It seems like TFG, like I thought I favored them for an attacking lineup where I felt like their strongest suit was just another grenade. Are you kidding me? These grenades are so perfect, and it's like it's so hard to counter them. But like I was saying, I think TFG's strongest suit is their offensive attack. But then when you put them on this defensive lineup, sometimes they just pull something off that is kind of unbelievable and something you haven't seen before.
Nice kill. 4-4 right now. Little bit of a stagnant attack right now. Selfish looking to clear his angles. I believe that's Foxy in that A main, probably getting comms that they hear some footsteps. Kofinas, though, sneaking up through this smoke.
See, Venus is. This has been a couple times he's been sneaking through smoke, and seems like the majority.
No,
of
and
the time when you
Yave,
do that-
oh no, Yave
seems
gives
when
up the
you do that
positioning,
smoke,
Kirk.
Like they can't see your armband, and when you pop up out of that smoke, it just scares the crap out of you. And sometimes your reaction time is just too slick, and you accidentally end up killing your teammates. But boxed into this really slick position, Foxy is dominating yet again. It seems like Foxy's map is Bay 5. Foxy's game is the final one, is today, as the third headshot rings out for the rest of the members of Ancestral, who slowly fall to the hands of Foxy and the rest of the TFG lineup. 17-7.
Yeah, Foxy popping off. Leading the team right now heavily, 7-5 back-to-back rounds, and TFG, I think, finally picked up the momentum they needed. That round from Ancestral, it looked like they pumped the brakes a little bit. They were a little bit more hyper-aggressive, but TFG doing a great job on the D.
Yeah, you better back up when that knee comes flying. Call Me Joe having a little bit of something to say himself, though. Actually has 2 grenades ready to be prepped as a sight take is being pushed out immediately, and that's going to force Joe to have to run in. He's too far back to support his team. TFG holding this down like it's nothing. Bomb is down on site. Stripey picking up a little bit of one for himself, and Kofi and Yeshmas aren't out of the fight just yet as the rest of the members of each team are back down to even. Fight's going out mid, and with smoke being cut off, Too Twisted isn't going to be able to support his team. Stripey doesn't seem to need it, though, because the Ash 12 up close is going to decimate you. Headshot right to that shattered mask isn't going to protect you from anything. Wow. Through the smoke, as it slowly disperses, and Twisted finishes off that round. And TFG, what is happening? What happened to you? This is the TFG we want to see.
The TFG you want to see. Amateur moment, had my mic muted. 8-5 on match point right now, Kirk. Ancestral picked up those first 2 rounds, but bam, bam, bam. 3 very distinctive rounds.
Possible of the last round we'll see out of this game if TFG picks this one up. Foxy is so excited. 17 kills. Going crazy right now. May be able to single-handedly hold this site. Selfish, though. Has that helmet with SOST to shoot at it. It's not going to pen instantly, and just shots ring off. And finally, Foxy does take him down. That's a Vulcan you don't got to deal with later.
Vulcan you don't got to deal with, but Frosty's still alive. Says no to Yeshmas. Twisted. Oh, Twisted's in the God spot. If Twisted stops him right. Oh, and Twisted from downtown. What a great read from Twisted. Closing out the game on Kofinas just like that. TFG beat Ancestral 9-5 after Ancestral pushed Oil Rig to triple overtime. And yet TFG better on the day. GG's to both teams. Foxy, absolute breakout star performance, Kirk. What a game for both sides, but holy cow, TFG looking good.
I mean, everyone can see it, right? El Foxy, the star player of that game, but I have to say, within the last 3 days of throwing 2 Twisted on the lineup, onto the main roster, they have definitely not regretted that choice. So many clutch situations where Twisted has just single-handedly brought a round home that ended up being the catalyst for the overall win. Huge, awesome job from 2 Twisted, taken off of the substitution list, and I think TFG might have to offer him a full-time contract.
Good catch there, Kirk. I heard it coming out, but that was a really fun game to watch. Overall, great performance from both teams, and TFG just better on the day. Not much else to say. Frosty, Foxy, 2 Twisted, all popping off. The attacking side came out strong from Ancestral the first 2 rounds, but then they just kind of paused, and they kind of flatlined in the second half. I don't know what happened, Kirk, because they really did seem in the first 2 rounds to be in total control of the attack, even up the scoreline, and then just got slammed 4 rounds in a row. And maybe it's not fair to say slam, Kirk, but I mean, TFG were in control of those last 4 rounds completely. I mean, I didn't think they were at risk of losing them much.
No, other than that last round where it was just a 1v2 up against Twisted, who took the round home, ended up getting the win. But other than that, I think it was a very phenomenal defensive performance from TFG, who have sometimes, like, there's sort of a wild card team, I feel like, sometimes, where sometimes it's not going their way, and then other times they can just dominate performances and show what the true fighting spirit of the Friendly Guys is all about. And yet again, we still aren't done with them yet. We have one more match coming up on Skybridge, where it's going to be a defensive side for TFG starting there. So we all know, we all say it, that Skybridge is that defensive priority where you usually have that advantage, but how can TFG use that to their advantage and slowly push that snowball towards another win, where you can see an awesome win from TFG, which has been a while since they have actually claimed 2 maps for themselves.
Yeah, it's been a while indeed. I mean, they do have 1 win in the league. A second win would be awesome, but they really have done themselves a service here, Kirk, because I think based on the last game, unless things really go disastrous, they have such an edge on Ancestral in the standings right now based on that last game. So even if we go to a draw, if they can push it to the limit, I think TFG have done today what they came to accomplish, which is place as high as they can. Now the icing on the cake and the PA Stat Resistance would be to, just win, crush them on Ancestral's map, and I think they have the possibility to do it. I mean, individually, I think TFG are looking pretty spicy right now, Kirk. Ancestral looking good individually as well, but I mean, again, we saw it in the first game, Dakota versus Oil Rig. Oil Rig were the quote-unquote better team, and in this instance, I think TFG, again, just the buddy system coming out multiple times, the crossfires, the refragging, the overall defensive positioning. I mean, they just did such a good job playing together, where the first half, Ancestral was very unified on their defense. And then when it came to attacking, similar to what we saw with Decoded, there was this little dispersion in cohesion. There wasn't as much, they just weren't playing together every time. And then when the pressure started mounting, they became more and more passive on attacking. And then the game just kind of faded. So I want to see Ancestral this game lock in that confidence. They still can push TFG, Kirk. I think this is an even matchup.
This is super even, and it's actually surprising that you consider it that you would look at it so even. Because I mean, I agree with you too. But when Ancestral goes up against Oil Rig and puts up that insane fight, you would think that they would demolish any other team that they go up against on Bay 5. But that just proves that how diverse these different teams are. Where yes, Oil Rig might be the second top tier team, I guess, but when you go up against a team like TFG, who, going by leaderboard standings, may not be one of the strongest teams, but they just play so differently from the side of Oil Rig that they still lose way harder than they did against Oil Rig. So it's really surprising and interesting to see how different these lineups are and how unique each player is in their own role on their own team.
Yeah, no, that's actually a really fantastic point. Like, you think about Oil Rig as a team and being pushed to the limits, and then you have this new TFG lineup who really just, I mean, I couldn't identify a specific element, Kirk, other than the fact that TFG are playing really well together. I mean, pretty much every time someone dies, they're almost always refragged, or there's someone there to crossfire. It's not like these isolated fights, which is awesome to see.
And even with that being said, of course, sometimes you do need a star player to step up and really force those rounds into your favor. And we saw that from Foxy. Sometimes Foxy not being the top kill leader on the team, but this time really showed up and put the team on his back and took them all the way to that victory with a huge ending of 17 or 18 kills, which is awesome to see, especially on Bay 5, which is usually one of those maps that it's really tough to get your kills on because you have to be positioned so well to get them,
Right.
or else you'll be punished.
Right. Yeah, it comes down to positioning, to rotations, crossfires. Now,
No
thinking about
way.
this next
see-
match, Kirk. Yeah. Julie wins and then Geishus wins. Geishus, we're going to need to see the Moss files on the roll in chat. Sorry about that.
So the giveaway winner, Geistrus, congratulations. That is kind of crazy. I swear there's nothing going on there. It's a completely fair contest, and you know, we are very aware that Geistrus has been playing and does already own a copy of that arena key. So maybe befriend him, and maybe he'll get maybe he'll give it away.
Maybe he'll give it away. Indeed. Maybe it's part of his winnings. Who knows? Maybe he's got a second account. Maybe he wants to smurf silently.
Oh no.
Now, that being said, Kirk, TFG versus Ancestral. Now we're moving over to that Skybridge. Ancestral going to be picking Skybridge. TFG, as is tradition, having that choice of side, going to be picking the defensive side. Going into this game, Kirk, from last game to now, what does Ancestral need to pivot, you think, in order to get more rounds, push TFG further, and maybe even just push us to a draw?
I think it comes down to utility placement again, because Skybridge is just one of those maps where it's so hard to push through it, and unless you have perfect, pixel perfect like smokes, and you know, with the smokes that they're able to do, and we see how good they are on that, how good Joe is with the lineups with grenades. It is an indoor location, so sometimes it is a little bit difficult to line them up perfectly, but
Right.
yet again, I think on that defensive side, it's so hard to break through unless you can push those smokes and put them in the very proper position they need to be to allow the rest of your team to go on. Again, we saw in Dakota versus Oil Rig on Skybridge how important those flanks are. You need to have somebody or just some sort of strategy to stop those flanks from coming out or shut down whoever's doing it.
Right, right, exactly. I mean, the flank was actually a big pivotal point in that. Oh, Yave, M80 from downtown, no one on site. We see them running, but very quickly, this smoke should be able to plume, cover the site. Yes, they're rotating through tunnel at the two players inside of that U-turn Berlin wall spot, one in the tunnel by ramp, but unfortunately, the attacker is already pushed up towards blue ramp. The player on blue ramp might get shot in the back right now, though. Doesn't know someone's there. Oh, no, Joe puts so much damage onto Shellfish, but he's so beefy, does drop. Frosty and Foxy pick up two more. Guys just running through this site.
What?
Stripey just sitting up top, takes him down. Stripey, sneaky little tiger, takes both players out, and just like that, the first round goes over in a pretty convincing manner. I mean, Ancestral had such a good position on B, and then
It fell apart.
nothing.
It was so aggressive on that attacking, and they did pick a member off of TFG, and that gave them full opportunity to get that bomb down, but it slowly just fell apart, and El Foxy yet again coming out with 2 kills. Stripey also with 2 to just shut them down, and crazy defensive plays here. Splitting up a little bit now with 2 members of TFG now defending B. One's kind of in that jungle area though, waiting to rotate as more information is yet to be unveiled. Important control here from VIP. When you see the bomb going into VIP, usually we don't see that. Usually you just have one person in here kind of just holding it and putting pressure on as the bomb is kind of thrown through one of the 2 alleys there. Frosty, first one to fall. Grenades finally being deployed. So you can see how properly they are placed and if this is going to be able to get them onto site uncontested. Sometimes we see on the Skybridge site that they just kind of let them on for free and decide to play post plant. A lot of action going on the other side of the map. It's going to be all down to Stripey and El Foxy. The members have currently have the most kills on the board right now. And El Foxy, very, very nice from Have to understand that audio cues that El Foxy's probably coming around to punish your teammate on site. Pushes right up to support his teammate, and Stripey, last one alive, who is definitely more than willing to do it. Have to go up against at least one Vulcan, though.
Good shots from Geistrus. Does actually get shot in the head there. You know, we see how powerful this Vulcan Death Shadow combo is, Kirk. The amount of times we are looking through the POV of a player in that kit who's concussed is just outrageous. It's so darn strong. Even the PS12B bouncing off his face. It's wild. Now, again, even scoreline. Ancestral looked really good on this first round on B. They need to kind of pressure it. I think this is the key to the kingdom for them. Oh, what a great need on the Cafinas that player on mid-con Selfish picks up the other player. I believe there's still a player on that B side for the defense, though. TFG still in a position to hold. And just like that, Twisted, nice kill into one of the players on B.
Single-handedly holding this B site all by himself, just running back and forth and confusing the member. Yeshmas. Putting in a lot of pressure right now. He knows he's around, and he has to deal with them before any amount of pressure can be put back. Because if you just head over to A site to pick up your team, then you're leaving Twisted in a very good opportunity to flank. Here's Yashmas, though, flanking a little bit himself, kind of up through the jungle position, and Stripey's going to fall because of it. Call Me Joe, though, trades him right out. His bomb is now being planted, and Two Twisted is about to back up Call Me Joe any moment now. Good smoke here. It's going to allow the member in VIP to really defend this bomb, and Call Me Joe and Twister are going to have a lot to deal with right here. Long range angles.
Long range angles and only 25 seconds. But Joe, if anyone can frag out. Oh, Yave feeling himself. Yave looking so good. He's making me miss Lance. I remember the days of Lance back when there were presets in this game, folks. Lance was the most desirable badass class, and we see that continuing right now. Oh, man, that M80 cooking. We saw Astray struggling to kill people through the SA58 platform, but this MDR seems to be cooking right now, Kirk.
Yeah, very similar setup to that predetermined class that we used to have, because I do remember that Vortex site was definitely the one that was on it. So maybe reminiscing on the olden days and really missing that class, picking up that gun there with that specific site on it. Yeshmas, though, already in the heaven position to give Overwatch to the rest of his team as they start to push. 5-man offensive rush. Too Twisted, though, getting a little sneaky, having smoke to cut him off, so if he's not careful here, he's going to have to peek into a lot of the members. He does get one, but Yeshmas puts him down for a trade, and Geistrus picks up one for himself. Bomb is going down at this current moment. Smoke in a really good position to stop TFG from getting this bomb diffused. Plant is uncontested. 3 members of TFG now not together. They need to group up and play. Get some double peeks going on here. Call Me Joe, though, is just ringing shots through the box. And Guy and Kofi with about 75% of their HP left. The rest of the members of TFG finally link up and take full control of that bomb. There's way too many people to deal with. You can't push that corner because El Foxy and Stripey are ready to shut you down.
Wow.
Guy tries to do something about it, but the long-range Ash 12 that you don't expect is going to connect at some point.
The shots, the PS12B from downtown, killing him as he's rotating. Such a great retake there, Kirk. I mean, they had total control of the site. Geistrus with good kills. They picked up 2 kills, but that retake, none of the retake players got killed. I mean, not much else to say. They came in.
It was nice. TFG
they
like
came in
they
as
split
weapon.
up. they split up to try to, like, you know, pick off a member that was caught out of Ancestral, and once they realized that wasn't working, they all instantly grouped up together and took site all together at once. And with the smoke really putting in a huge play there too, once it finally dispersed, it gives them the opportunity to push through it all together and take a huge control of a 3-man defensive setup on top of the bomb, while 1 defuses and 2 watch.
Shots ringing out. Rotations back and forth. Seems like both teams playing the patient game. Geistrus in a great position right now. Stripey. The timing. Stripey, as he pops his stim, the other player walks past Geistrus. Joe holding that nade for the post plant. Foxy likely calling that the smoke's coming out between Headshot and Filbo right now. Tanking shots. Foxy, we could see, put down his face shield, so he definitely got shot in the face. Still choosing to keep it on, choosing that tankiness over the vision. Yave
choosing not to heal either. Oh, very nice. B site being contested, so the rotate can't come out quite yet. As Ancestral finally getting that bomb down. Here's the perfect nade, though. A little bit too late on that one. Twisted not able to help his team out. He needs to get there quick to get this bomb defused. Still so many bodies left up on the board right now, as the Ancestral setup is extremely passive, backing right up and allowing TFG to get full site control, confusing the likes of the team, and they have no idea where to look. The members of TFG slowly fall 1 by 1. It was Stripey to end it last time, but with 3 members remaining and only 20 round mags, it's going to be tough.
And a big 3rd round for Ancestral. Stripey, Foxy, and Twisted doing their best to carry the team, but right now, Ancestral picking up this 3rd round. Not sure if there's a fix for this. Kafinas, Yeshmas, Geistrus, Selfish, and Yave all performing right now. Looks like on the other side, it's pretty heavily leaning on the top 3 members right now. A little bit action out of Joe and Frosty, Kirk, and I think this scoreline will turn around very, very quickly.
No, and this is kind of what I mentioned in the game before, where I can see Ancestral are really splitting up those kills, so you can tell that they're putting in equal effort and relying on each other through teamwork and strategy. But TFG, it seems like a lot of the kills are just coming out for El Foxy and Stripey. We need to get Call Me Joe and Frosty in there to back up your team and really rely on each other, so you can get full trust going on and not second guess yourself. Geistrus starting it right off onto Frosty. Very nice long range kill. See how this V40 pushes Foxy off of that angle, and that may just give them an opportunity to push now. Smoke's being deployed. El Foxy just shots right through VIP. Bomb finally gets planted, and let's see if they back up again. Yeah, so they're going to do this again. They're going to fall back and make TFG have to clear these corners that nobody's in and distract them. Very, very nice smoke, though. Ave getting completely cut off as 2 members of TFG are going to push him. They're not... Oh, he was ready this time. Call Me Joe getting 1, but Selfish 2 for himself. 2 headshots. Geistrus picking up just another one, and wow. Seems like Ancestral's attacking setup here is to get the bomb on site and then back up so far to the point where TFG have so many angles to clear, and as they're twisting and turning looking for the members of Ancestral, they just can't lock in a position on where they're from, and that gives them an opportunity to peek and take them down while they're distracted. How many times can they do it, though? Can't do it so many times to the point where TFG isn't going to recognize it and start playing against your strategy. 4 members opting in to defend this A site this time. 2 members of Ancestral going to be like they did before. TFG switching up the defensive lineup. Oh, Call Me Joe almost getting caught out there. Shots look like they did ring off, but didn't connect. El Foxy taking this really crazy laydown position inside VIP to put down Selfish. which is a huge pickup right now. The top kill leader on the board, Have, with only a small amount of HP left, but shots from downtown. Kofi, M856A1, Tracers flying from the HK416. Frosty, though, wants to take a little bit of space here, not let any rotates come out. Very nice. Yashmas goes down, but Frosty, if he's not careful, there's one right behind him.
Right behind him, and bam, bam, Frosty and the Fox get taken down from behind, just like you said. Twisted trying to move up, Bomb pushing towards that site. Twisted in that 1v2, been playing super well in the last few games, been able to clutch. Oh, Kafinas, though, this is such a smart play, but Kafinas takes the aggressive re-swing. TFG not expecting it, and just like that, Twisted has his mind twisted by the Kafinas strategy. Bam, bam, 5-2 going in almost into the next half here, Kirk, and Ancestral are in total control of this game.
They definitely did switch it up right there, and I saw one of the members of TFG, Call Me Joe, push up on an extremely aggressive angle onto that A site, just waiting for them to come up and you know, do the standard play that they did the last 2 rounds. But instead, Ancestral backed off a little bit and put more pressure into VIP, allowing one of the members to push up so far to grab space and completely stop any rotates. So I knew at some point that Ancestral wasn't going to be able to do that strategy again, and they did change it up at the appropriate time. Yet again, Stripey is just somehow connecting these Ash 12 shots from so far away.
Yeah,
Such a
the
heavy
dash.
bullet.
Yeah, it's normally like a flop or a distance, but they're just flopping the enemy with them. I mean, that it's over 100 flesh damage with 47 or 48 pen. Ooh,
How do
the
you do
read
that?
by Selfish onto Foxy. Right now, Ancestral just have their number, Kirk. Again, Yeshmas takes out Twisted, and it seems like the pressure's starting to mount. Ancestral taking this momentum and running with it. Now they just need to keep picking up these rounds. Go into the half 6-2. Right now, 4-3 in the round. 4-2 in the round. Kafinas total control of B. Look at that bomb rotating. Frosty may be able to catch him. Oh, with the hip fire. Absolutely brutal blue laser bashing coming out of Kafinas. Tiger says no, no, no. Blows the brain of Kafinas away, and just like that, bombs get planted. Oh, almost again. Oh, he runs out of ammo. He might have actually
So
won that.
close.
Kirk and Ancestral pick up the 6th round.
I was going to say, if he picked it up, somebody take that weapon away from that man. It is too dangerous. Not often you see someone that doesn't have an M4 or MCX on the top of the kill leaderboard, but wow. I love to see things like that where weapons not usually picked come out and shine and potentially, you know, could influence other teams to try out different weapons. I'm also really interested in the point where Arena gets an update and we get to see all the new cool guns that are in Tarkov get pushed into Arena. AA-12, you know, SR3. I think it'd be really, really cool to see and how they can utilize that. Starting off strong with a very offensive, defensive play on this A site where they're pushing up so far, and Frosty, one of his teammates going down. He's known with the ass, can't let them get away with it. And Kofi, yet again, going extremely aggressive. And Stripey looking the wrong way, goes down. Call Me Joe actually is the one to take out the one that was going for him. TFG right now and Selfish holding this really nice angle, so Call Me Joe has to set up this nade perfectly. Pushing him off the angle. VIP control is here. Call Me Joe is going to be able to get away with this bomb plant, no problem.
Ooh, it does get flashed, but gives him the chance to actually heal. Smokes out on both sides. Bomb going to be pushing past bench on the site. One in elevator, one in VIP.
Very, very quiet so far. Bomb has been down for a good amount of time, and nobody has yet to move yet. Selfish, though, has to very, very be careful here because there's so many angles you got to clear. We saw how this happened before. Call Me Joe gets put down. Rest of the members of Oh, almost takes out his teammate. This is where you need to play right here. 15 seconds left, and somebody needs to die, or else you're not going to be able to get that bomb defusal. Still one member. There it is, the one in VIP. You got to clear that out. Twisted punishes him for that. Very nice position of that bomb's planted, too. Sometimes they opt in for a really safe plant, putting it on the box, and if you do that, you run the risk of the defensive side being able to defuse the bomb in a really safe position that VIP can't contest from. So good placement on that bomb plant on the side of TFG.
Six, 6-3. A big round indeed. Just got to continue down this path. That was a great series of exchanges right there at the beginning of the last round, Kirk. Each team, you know, they traded out 4 or 5 players where one would get a kill and then trade back and forth until all those players died. Foxy, Geistras, Yeshmas takes out 2. Yeshmas takes out 3. Frosty finally puts an end, says no to Yeshmas.
Puts an end to the
Bombs
rampage.
down. Yeah, bombs down, though, Kirk, in a really bad spot based on where their positioning is.
Yeah, and you know what? I think the only time they're going to be able to take this is now, while that smoke's up. Oh, Kofi actually getting really close. Close but no cigar. Backpack finally gets picked up, and that should be an audio cue for Kofi that somebody's there, because he doesn't hear that ticking anymore. Smoke is still available. If you can use this to cut off VIP, it'd be huge. Oh no, that was not good. There was so much opportunity for a rotate there. Now it's all down to Twisted yet again in this 1v3 situation. Beautiful tracking from Selfish to headshot him right out of the air. And a win for Ancestral on their own map pick, who's looking really strong right now.
Yeah, 7-3. Leading the way, and pretty convincingly. You know, it's funny how these teams on their map picks look very strong. Ancestral picking this map for a reason. Bay 5 picked by TFG for a reason. Now, can Ancestral close this game out, though, Kirk? I know they're in the lead, but TFG still have the capability of pushing back.
This A-side setup from both teams, they always opt in to be extremely aggressive on it, and they end up, Selfish! Handing it out. Boom, boom, boom! Let me get 3 booms in chat. That's going to be a huge hit to the TFG lineup. They know that this round is so far away from going in their favor. They have to put in so much work here to thin out these numbers and get an advantage somehow. Grenades still available to be deployed, but I think with all the members back site, it's going to be way too hard to connect these. Through the smoke, though, El Foxy isn't quite out of it yet. 2 members getting a little bit pushy here. Not playing with the team, though, and that punishes Joe. Last member, El Foxy, with a huge kill lead in the last game, isn't going to be enough for Kofi to just full swing that. Fire rate of the HK beats the fire rate of the M4, and that's resulting in 1 round win away for Ancestral.
1 round away on match point, and very convincingly. Last match was much more back and forth. This has definitely been Ancestral's game. I see why they picked this map. Selfish popping off Kafinas, Yeshmas, the buddy system multiple times, the refragging, the trading. I mean, the strategy, the fundamental defense, the smokes. They're pretty much using every tool in the toolbox right now, Kirk. And it's showing how the preparation in the pick map is actually paying off. Clearly been putting in the work.
Man, work from both teams is definitely nothing short of a huge feat for both of them. So much time has been put in to practicing and strategies that they can't let it go to waste just yet. TFG still have time to put everything back to work, as it starts off pretty well with 1 man up for the side of TFG. Yet again, these long-range angles, we see these so often, and El Foxy is quite a headhunter himself, that connections are almost being made, but they don't want to get too aggressive here, and I don't blame them, because you overstep one single time, and that's going to be a huge catalyst to losing this final round. With smoke being deployed, and that gives Have the perfect opportunity to push out and punish one of them. Last one alive, though, is on the B site, and bomb is very available to go down right now. Kofi needs to push as quick as he can to punish it, because he knows there's nobody else to defend except that one Call Me Joe. Full advantage of that is taken out, and with a 3 versus 3 situation, TFG has to push as quick as possible to stop this. We've seen this before. There's 3 members on site, on the B site, and they can just single-handedly hold it, but it doesn't matter because TFG have so little time left to stop it. Ancestral, with the very small amount of time on the clock, end up locking it away, and TFG are done for. Not completely, though, because this is a tied matchup. 1 point being dispersed for each team who have played their hearts out in the last day of the HPL2. We thank them so much for coming out and putting in work, showing exactly what everything is made out of. Thank you, TFG and Ancestral, for coming out and having an awesome time, putting on these amazing performances for everybody at home to watch.
Yeah, such a banger game. What a way to end the season for both teams. TFG on their map pick going absolutely crazy. Good crossfires, good teamwork. And then we get to the next map, Kirk, and again, Ancestral do the same thing. The preparation is so clear. I mean, they took control of the site every round on attack. On defense, they weren't pushed around. I mean, just an overall fantastic job from both teams. And it really shows, Kirk, how the preparation is one of the secret sauces. You go to the map you picked, you're prepared on it, you win. You fight your enemy on the map they picked, they're prepared on, they win. You know, it really shows the balance of these teams, too. So hats off to both teams. Really fantastic job on the day, guys.
Yeah, and I got to say, probably one of the best games that I've casted so far in terms of like lineups. I'd say they're so equal. We spoke about this before, but they go back and forth with each other so often that it seems like they just don't even have any sort of like play that can really push themselves forward, and so one team can be called the better one of the two. I think they're so evenly matched that it's so hard to tell exactly how they're going to be placed, but both of them playing so well to the point where there's no reason that they shouldn't be here in the HPL EuroLeague. They played phenomenal.
Yeah, no, a fantastic job. Hats off. Thank you guys for being in the league, TFG. Thank you guys for being in the league, Ancestral. That being said, folks, as we wrap up our second match, we are going to go to a 6-minute break. That way everyone can get some snackies, get ready for another banger game of EPA versus Pandaric, folks, because EPA is fighting for their lives in the tournament in this next game. We'll catch you soon.
We are back, ladies and gentlemen, for the very final day of the HPL EuroLeague. This is, of course, the Season 2. Had an awesome time in the Season 1, but so many more opportunities that we have at Hunt Premier ready for you in the upcoming years. Everything is going to get bigger and better, and we're so excited to be part of it. Welcome back. We just saw a huge game, TFG and Ancestral, who both went 1-1 on each of their map choices. Bay 5 for TFG, Skybridge for Ancestral. One of the most even matched up teams that we saw so far. Last game of the day, of course, so that was it for them. And we also saw Decoded and Oil Rig earlier have an awesome couple games there. So big thanks to those 4 teams for coming out, and welcome back, Blue. EPA versus Pandaric. I don't know. I think it's going to be, I don't know. It's going to be pretty easy prediction on this one, I have a feeling.
You know, I don't want to give too much credence to EPA, but I do agree that going into this game, EPA is heavily
You got to be
favored.
realistic sometimes.
Yeah. No, I mean, Panda has shown some claws recently, but I do think if EPA come in full force, they're heavily favored in this game, Kirk. And I think EPA have so much passion behind them, so much juju behind them, that I think they have to fight for their lives today, Kirk. There's a lot on the line. And speaking of what's on the line, let's look at the lineups, folks, as we head into this next game. Walker, Blitzer Girl, Goes, Rapid, and Kaner. Train actually going to be a substitution for Goes on that team, folks. So going to be Walker, Blitzer, Train, Rapid, and Kaner playing together. On the other side, Pandaric going to be having out Hallcrux, Lost, Schmexy, and Denny looking to battle up. Now, Kirk, looking at this lineup with how EPA played yesterday, EPA was looking very good. Unfortunately, they didn't manage to take any of the games yesterday, but individually, there were definitely some sparks. But the same thing can be said for Pandaric.
Yeah, I have to say that EPA was looking really, really strong. Sometimes they do have a little bit of times where they're struggling a little bit, but I think maybe, I don't know, I think just absolutely domination is what's going to come out today. EPA is a team that I usually do predictions on, and whenever they tie, it always usually ends up being right. But I'm not going to do that right now. I don't want to give any amount of caster curses going on. But Pandaric inside of Out and Hawkcrux performing really well. Schmexy putting a little bit on the board right there. But sometimes it's really difficult, especially going up in one of these top-seeded teams like EPA. Now, on the side of EPA, the last couple times we've seen them, Goes has been swapped out for Train. We're going to see if that comes back in here today. Going to be really exciting to see. We love to see those substitution players finally come in and get a chance to shine. So starting off on EPA, it's going to go over to the map picks. We're going to check out what exactly that they picked out. Up on first, EPA picking up that Fort location. Now, I know aside from Bowl, Fort is definitely their second most favorable matchup, where they have been performing not exactly perfect on previous tournaments. So I guess the only previous tournament that Fort was included in, but so far in the HPL EuroLeague Season 2, they have had so much success here, and I don't see why at all they wouldn't pick this one. So it's going to be really interesting to go back to Fort today, as we have not seen it yet. And what is that map player on the second side? I feel like we've seen this a couple times.
The Bay in Bay 5 picked by the Pandaric lineup, and Bay 5, EPA has a very interesting history. Sometimes they come out swinging, but overall, I feel like EPA has definitely been on the, let's just say Bay 5 for EPA has been on the lower end for them of desirable maps. A lot of the time, they're fighting teams like Oil Rig or Sicario on it, so there's always that kind of extra pressure. We're here against Pandaric. They should be able to hold their own just a little bit better. Now, that being said, though, focusing in on the first map here, Kirk, Fort, if Walker, I'm expecting Walker to pull out that Vector again. And in this CQB close quarter map,
sir.
I'm expecting some serious cookage. We know how good Blitzer is at the angles and clearing the flanks. We know how good the rest of the team is. And Walker was really, when he pulled out that Vector yesterday, he was popping off. So I want to see that Vector in these close quarters, because it gives such the ability, Kirk, to take out multiple players on the flank. And Walker is one of those really sneaky players. He's very patient. He's very methodical. He'll take time And with that rip ammo, we saw people dying in 2-3 shots here, Kirk. I mean,
Yeah.
pretty scary stuff for a CQB map.
Yeah, and come along with patience through flanks from Walker is also kind of aligned with his usual very nice placements of grenades that we know him so well for. He's so patient and just times them really perfectly sometimes. I think it's more or less going to the side of Kaner, who's kind of picked up that grenade roll at some point. I think both
Right.
of them at some point, they go back and forth, but more recently we've seen Kaner have a lot more success on connecting those grenades and getting huge impacts out of them, resulting in huge round wins. There's definitely a few times where I've seen Kaner pick up triple nade kills like it was nothing
Right.
for him. He just eats them for breakfast.
He eats them for breakfast and then hucks them at the enemies, and then they eat them for lunch because, he's just regurgitating these nades that he switched from, more of like this opening role to more of a control player. And I really like it coming out of Kaner. Now, going into the game, baby, our 5th game of the day, folks. EPA versus Panderic. If you're just tuning in now, this is our 5th match of the day, and EPA needs every single round here, folks. Currently sitting in 3rd place, but they need to push every round because there's 2 teams on their heels. Lalo opens up on Blitzer. Lalo on Rapid. Hallcrux picking up the 3rd. Just like that, 2 remaining members of EPA. 1 remaining. Oh, no. Train takes out 1. Kaner takes out 1. Ollie finishes out the round in a pretty convincing first round coming out of Panderic on defense.
EPA falling at the hands of Panderic. This is the Panderic that we want to see single-handedly taking down the side of EPA as a full rush of A site has commenced for EPA. They sent all 5 members there, and they all 5 fell. Not something we usually see. We'll see a couple usually split up, but I mean, you're going to send all 5 there. Panderic are more than happy to slowly rip your team down one by one.
Slowly rip them down, but we're not going to get ahead of ourselves just yet, folks. First round, not going to play out how the rest of the map plays out. Blitzer moving up past Rechill into this marked area. Ooh, Rapid, nice Rapid opening kill. Schmexy still at headshots, smokes pluming all over. Looks like they're going to be clearing the site and trying to force the plant fairly quickly here, Kirk.
Yeah, we've seen this strategy a lot, actually, from a few different teams where it's just a kind of smoke to use for concealment as you try to get away with a plant. And obviously, the defensive side is always going to just start, spamming shots through that smoke and trying to connect something. But when that bomb goes down, it gives way more of an advantage as that smoke finally dissipates, as everybody on the attacking side is in their defensive setup positions. And Denny's just not looking the right way, but he actually does connect with his Walker, just can't fully aim up to get the proper shots he needed to get. He falls down at the hands of him, and Lolo getting a little bit of one for himself, back to a 3v3 situation with the 2 big players right now, Kaner and Rapid back on the board yet again. That's 2 for Kaner. Lalo doesn't want to end it just yet, but Train finally closes it out as EPA ties it up 1-1.
1-1 and pretty convincing back-to-back rounds. Panderic slams round 1. EPA slams round 2. Kaner, nice 3 kills down from D2 towards that headshot back of the site's position. Oof. Panderic, not really possible for them to move up in the standings here, Kirk, but what they can do as their final moment is push EPA down the leaderboard, and they can really hurt EPA today. So Panderic maybe not fighting for anything other than pride, but they have the ability to affect the standings greatly. Walker
There you
taken out
go.
by Ollie.
Going back,
It's amazing how
previous
much pressure. No, sorry, Kaner. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, going back on previous performances of EPA, Walker is always favoring that second floor mid area and sometimes getting in that goofy little jump spot that he loves. So it's really nice in the recognition of Panderic to catch him out there, and just too many members for Denny to deal with. And Kaner finally goes in, finishes him off in 5 kills for Kaner right now. It ain't Blitzer's game. It ain't Rapid's game this time. Welcome to the Kaner show.
Yeah, Kaner always been a pop-off player, trying to find his proper position on this EPA lineup since joining. Seems like they really have found a good use for him. He's been getting the opening frags, good use of utility, good protection post-plant. really just playing well. Lalu takes out Train. Oh, Schmexy takes out one. Blitzer doesn't take out either player from behind. They're both holding. Very, very risky swing right there. Rapid now put into the 1v2 situation. Oh, you know, she got out of there. That was so risky to re-swing there, Kirk. Very brave, but very deadly.
Running out of ammo, unfortunately forced to back up, and with Rapid with quick flicks, they almost connect. He's done it so many times before where it's a left-right swing, almost a full mouse pad swipe, I would imagine, and they just connect. This time, there's 2 players to deal with, and you can't flick that quick.
And the irony, Kirk, I don't know if you caught it, but the assault player's helmet, there was the concussed icon, so the reverse tanking headshots. Rapid did hit the headshot, but unfortunately it got eaten by that Cayman helmet. Oh, man, the irony coming out. The Enforcer dying to the tankiness. That being said, Panderic up in this game on EPA's map choice. What do you think, Kirk?
I'd love to see it, right? We want to see Panderic do good, and we want to see them at least get 1 win before this tournament ends. And with the last day, there's so many stakes on the line to prove why you were so good enough to make it through qualifications. And this is the time to show it. Especially, it would be a huge kind of put down for EPA if you could do it on their map pick. Strategy coming out yet again. It's very standard, where I would say that holding a grenade would be a good counter to this one.
Nice kill from Blitzer onto Ollie. I believe that was one of the players flanking through Marked. Bomb got planted. 3 members alive on the defense. Blitzer coming from behind. Takes out one. Man, Blitzer on the flank is just so deadly. Kaner takes that one. Schmexy alive. Gonna swing. Doesn't even respect. Wait, Rapid got the kill. The sandwich. 3 people peeking into Schmexy. Blitzer, great rotation, great flank. 2-2, evening up the scoreboard. The Pandas clawing back, but EPA, make no mistake, they're here to play.
Got to compliment EPA's role taking. They all have their roles. They stick to it so well. And you know what? I think the most important roles that they have are recognizing that Blitzer and Rapid are very similar type of play style, where, of course, a lot of those frags are going to be coming out in each of those players. But they split them out. Ollie out. Ollie, what are you doing? Ollieing the frag over the buildings, hitting the insane lineup of EPA who have slowly just... Oh no, they were slowly coming back, and now all of a sudden, Panderic, what have you done to them? Anyway, before I was interrupted by that beautiful triple nade, Blitzer and Rapid, very similar players. I love how they position themselves far away from each other, because if you put 2 hyper-aggressive fraggers beside each other, they're just going to get into each other's way. And they're so good at recognizing that, and they put them apart, and they let them shine on their own sides of the map.
Yeah, and it's funny because they're both hyper fraggers with 2 completely different play styles. Rapid being that opener, initial picker who they send in like the rabid wild mongoose, where Blitzer, the slow, methodical, patient player that presses the buttons of the enemy from behind, from the side, always looking to find, you know, the break in the armor that they can cause to kind of crumble the defense. Walker, nice smoke going out. They might try to push through mid based on this smoke. They're smoking out that beacon. Not sure exactly what they're going to do. Yeah, they're going to push through that middle. Look at that. They're going to run into one, though. Ollie holds it. Blitzer needs to pick the bomb up and not get refragged right away.
An incredible achievement this would be if they could pull it off after they got decimated by that nade. And Blitzer looking the wrong way, knows that there ain't much time left on the clock. This bomb's got to go down right now. And Denny is also aware of that, punishes her for that time.
Punish her for that time. And another case of, you know, I guess she assumed no one was there. Maybe she had some info or some communication. Surprised she didn't clear to her right. We've seen that a few times today, actually, Kirk. Repeat players walk onto sites assuming it's clear. I guess with such little time left, you know, they're trying to make a play. They're trying to get the bomb down, but still a little bit of diligence goes a long way in these games.
Oh, I like this cannon lineup here.
Ooh.
I've yet to see that a couple times, but that is nearly perfect. I always stress how important it is to not leave cannons open. It seems like Panderic just wants to do that.
What a nade, too. You see that one going into
Yeah.
the spiral entrance. That's really wild.
Yeah, and with B site being so hard to nade on because they have those like kind of platforms up top that can block them, that kind of shield them from above nades. But there is a little gap. Here's that position that I was talking about that Walker likes to enjoy so much, and Kaner unfortunately getting flanked on, not ready for the Lalo himself. Blitzer taking advantage of that open cannon's position. Denny has every audio cue he needs, but Blitzer's a little too slick with it, and a second swing results in Denny's headshot onto Blitzer. 2 down for the side of EPA right now. Next falls Walker as Panderic. What is going on? You're looking so clean right now.
Looking so clean and in the worst match possible, but Rapid says no mas rapido with the back-to-back kills. Schmexy on A, looking to hold the bomb. I believe Schmexy's reading the rotate. Schmexy in such a good spot at this ninja spot. However, if Rapid peeks out, nice. Schmexy, great positioning. Gonna kill Train for free, and Rapid's not in the angle to refrag. Oh, but he doesn't secure the kill.
The mandible fast MT from Train was almost enough to tank it, but with too much health already dispersed, it was an easy pickup, but only a couple of bullets needed to connect. But here's Rapid yet again in these quick flick situations, but he's a little bit too quick for him to catch up with.
Schmexy! Look at the disgusting movement and aim coming out of Rapid from that POV, and yet Schmexy, feeling sexy, outmaneuvers him, blasts him from the side, picks up the 4th Panda round.
That's so
what a
nice.
defense right here, Kirk.
So nice.
I mean, I can't believe Panderic is pushing EPA so hard on their own map. And this is very concerning because Bay 5 is not the best friend of EPA. This is their map pick. They need every round possible. And let's not forget, folks, later on in our final match of the day, Team LEDX is also going to be fighting for their lives against Sicario for these seeds. Every round is needed for EPA. Can Pandas be the one who punish EPA and push them down the ladder? Can that happen, Kirk?
I don't know, but if that does happen, I'd say that was probably the last thing people would have on their bingo cards to tick off. They would expect, because that would be quite a feat from Panderic to say that they took down EPA in one of the most decisive maps in the fort. I would say that was crazy, but what is that angle right there? Schmexy getting up on that box, using the crouch to reduce recoil. The rest of the members of EPA seem to have full site control. What is Panderic doing? You're all on A. The amount of time it's going to take them to rotate here, they're not going to have much time to actually deal with the rest of the members once they actually start making their way towards us. Blitzer slowly whittles down the team. Schmexy taking a little bit of damage there, but has about 35 seconds left in the round to heal up and push with the rest of Panderic. Looking really good before, but I don't know if Panderic has it this time. What? Ollie! Rapid trading out just a little bit more, and 2, it's all up to Lalo. MCX, Spear, 26 rounds for 2 members. Can he do it? The Vulcan is probably going to tank those FMJ shots, but what was that? What was that? Was he in semi-auto?
Oh my, he just shredded Train, but Rapid feeling himself, picks up 3 kills, great refags, great trade. Yeah, I mean, Rapid. This is what they need right now. Unfortunately, Panderic just pushing them to their absolute limits. Ollie, the rest of the team going a little crazy here, Kirk.
I think I had an audio problem for a second because when I saw him swing around, all I heard was a 1-tap. I don't know if that's what you heard either, but it sounded like he was on semi-auto and just cleanly placed that 1-tap, but I would imagine it was full auto.
Yeah, I think it was full auto because he had just swing Rapido. Oh, nice. Train also had her teammate on the right side or left side holding that crossfire. That was a really aggressive play from Ollie. Not exactly sure why the hyper aggression came out. Maybe trying to catch them lacking from behind. Hawkrux evens up the numbers, though, on to Walker. 4-4 on the scoreboard. Rapid Walker Rapid looking to get Rapid over here. Rapid, unfortunately, sent to the grave by Lalo. Lalo feeling so damn good. Denny in his cheeky play. Again, another player not clearing their corners. Check your corners, folks. There's always someone hiding. 2v3 situation. Bomb's getting planted, Kirk, but it's way closer than it should be.
It's super close as the remaining members of Pandaric are slowly closing in, and Hawkcrux just evens it out just a little bit more. One time for Kaner. He showed up already. It's been the Kaner show at the start. Can he continue to push it? No! Double peek coming out. One from Spa, one from the side of sight. It's going to be too much for Kaner to deal with, and Pandaric come away 5-3 against EPA. Not something we expected at all. Huge plays from Pandaric and big teamwork on that last round. Swapping sides, though, it's going to be resulting in a huge switch up in strategy.
Wow. I'm shocked. I mean, EPA has looked so damn good on this map. Definitely looked very seasoned on this map, and yet the Pandas are pushing back so damn hard, man. Oh, goodness. Maybe we got some defense-sided favoring coming here, Kirk, but the shots were good. The positioning was good. I mean, even Rapid losing that 1v1 against Schmexy with the Schmovement. They're cooking right now, Kirk.
Yeah, you can't win them all, right? Rapid is usually always winning those situations, but it's going to come to a point where someone challenges your very best and will definitely take you down at some point. Let it be the members of Pandaric, where we finally can see them shine. It's against such a legendary team of EPA. Now, I know so far I've seen EPA play defensively on Fort. It's been really solid. They usually send Blitzer to A site all by herself and just kind of put in a huge amount of defensive work while Rapid is going to the B, but it seems like, what is this play here? All members of EPA going for that A defense. Train coming off of the substitution list to grab a quick 2, doing so good. Rapid getting one for himself, but Schmexy puts down the fragger of Blitzer herself as one member left, Hawkcrux with that AS Val. He's always using this weapon, and it shreds so well, but there it is right there. Rapid putting in too many bullets, and he had to reload. Walker, though, finishes the job off, and Hawkcrux doing as much as he can there, and I gotta say that it was a good attempt.
Good attempt, but a fourth big round, almost eating the scoreline. A good way to open up. 2 players remaining. There were kills back and forth here, Kirk, but a massive round. Now, if they pick up this next round, the score lines even, the momentum is diffused from the Pandas. And, you know, this is kind of the tale of the day. We see on defense all these teams playing well, and then when they get to attack, the individualism versus the team cohesion starts to come out, Kirk. Can the team of Pandaric keep it together on the attack?
I don't know, but so far, right at the start, a huge opening pick and a huge member to take down on the side of EPA. Rapid is no longer available to help the rest of his team, but Blitzer isn't quite out of it yet. Needs to stop that cannon push. You can't just leave this open. Proper nade lineups, though. It is a little bit scary to hold that. Brain getting a huge double kill last round, but unfortunately it gets taken down by Denny, and Blitzer hucking a really nice grenade over the fort into the face of Schmexy. Lalo FPS goes down, and Ollie and Hawk are just here to finish the job off, but Blitzer gets a very crazy double kill all of a sudden. 1-2, buckle her shoe.
1-2 buckler shoe, and Blitzer with the fantastic closing out of the 5th round with the ace clutch, baby. Coming now, Blitzer girl. Boom, boom, boom. Wham, bam. Thank you, ma'am. Evening up and ripping the momentum. I think that's a big blow to the Pandas there.
It's got to happen at some point. These individual players on EPA are so skilled in their own right, and at some point that wolf is going to come emerging from outside of them and just destroy the side of Pandaric. But now it is all up to a tied game right now where anyone can take it.
5-5. A big opening kill onto Kaner. Walker and Blitzer, though, answering very strongly.
Schmexy's still in the fight, though, up 10 kills currently, highest on the leaderboard, while Lalo just tied him to 10. Hawk Crux, though, putting in a lot of work himself. Loving that AS foul, and that's just how strong that is. Just a couple bullets to the thorax is all you need with SP6. It tears and it shreds, and Hawk Crux is here to play it. Schmexy up top in this second floor position that Walker loves so much, but using it to his advantage this time. At some point, that bomb's got to go down. You can't fake it so many times, and Waldo with 11 bullets. Forced to reload and back up. I think both players actually ran out of bullets. What is this crazy back and forth inside Spiral? Train actually die to a bleed.
Dying to a bleed, and Panda's pushing into the lead just like that. Back and forth, back and forth. Panderic. What a confidence booster this must be. I would love to hear the internal comms right now. Let's beat them. Let's beat them. We must win a game. And they're close, Kirk. 3 rounds. 3 rounds from winning their first map of the season.
Seeing a lot of pandas in chat. We got a lot of Panderic fans here ready to see them destroy the line of EPA if they can do it. There is so much on the line in terms of prestige and achievements. Everybody is here waiting for it on the final day of HPL2. Second floor position, yet again, Walker is ready to do something with it. Sneaking up. How many times have we seen somebody sneak up through smoke and then get punished for it? A few times so far. Bay 5 being one of them, and Walker with a little bit of a shorter barrel on that M4. He's not going to quite reveal his position as quickly as he'd hope, but Schmexy does get a glimpse of it and punishes him for getting too close to that door frame as 1 minute is left on the clock. Shots start ringing out, and here we go. A final decision on what site they're going to be going to is going to come out at any moment.
3 members remaining on both teams here, Kirk, and we see nice flank from Train. Train going to be getting the info. The bomb's going to be rotating. If Train reads this and rotates back. Oh, but she'll actually be able to cut them off. That was super greedy from the mid player. Rather than holding her, he lets her rotate and cut off both the players. That was a major blunder. Going to rotate into her. Not going to pick up either kill, though. Puts in damage. Blitzer has enough time. Kaner picks up the bomb player. 2v1 situation, 20 seconds. That was a big blunder there. Oh, no. Train didn't pick up the kill, but you created enough space and time that Kaner could trade out one of the players. 10 seconds, and this round is over. 6-6. There's no way Schmexy wins this unless Blitzer somehow has her internet cut out. And just like that, Kaner and Blitz close out the 12th round. 6-6 here, Kirk. What a freaking game we got on our hands.
What an amazing matchup of Panderic equally putting up a fight against EPA. 1 round is all it takes to put them up, but it seems to just be going like that 1 round back and forth when Panderic looking strong at the start, EPA coming back a little bit more, but it's so tied up now that I can't tell which team is going to take it. If I made a prediction, like I usually do when I see EPA, I definitely would have been wrong this time, so it's a good thing I didn't. Starting off strong already with Ali out, with Kaner going down, one of the big players this game at the start, but it seems like Blitzer has taken his place as the top fragger. We saw a huge ace come out of her from 1 round, but Cannons is open as we see Rapid single-handedly defending it himself. His 2 members are also coming up through Spiral. What is he going to do? Blitzer's there to back him up. Blitzer, oh, she goes a little bit too far and gets punished for it. Hawk, up in this close position, knows that closer he is to his target, the more that gun's going to shred. We go, oh, that was, okay, he's actually in Spiral. I thought they were about to meet each other on the cannon stairs there. Rapid just takes the space he needs to, and it's all up to Schmexy with 40 round mags. This is plenty of opportunity to get these individual headshots. However, there is a Vulcan that you need to deal with in a level 4. Actually, you make that level 5 fast MT with the slap plate on it. You need to hit your shots perfectly here. Rapid is just way too quick for Schmexy to deal with, though, and EPA is up 7-6 on Panderic, and I don't have any doubt in my mind that Pandaric are more than willing to bring this back.
Yep, this is such a close game. Win or lose, Pandaric should be so proud from how difficult their schedule's been and how much struggles they've had in the beginning to how they've played the last few days of the league. Yes, they still are looking for their first win, Kirk, but the overall performance is getting so much better. I mean, everyone on the team is playing well right now. And if anything, Denny, normally the star player on the lower end of the scoreboard, just shows how everyone else on the team is doing such a good job.
Another defensive setup up for EPA on A site where they have all 5 members yet again here. Bomb is near that B, though. Train getting a little bit aggressive here in that D2 angle, and actually 2 team kills on the side of EPA. Walker, though, and Rapid even it back out, and wow, that is not what you want to see right now. You are up currently around, and that could have been a huge 8-6 win if you didn't just team kill 2 of your teammates. 44 seconds left, and a rotate is still yet to come out. 2 members on long, making it so fast, but it's going to be such short on time once you get there. Ollie out, taking the space he needs to stop the push. Blitzer Girl, though, this is where she shines the most. Back into the EPA spawn area. She's in these situations so often, and this is where she gets all the kills. Hawkcrox, the last one alive, though. Blitzer Girl going down when we don't expect her to, and there it is. Hawkcrox with the ASFL. 2 kills just like that. Only 10 seconds left on the clock. EPA were in a bad spot there and had to make laser quick decisions in order to pull that off, but I think it was just too much for them to deal with. Wow.
Too much to deal with, and again, an even scoring line. Now, Ledex in the next game still have to fight Sicario. They're not out of the woods, but they are definitely licking their chops right now, Kirk. Any chance of them pushing ahead is going to require Pandaric to punish EPA, and right now, there's no plus rounds coming out of EPA.
Yet again, Pandaric are just so commonly starting it off really well with a good starting frag, and make that a second one as Ollie out. Another grenade doing so well. Already threw a grenade over the map at the start for a triple. Just these lineups are so good. It's like not even their map choice, but they know these lineups like the back of their hand, and Blitzer's not quite out of the fight yet, grabbing 2 for herself as Rapid's also there to back her up, but 2 members on the site means 1 is going to be behind you at some point, and Lalo falls to the hands of Walker as Pandaric start with 2-man advantage, and then all of a sudden, EPA takes it right back.
EPA takes it right back. Bomb getting planted by the Pandas. Blitzer does heal it. Little cheeky plan. I like this from Hawk.
Hawk again challenging Blitzer Girl and being the victor of that one, but as Walker and Rapid slowly converge onto the bomb site, they catch out the last remaining members of Pandaric.
Kirk.
Yes.
I don't know what to say. Match point, but man, it doesn't feel like it. Oh, you heard it. Kirk is calling the OT. You know what? I'm calling it right now. Rapido is going to go ballistic. Rapido and Blitzer are going to kill everyone this game. They're going to close out the game, get the 2 rounds, get the draw at a minimum. I'm calling it. Kirk's calling the overtime, chat. What do you guys think?
You don't want to let Pandaric have anything, do you?
I want EPA to do what EPA is capable of doing. I want Pandas to take what they have to take as well. Ooh, shots ringing out. Oh,
that was so close, Blitzer!
Blitzer going crazy.
Huge ones.
Oh, baby.
So quick! What is going on? There's still 1 minute and 30 seconds left, and yet again, they use that strategy of sending all 5 members to the A site. I don't know why. I don't know why it works this time, because last time, they killed 2 of their own teammates. What makes you think that it's going to work that time? I don't know what sort of insight they have, but they yet again try it, and it works on the time that it needed to the most.
Ooh, they had time they needed it to the most. A great read from EPA. I mean, for them to push on that last round, gosh darn, look at that performance. Blitzer Girl, 20 kills, popping off the entire game. Gosh darn, she is so awesome, pushing the team into that, thankfully, 9-7 victory, Kirk. But that was not easy. That was not good for EPA in terms of what they need to do on the day. And now, Kirk, we're not even on their map pick anymore. We're leaving to Panda's map pick of Bay 5.
We've seen a lot of Bay 5 today, and it seems like whenever we hit that location, it's so even on both sides. Sometimes teams do take it near the start, but it always ends up evening out somehow. And I think that, I don't know, our chat already predicted that Blitzer Girl was going to go insane. I already seen it before the map even started. There were so many Blitzer Girl fans in chat, and as I look right now, I can already see emotes from her own Twitch channel being put in, and yet again, she performs the 20 kill to 10 deaths. It was unbelievable performance, and now going on to Bay 5, I have no doubt that she's fired up to the point where she's ready to do it again.
She is definitely fired up, and the whole team should be fired up. Pop-off moments from each player's a little bit quiet performance from Rapid. You know, we saw some moments, but if Rapid does Rapid things on this next Bay 5 map, I think EPA could push their lead just a little bit more. Now, going into this map, Kirk, I do think EPA is favored, even though Pandaric does have the map, but man, the Pandas, the last few days, Kirk, it's a different team. It's like all of a sudden they've really have woken up. They've been snacking on, you know, the bamboo. They're really feeling full and filled with fuel because they've just performed so well. I mean, it's really so awesome to see the development so rapidly at that.
And you know what? I think when it comes to making predictions based off of what team picks what map, I think with the such small map pool that we have to deal with, only being 4 maps, comes down to the point where there isn't that much diversification when it comes to having specific strats that you can really surprise other teams with, because it really is only 4 maps, and all you can do is practice those 4 maps to the point where everybody knows them like the back of their hand. There's not like 12 or 16 maps where you can just pull something out random at some time and do something that nobody's seen before. It's getting to the point where everybody knows each other's strategies because there's such small amount of maps to pick from. And as we get more and more into the Tarkov Arena esports life cycle, that will change as more maps are added, of course.
Yeah,
So
I mean,
yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, the dynamic could definitely change, Kirk. You're right. I mean, it's there's only so many ways you can split the pie at times, but you know, again, we've seen the use of maybe timing or the utility to kind of shift that initial defensive plan or to shift the assault plan. So it is the same maps, Kirk, and they do have a lot of opportunity to read each other, but there's so many, especially with the new utility, Kirk. I think the utility usage from EPA is kind of how they need to win this next game. Panda, from a fragging standpoint, I think Panda held their own. Ali was popping off. Lala was popping off. You know, actually the most silent performer on the team is Denny, who's normally the craziest player on the team. So if Denny shows up for this next map too, Kirk, I mean, EPA really are going to have to vie for their life in this next game.
Yeah, and with Bay 5 to do it on, we've yet to see anything short of unbelievable in these games that we saw, not even today, but in previous performances. So we would love to give a huge shout out to EPA and Pandaric, who are playing their hearts out today, and we love to see Pandaric put up a big fight against the monsters of EPA that have been in the scene for so long. And Pandaric, we know that they've been struggling a little bit, but man, if I could say that Pandaric deserved a win, it probably would have been there. I don't know. I think they need to pick up at least one here. This is your final opportunity, Pandaric, for a Bay 5 victory and getting at least 1 point on the table here.
Yeah, oof. 1 point, Kirk. It sounds so minimal, but when I think about that 1 point for them, means that's 2 points ripped away from EPA.
Yeah.
That, and again, you know, LEDX gonna be fighting the best team in the league currently, Sicario. So they don't have an easy matchup coming up, but it's a risk. You know, if EPA draw this game, Kirk, and somehow LEDX beats Sicario, we're gonna see a wild swap in the standings out of nowhere. And Pandas might just be the one to force it to happen. I mean, I can't believe I'm saying that Panderic is the one that's going to shift the top 4 placements so fundamentally. It's awesome to see. Unfortunately, they can't move up, Kirk, but damn, they have a lot of power right now.
Yeah, and the power lies all within the hands of Train, Blitzer. Why is my mind going blank? Train, Blitzer, Rapid, Kaner, and Walker, who have as huge influence on how this resulting leaderboard will end up going out. And I think we don't want to spoil it, and I think most people already know so far that the first place position has already been locked in, that the second, third, and fourth are huge fights, and this game map coming up right now is going to have a huge decider on where those teams lock in at. LEDX coming up later on against that top tier team are also going to be fighting for their lives to try to get even more pieces of that prize pool, the £10,000 total overall prize pool. Top teams, I'm not prepared. I have it right here. Top team getting £3,500, and second getting 2,000, third with 1,500, fourth and getting £1,000. And as you slowly go down, smaller amounts of prize pools are being dispersed out. So yeah, the top 4th places are definitely what you want because you secure your position in the next Hunt Premier League.
Yeah, and that's I think, Kirk, that's the biggest thing I'm concerned about for these teams is this league. Yeah, there's a prize pool, but the prize pool, that's just one of the battles to qualify for the next league, which leads, we saw Philbo in chat earlier today. He said that this league is going to lead to multiple events after. So the placement is so critical for these teams. Captain Hunt himself said that. So if he's telling us and he's giving us tidbits that the placement is going to be fundamental in the future events, I mean, these teams really are fighting for so much more than money, Kirk. I mean, there's such an opportunity here as this arena scene starts to blossom. Who's going to be the face of it? All these teams, there really is no face of arena just quite yet. But as the game gets bigger, that's part of the thing these teams are fighting for. The opportunity to play, the opportunity to go to LAN, the opportunity to play throughout the season. There's a lot on the line here.
Absolutely. And with very short moments away, I think this transition is going to lead us right into this second map of EPA versus Panderic. Welcome to the EPA and Panderic show. Defensive side set up first for EPA. Panderic on that attack. There's that Vector! Woo!
No. He should have had it the whole time. I loved Walker with this Vector. I'm not telling him what to do, but Walker, use that gun. But it's just so dang effective. I mean, that was his staple. Ooh, Lalo from downtown sends Kaner to the grave. I love this choice of spear on Lalo. He's cooking with it. Blitzer on this A site by herself. 4 members on the attackers here right now, Kirk. Look at her positioning. Blitzer is the GOAT. You see it here, folks. Look at how she is between 4 members. Oh no,
what?
And she goes for the play. It doesn't get the kill. It doesn't look like she even got many hits. Oh my goodness. What a great play, but Panderic shut it down.
With Walker goofing around in the mid lane, it ain't gonna do much for him if he misses those jumps and he can't make it up onto those barrels. There isn't much left to do, and you have 4 members staring you down, ready to take you out. Extremely decisive plant there by Panderic, and what a crazy almost setup there from Blitz, who actually, I imagine, connected a few shots there, but unfortunately none of them penned.
None penned. Wow. I mean, I really, even though it didn't work out, Kirk, that positioning play, she was between 4 people so perfectly. Oh no, Blitzer gets blasted by the Ollie nade. I mean, the play, though, Kirk, that was as S tier as placement gets. Unfortunately, the execution just didn't work out. Now, Blitzer not going to have the chance this round, as she's already seeing the light.
EPA already just kind of determined that they know that an attack on the A site is going to be held and sending all of the members there to defend it. But losing control of that back alley entrance is going to be really difficult for them to hold this defensive setup, because you're going to have way too many angles to deal with now. With Hawk Crocs previously on an assault rifle. Now takes the Saiga 12. Isn't able to do anything with it quite yet. Still plenty of rounds left to go with 3 versus 3 currently on. And Denny swinging these really aggressive angles with not much head health. And with Train also challenging him from behind.
Bomb down. Time ticking. I like this positioning from Ollie. The thing is, Train right now. Oh, Train trying to back away from the 2 alley players. But look at the double cross peek right here. Rapid might get shot in the back. No, Rapid, you see him turning around. Rapid takes out Denny. Walker takes out 1. Rapid trades out the 2nd. What a great setup protecting each other. The buddy system playing out so damn well. There's Rapido with 4 kills on that round, clutching it out. What a great round from EPA. I mean, we see how gosh darn strong that buddy system is, Kirk.
Is indeed extremely strong to always be able to rely on your teammate to put in the work. You can just, tap his shoulder and always have him next to you to rely on. But I gotta say that, all right, Ollie, let's just start it off like that. Starting off, taking out the top player, Rapid yet again. In that position that Ollie was in, though, before he moved into the A site, was perfect going up, because I don't know if exactly he knew that he was going to be going up against Walker with those rip rounds, but he had his legs covered and decided to jump and give Walker full access to those legs on the rip rounds. So I think if he backed up and played a more tight angle, it would have been way different result of that round. But that's just the crazy, as you can hear it right now in my right ear, that Vector just rings, and Ollie puts him down for shooting off a little bit too many times. Blitzer, what is this? Trigger discipline, that's 1.
Blitzer!
And Lalo tries to go down and tries to dodge it, but with the trigger discipline Blitzer girl, you're already caught out in way too bad of a position. She is going to try to get a little bit more, but Denny and the rest of the members are too much to deal with. Panderic going up to the 2nd round here, but I got to say, Blitzer isn't out of the fight yet. She wants it.
Blitzer is disgusting. I mean, her positioning is probably on the day for sure the best by far. The fact that's the 2nd round in 3 that she has literally been between multiple members without being found out. She is so sneaky and good, but unfortunately dies while running without checking her Connors.
Is that a meme on like when Connor got knifed in the trailer?
No, I just call
Okay.
corners Connors because
Okay,
it's just
okay.
it was an old CS thing from like 20 years ago. Someone just yelling, "Check your Connors."
20 years
I just
ago,
never let it
alright.
go.
I think I'm a little too young.
Back in my day,
Back in my days.
4 scores and 7 years ago. Now 5-5 player lines. Walker looking for some leg snacks. Tries to take out the jumping players. Doesn't quite connect.
Walker playing defensively previously on A, holding it down, but now favoring a little bit more mid control now. But as the rest of the members of Panderic finally flood into that A site and audio cues come out, Blitzer Girl goes down, unfortunately. Not something that she usually whiffs on, but this time that's been taken advantage of in that rack corner. You always got to expect somebody there anyway. Kaner, though, single-handedly trying to hold down this back alley entrance, and the MA55A1 does pen the Vulcan. One more to deal with as Walker is trying to run to support his team. Only a little bit of the leg exposed through the smoke, and he takes him down. He rips it apart with the 45 ACP rip rounds. Ollie out, 1 for himself, 2, and Rapid is still going forward to grab 1 more. Ollie, though, 7 kills, 1 death. This is his time to shine. If anybody can do it on the Panderic side, it is Ollie himself.
Ollie himself in the 1v3, 7 kills already in going into this 4th round. Rapido takes out 2 on the site. Train with a great pickup. That was such an exceptional level of defensive play, Kirk. The amount of crossfire and cover fire from the entire EPA lineup. There were 4 members shooting different people protecting each other. I mean, that's the kind of defense that wins games. But Panderic still have 2 rounds, so it's wild to see that such a good defense is still not enough of a bulwark to prevent the Pandas from pushing 2. Now, can they continue down this path? Can they shut them down the rest of this half? Looks like we're going to see a B push for the first time here.
And it seems like EPA just knows exactly how to read that. They couple rounds now, especially on Fort too. They just send all of the defending members onto one site, but now all of a sudden they know to split it up. 3 members. What is this caterpillar strat going on? Just kind of one man after the other, touching each other's shoulders. Kaner, though, getting one for himself to even things up and slowly whittle down the team of EPA. Pandaric does. Caught out in the corner, Rapid. I mean, Walker, that ain't gonna work. I was gonna say rapid fire of the Vector that he has.
The Hawk looking really hurt. 2 members remain. Blitzer did manage to actually sneak through green. Train putting down shots on Schmexy. Bomb's going to be up. Unfortunately, so tanky. Man, oh man, Schmexy. That kid, that's the 3rd time I think we've seen the POV of the person fighting Schmexy, and he doesn't die. I don't know why he's so beefy.
I mean, what's he got there? Is it a Cayman?
Yeah, it's going to be a Cayman with the Cayman helmet. So on that assault class, you're going to have that tier 5 front plate, possibly tier 3 air mid, depending on the armor, and that Cayman helmet going to be 2 level 4 layers of protection. And it really does eat Kirk. It's really, really effective.
I remember the day where they reduced the overall Cayman to the level 3, ollie out once again with a nade from downtown, and Denny just pushing the fight of Pandaric even further to allow them to now shove their way onto one site using brute force.
Brute force indeed, and they're actually looking kind of spicy. Blitzer managed to take out Schmexy. She's going to be isolated in that rat spot. They know. They have to know.
Yeah, Hawk is very aware.
But he's not in a good position. Dies running. Great peek, even though he knows Blitzer again in the 1v3. Bomb is down. She didn't see Lalu. Oh, no. And a great pixel peek from Lalu. She caught it just a little too late. The Pandas are up 4-2 on a defensive side in map, Kurt. This is not looking good for the blue team.
Hey, it's only 2 rounds, right? We saw Pandaric up a couple rounds on Fort, and EPA ended up taking it back, but Pandaric's title is on the line of, you know, not being the opposite of exactly what Sicario has. Nades being a huge, decisive point in these rounds sometimes, but this time, nothing connects. Smoke's still available, though, as Kaner is back again holding this position. Doesn't want to give this up too quick, so Denny yet again putting the Vulcan in first. But there it is. The 5-5-A1 pens it again. Lalo, though, is ready to trade him out. Is Kaner ready for this? Lalo slowly sneaking up. Kaner's looking the wrong way. He isn't proper with that placement of the crosshair, and there's another one. Train back in the back alley. Schmexy, though, has a little bit something to say for himself. Walker goes down. 3 versus 3 situation, but actually Ollie goes down. Hawk Crux himself. Rapid and Blitzer, the 2 big frags, and Train rolls down the railway and finishes the round off. EPA coming back.
This, I can't believe the blows that are being exchanged. Yeah, EPA wins that round, but Pandaric, they're just slamming down their kills, Kirk. I mean, they look awesome right now. EPA, woof. EPA's got a game on their hands. They have a handful. The Pandas came to play. The Pandas want to win their first map, and they're playing like this is indeed their map pick. 4 rounds already on attack on a defense side of map. Things are getting scary. Things are getting spicy. Can they pick up this 4th round? Lalu takes out Kaner. Kaner popped off last game. A little quiet this game. Blitzer super hurt right now. Smoke's coming out. Blitzer with no HP takes out Schmexy, even it up. Hallcrux takes a lot of damage. Every member. Blitzer dies while running. Rapid does take out Denny. 3-3, but just like that, oh man, even score line, even player line. Lalu with this spear going ballistic. Is he going to be able to predict the peak by Train? Train and Rapid trying to play off each other. He jumps onto site. Good read by him, but Walker takes him out, rotating to be with the bomb. The Pandas playing so perfectly with the performance. 3 members here not aware of the rotation.
That's going to give so much time for Panderic to play with. They can set this bomb up and grab every position that they want to. They have so much time to work with right now, but seems like Ollie's going to be opting in to stay in this corner, and I don't know exactly if that's the best play right now, because you can get cut off from both sides very easily. Ollie can grab this kill on Train and then back right out. This is going to be a super good play, but Walker is also ready to trade out his teammate.
Oh!
Rapid, though, finishes it off. EPA coming back to a tie game. 4v4 to the side of EPA, who are claiming this round for themselves. Walker didn't really do super well at the start of this round, but coming back with 4 kills. I gotta say, though, Panderic, they're to a point where Ollie and Lalo can't really rely on their teammates. They don't have that trust factor anymore, because look at that KDA scoreline for the rest of their team. It's all about Ollie and Lalo right now. Nobody's able to support them properly.
Able to support them properly indeed, and I can't believe we're going to a 4-4. Such a close game again. I mean, if you looked at the standings before these games today, Kirk, you would think Panda's going to get stomped out by EPA, but man, they're playing just as well, and in some cases better. Great job coming out of the Pandas. Win or lose, such a fantastic performance for the final plays of the season for them.
I mean, it just shows that they're improving, right? And that's all you need to know. That's all you want. As long as you're getting better and you're consistently getting better, there's no reason to, like, fret, right? You can just continue to get better, and then to the point where you feel like you're at that top position, come back in and start smashing these teams up.
Come in, smash the teams up, and such a confidence booster. I mean, going into the offseason, Kirk, yeah, okay, you come in 8th place, but this, I mean, this is a team that can really develop for the next season into a monster. I mean, they're pushing everybody right now.
Mm-hmm. The last 3 days of Panderic that we've seen, yes, they haven't won a map yet, but none of them have really been a stomp. They haven't got stomped. It's not like it's an embarrassing performance. Panderic puts up a really good fight almost every single time. They just can't seem to find the one thing that they need to finally close a map out. Oh, not a good start there.
Ooh, the TK.
Yeah, that's tough.
Denny, though, showing signs of life. 20 seconds, Kirk. Not really a position to retake or get this bomb. I think this round is pretty much all but set. Blitzer. Rapid. Blitzer. Take out the last 2. Blitzer and Rapid leading the team, taking that 5th round. Rapido. Now, we need rapid rounds. We need a quick sweep from EPA because Team Ledix is out there. And they want EPA to lose.
Oh, yeah.
EPA know this.
They need them to.
They need them to.
With an already aggressive push, it's going to catch. Oh, members of Panderic are actually just sitting and just tanking the shots of the, oh my goodness, of EPA's lineup. What is that crazy position? You would never expect someone to actually sit there and take them down. You're stuck. You can't move, but the shots are just way more well placed from the side of Panderic. Jumping out like that, unreal.
I'm so impressed, Kirk. I really am. I think this team is showing the fundamentals and the chops needed to be. For Season 3, Panderic, they're going to actually be fully grown pandas. Lalu, nice kill on Walker. Walker going down. Train trying to go through green. Unfortunately, the Caulk is not taking it. 5-5, even scoreline. And Panderic pushing EPA to the brink, forcing every single scintilla of energy and strategy to come out. Can EPA win this game, Kirk? I don't know. Pandas look dang strong.
Back and forth is the name of this game as EPA is pushed to their absolute limits, like you said. No better words to describe what's going on, what our eyes are blessing us with today. in this amazing final day of HPL2 with Rapid starting it off. And Ollie almost getting a little bit of a taste of his own medicine. The kind of grenade king himself finally almost getting put down as the members of EPA are slowly dwindling. And Rapid is just so ready. So ready. Putting one more member of Pandaric down to even up this game right now. And aggressive positions right now. Blitzer Girl just creeping up through mid and punishes Schmexy for not checking his corners.
Punishing him for not checking his corners, indeed. Oh, God. Rapid! Nice positioning. Goes for the refrag. Let's see if he takes the aggressive peek. He's bleeding. His helmet's ringing. He's doing such a good job of wasting time, and he jumps away! Blitzer
Wow.
follows up with the crossfire refrag. Oh, my goodness. This is a banger. I love this. Pandas, great job. EPA, great job. But holy cow. I don't know whose game this is, and I'm all about it.
It's so hard to tell at this point, right? You never expect Pandaric to actually finish off a game, but I think this is the closest they've ever been so far. With EPA being the ones in the face of them, it's probably not something they're too impressed with right now.
Let's see what kind of nade Blitzer's got cooked up. Not sure where the nade actually landed. Possibly on the roof, folks. I might have gone up. Oh! Rapid,
what?
disgusting shots. Doesn't hit that initial shot, Kirk, but man, what a crazy. It's really terrifying to look through Rapid's POV. You see how quickly this player is flicking and shooting and tracking. It's quite terrifying.
Oh, Schmexy's like just so aware of this position right now, potentially getting some audio calls from the teammate that's a little bit closer. Training Rapid. They're going to be holding that bomb site, but Blitzer's just right outside. Holding any flanks, but there is a member about to support Lalo coming through. Rat spot is called out. Rapid is going back and forth with Lalo, with the Vulcan being the top tier helmet in that situation, just tanking bullets. Rapid is yet again going to pick up a second one there with 7-5 right now for EPA. What? Here it comes, I think. This is where EPA starts to just close it out.
Kirk, 5 MVPs for Rapid right now with 16 kills. What else can you say? 16 kills with 5 MVPs is they've won 7 rounds. I mean, Rapido going absolutely ballistic in this tournament right now, and he's fighting for his team's life, and he's doing a gosh darn good job of it. Man, oh man, the Pandas were looking good, but right now EPA is cooking.
Oh!
Blitzer blasting Ollie. No more nades for you, Ollie. Ollie out is what Blitzer said indeed. Out of here. 5 versus 4 right now. Going in a minute 30 left, Kirk. Time is ticking, but plenty of time on the clock to make some plays.
Yeah, and this is everything EPA needs right now. This is the advantage they need. Look at this crazy spot that Walker's actually walked up to. Lalo's going to be very unaware, and with only a head exposed, Walker's going to decide to hold off on shooting him right now. Legs are about to be exposed as they come through, and only a couple shots is all it takes as Lalo for the fall for the 45 rip ammo. 2 members coming in. Train is going to be caught out, but just shots get exchanged, and she actually takes down Hawk for that one. Planting is commencing. Denny and Schmexy, the last ones 2 alive. Denny going for a really wide flank through the spawn. 4 members lined up currently in really good separate positions right here.
Good positioning, but bomb is down again, and just like that, this was such a tie game, Kirk. Now they get the bomb down, kills going left, right, center. One player, remember, gone. Kaner kicks him out of here, and all of a sudden we're on match point from such a close game. EPA, wake up. Pandas maybe had a little bit too much bamboo. Maybe it's nap time for them. Maybe they're just done. Do they have any signs of life left, Kirk, or is it curtains?
I if I have to go off based off previous performances, it's always Panderic that really puts up a challenging fight and then just can't seem to close it out. I don't know how many times that they're able to do that and just not find that final Infinity Stone to collect all the pieces of the puzzle and close it out. I don't know what it is about them. They just can't do it once the stakes get so much higher and once the game starts going longer. Okay, what's this right here? Kaner getting a little jump boost. Haven't seen this so far in the mid lane.
Yeah, Walker must have some baby oil on because Kaner just keeps sliding off his back.
Hey, you got that baby oil ready? Throw me up in the mid lane.
Kaner pushing through that mid cut, putting pressure. Looks like they're starting to collapse on the A site. Even though no one's died, look at the control of A site. Walker in maze. Rapid dies to Denny though. Denny picks up 2. Oh man, Blitzer finally refrags. Ollie kills Kaner though in that sandwich. Walker might be calling for the rotation. Probably going to go towards green to get control of B side. Maybe parkour.
Walker, though, not going to be checking those corners. What is going on? That's not like him. And Blitzer is yet to also fall straight behind him. One of those situations where Blitzer is in a clutch situation, but not even picking up a single kill in it to even get some sort of excitement going. But 2 members of the last EPA team are just falling off in that round. Panderic single-handedly, I think, won that round by the great performances in starting frags from Denny.
Yeah, Denny. I mean, Denny, 9 kills now, but such an impact in that round. 2 rounds from pushing the team to overtime. Right now, both teams just looking for picks. Oh, the Congo line slowly marching up that. Timing, chat, the timing. And then they're going. Okay. I thought he was just about to peek and shoot him in the side. Hawkrux might be calming. I'm not sure. Oh, no. Kaner dying in mid is really tough, but they don't have any control of the site. If bomb gets down, Rapido takes out Lalu. Disgusting flick. His head's ringing. He's bleeding. Walker taken out by Schmexy. Bomb is getting down. As Kirk said, Train actually picking up that big kill. Bomb now down, Kirk.
Walker and Kaner being disposed of so fast when we just thought EPA was going to take this site like it was nothing. Hawkrux already has taken all the space he needs to put pressure on the site. Train looking straight down, not exposing her head as Rapid is there to take him down if he decides to peek, but he's so ready for Train to be there. Last 2 members are up currently, and Blitz is going insane, but Ollie is going to be the one to take 2 out. Also, 1 is including his teammate. The last one left is Rapid. He's the member that you need to be the most scared of, Ollie, right here, right now. 18 kills inside of Ollie and 17 for Rapid.
Bros don't think, Ollie! No!
What? You had it!
He had it! He threw it! Kirk! 9-6. Oh my God. He could have won that. Oh my goodness. He could have won that. What a crazy, crazy round to close it out. Oh my. 18 kills, 18 headshots from Rapid. What is that? 6 MVPs? 7 MVPs? Holy cow. Oh my. 5 MVPs, 18 kills on the day. That is ridiculous, folks. You hear me and Kirk talking over each other because he's holding his head. I'm screaming. We're both shaking our heads at what the heck just happened, Kirk.
Panderic threw it.
I agree.
There was no audio, right? He didn't have as soon as he started off on that defusal, there was no audio to even make him think that he needed to get off of it. Because Rapid didn't start running for like another couple seconds later. And with so little time left on the clock, you realize that Rapid's just going to play that time, right? There's no reason for him not to. You need to stick it out. even if you get off of it, the amount of
He
time
has
that
no
you have
chance.
left, you don't even have any more chances left. It's
No, I mean-
in a high stakes situation at these top level tournaments where players are probably just shaking and sometimes the brain circuits don't fire like they should. Sometimes you make a mistake, and unfortunately that resulted in Panderic ending their HPL2 season with not a single win under their belt, unfortunately.
Not a single win, but man, EPA just fought for their lives here, Kirk. I mean, Panderic, EPA did win on the day, but I really have to congratulate Panderic for the development over this season. I mean, from our first season to now, right now, Kirk, I think if we reset the league, we might see a whole different set of standings. I mean, based on this, right? They've lost heavily in most of their games. This one, they barely lost. What are we at? -3, -4? Yeah, they lost, but they lost only 3 overall rounds to make the difference on the day. I mean, that's crazy from a team that's down -72 compared to the next team -20 now in a round differential. I mean, such a turnaround. But EPA won it, baby. So EPA did their job on the day. Now, Kirk, now the pressure's on for the next game.
Huge pressure going on, regardless if Sicario wins or not. I think they have already secured their place as the most decisive and most important team that has participated here. They are second to none, and Team LEDX are there to challenge their spots of EPA and possibly Oil Rig in that second place position, who are up there, and LEDX just want to push up and grab the top spot of whatever they can to try to secure a fourth position to have a secured spot in the next HPL.
Yeah. And speaking of securing your spots, folks, we're going to take a little 6-minute break, get some snacks, grab the bathroom. Actually, don't grab the bathroom. That would be really bad for your house. Use the restroom if you need to. Get some snacks, say hello, call your friends in for the last 2 games of the day. These are going to be a banger, folks. There's lots on the line. We'll see you in 6. Don't miss it.
Batman.
Oh my goodness.
Aiming for the toilet. Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my fucking god!
Not like this. Oh my god.
Diablo swings around. Oh, corner with it. Oh, he's going down to the knife and then just goal.
Premier EuroLeague Season 2. This is the very final day and the very final match. We just saw 3 explosive lineup games, and now we are here on the very last one. Sicario, the monsters themselves, the top of the leaderboards, head hunters. They are here to fight off against Team LEDX, the ones who are currently fighting for a spot up in that 3rd place position, where EPA, actually, you know what? Now that I look at it, EPA is it's way too far up right now. LEDX are fighting for their position in the 4th place seed. Isn't that true, Blue?
That sounds about right. Sicario, you know, looking to secure that 1st place spot. I don't think they can even lose it. Where Team LEDX, their life is in Sicario's hands right now, as well as their own. Looking at Team Sicario, Captain Neminas, Lucky, Furlex, Zaki, and Kiyoshima with Entos and Ricky as substitutions going off against LEDX captain himself, Danny Loyal, Banshee, Mo, Cash Taker with Umbra and Tokyo Boy as substitutions. Now, Team LEDX really need to fight for their lives here, Kirk. I know it seems obvious, but really, man, I think this game's in Sicario's hands. Sicario undefeated, 12 wins on the maps, no losses so far in the season. Sure, they had some close games, but folks, plus 69 round differential. And to say it plainly, they've won 69 more rounds than they've lost, no pun intended. So this is a monstrous team to be able to beat down, and LEDX, you know, they got their hands full here, Kirk. I think there's a big ask coming as we start looking into the maps coming up.
Yeah, and with LEDX not being one of those teams that you can just walk on by and think that things are going to be so smooth and sweet, they had a very nice game yesterday against TFG, on Bowl and Bay 5, and they performed very well there. TFG putting up a little bit of a good fight, though, but LEDX ultimately comes out on top. They're doing pretty good so far, and being one of those teams that already has a buy-in is definitely going to be one of the teams that Sicario has to watch out for. It's not like those 4 teams that are still down below and had to work their way through. LEDX already having a little bit of achievements themselves and coming into this without anything to worry about. But now the big dogs are up, LEDX. Can you deal with the likes of Sicario, Nemonas, Lucky, Furlex, Saki, and Kiyoshima? I don't think it's possible unless you can pull out some sort of ace in the hole.
Yeah, I mean, ace in the hole or miracles, maybe multiple miracles, because with how good this team has looked against the top teams in the league, EPA and Oil Rig both struggled against Sicario. Now, LEDX has struggled against some of the better teams, but also against some of the newer teams, the newer qualified teams. So it's really going to be a tough ask here for Team LEDX to beat. Is there a sauce? You know, if I could summon my cracked wisdom for the day here, Kirk, what kind of secret sauce do you think LEDX needs to win these as we move into the map ban and picks?
Nobody is quite in the mental firing range of cracked wisdom. He has way too much stuff going on in his head, and he can just spit out crazy information to everybody. And if he was here right now, I'm sure he would give an insane analytical analysis of both of these two teams, being the most experienced caster here, and we miss him. He is away currently on a little bit of vacation, so if he's watching this, shout out to you, cracked wisdom. We love you, buddy, and we're going to have you here for the next time. But looking out right now, Sicario picking up Skybridge first, the map that they're so well known on. They always pick this map. It's not an easy time to fight them here. So scary. LEDX needs to pull out something unbelievable to take them out on that one. Bay 5, right back to it for LEDX. Haven't seen Bowl today at all. Last games of the day, last games of the tournament. No Bowl.
No Bowl, indeed. Looks like we're going to be going to Skybridge for Sicario, where they've looked absolutely disgusting, Kirk. The utility, the pressure on rotations, the strategies, the baits. Sicario are looking vicious on Skybridge. I understand why they picked this map, because they are just disgusting on it. Now, LEDX on Bay 5. Sicario also looked just as good on Bay 5. Matter of fact, I can't pick a map that they look bad on. So just looking at the day right now, Kirk, I don't know if there's a crack. I mean, other than Sicario having a really off day and playing poorly, I don't know how Team LEDX beat them on either map. I don't see what the sauce is. Sicario have the strats. They're all individually performing well. And as a team, they're unstoppable right now.
Yeah, and you know what? We've seen a lot of surprises already, and way more surprises than we ever expected. Pandaric putting up a really good fight. Decoded also putting up a huge fight. And yet again, if we see it again, if the pattern emerges, LEDX may be able to put way more rounds on top of on Sicario than we expect. But, you know, every single team has lost at least one game so far, except for Sicario. So I would imagine that their prestige and that title of having 0 losses is something that they want to keep, regardless of how these games turn out. Because if you wonder who champ is, we're seeing them play right now.
Yeah, I mean, a flawless victory, literally, without dropping a map across the entire.
Oh, it seems like we lost Blue right
Because
there.
something
No
we've mentioned
problem.
multiple times, Kirk, is how we.
Oh, okay, we lost Blue, no problem. Let's go back to the map screen, check it out, what's going on here. Let's go back to the lineups, actually. I want to talk a little bit about the Sicario lineup on the side of Nemo and Furlex, who has been doing so well in the last couple days, really putting in huge work. I love to see Nemo's kind of aggressive holds on Fort that he's been doing so well in that D1 position. Furlex just going crazy, seems to run around the map with full confidence, nothing to worry about at all, just picking up kills left, right, and center. And Kiyoshima, of course, being that ex-pro esport player who has been in these top-tier, high-stakes situations time and time again. And that lineup is just unstoppable. Once you get into the ring with them, it is too much for LEDX to handle, I think. But I don't know. Maybe LEDX can pull out something crazy here, and I hope that it's going to be a really interesting game on Skybridge, which we're going to be getting into very, very soon.
Very, very soon indeed. And Skybridge and Bay 5 looking to decide their fate. You know, we see a lot of support in chat right now for Team LedX. We see support for Sicario, but at the end of the day, Kirk, this is a competitive league, and Sicario are the dominant competitive team. Team LedX, they are fighting for their lives, not only for rounds, not only for points here, but they're fighting, Kirk, for the top 4 placement. They want the opportunity to qualify automatically for not just the next league, but as Philbo mentioned in chat earlier, there's multiple events that are coming up that will be directly related to the placement from these seedings. So these events leading into each other, there's so much on the line here, Kirk. It's much more than just 2 games.
Absolutely, and there's way more than just prize money at all. Stakes and reputation of your team are going to be huge and lead you into possibly qualifying for other tournaments coming up. We would love to see Sicario and LedX back like we always do. 2 classic teams that have always been performing and always putting on a top-tier show for everybody at home to watch. Your HPL EuroLeague Season 2 is finally coming to a close with these last 2 games coming up right now. And I want to say, before everyone gets finished with what's going on here today, you have one last opportunity to go and use that Hunt Premier code on the Escape from Tarkov Arena website and grab yourself a free 3-day trial of Arena. You and your buddies line up and start dominating that scene, and potentially we'll get you in one of these tournaments too.
Potentially get you in. And again, folks, if you're just tuning in, looking once again at the lineups, Nemenos, Lucky, Furlex, Zaki, and Kiyashima. All of these players individually have been playing so darn well. Nemo's always in the right spot. Furlex is always fragging. Kiyoshima using that competitive Roblox experience to make sure that his team knows everything the other team's doing. Only a joke, by the way, XCS GoPro. Zaki always popping off, and Lucky always popping off. I mean, on the other side, Team LedX going to be looking at LedX usually on that flank, playing more of a control position. Danny usually not loyal to his opponents, looking to punish them. We haven't seen him pull out that RSAS recently, but he was a big fan at one time, popping off at that. Banshee, known for banishing his enemies when he's locked in. Same thing with Mo and Cash Taker. Those 3 players you see on the second half of Team LedX, all highly, highly capable members, all have the individual prowess to frag out, pop off. But at the end of the day, Kirk, this is not 5 guys versus 5 guys. This is a one team versus another team. It's a much different atmosphere running around. So will LedX combine and be a cohesive unit, or will Sicario, the Headhunters, take more skulls home with them?
Sicario, I think, having the more recent experience in current tournaments that have been going on. LedX did sit out of ACS 2, so all the members of that team have been out of the kind of tournament scene for one of them. They did miss one, but Sicario, of course, was there performing extremely well. So I think when it comes to straight experience in high stakes tournament layouts, Sicario currently has the edge.
Sicario does have the edge. Pressure's on. Nemo playing hyper aggressive towards his Xbox position. Oh, the timing. One player does rotate 4 there. Oh, Nemo goes for the peak. Cash already holding it. Keo playing a little cheeky angle. 4 players, 5 players, everyone on Team LedX on this B side, pushing up lane 1, 2, and 3 at the same time, Kirk. Nice kill from Keo, though, onto LedX. Evening out the score line. Keo again taking Cash's cash. With the swing, Keo feeling himself, keeps peeking, bomb down, looking to make some plays.
Round 1 of every single game is always something crazy. There's always something you never expect to happen. And with so much time still left on the clock, there's only one member left of the LedX side, and that's Mo. Mo himself, he's been performing pretty well. We've seen him in a couple clutch situations so far, and he is definitely not somebody that you need to just run by. He's going to be scary if he can connect those shots.
It can indeed be scary. Mo, gonna need a miracle. 1v3 against Sicario, in control. I'm not sure if they know his positioning, but you got Furlex, Zaki, and Kiyashima. Oh, I think he might have seen his leg right there.
I think he might
Little
have.
peekaboo.
Dangerous
20
lineup to
seconds
go up
left.
against. 6 bullets in the mag. Furlex just doesn't want to reload at all. I think he wants to get maybe stylish and grab a couple one taps if it's possible. But as I hear the AUG go off in my ear, that's going to force a reload to come out. And with 10 seconds left on the clock, there's no chance that Mo is able to pick up this bomb. Trying to play maybe for the KDA, and with 1 second left, that's going to be a closeout win for Sicario. Just when Ledex was actually having a really good start and a pretty decent push, it ends up Sicario getting that win by the timer.
First round going over. Not going to analyze it yet, folks. Very clean, though. Clean defense, good picks. Kiyoshima just running around, fragging out. Knocks the bomb down. Good pressure. Overall, just a solid round. Let's see how Team Ledex responds. Mo. Where are you, Mo? Mo,
I don't know.
where'd you go?
He wasn't even doing like the swaying action. And there he goes. Unfortunately, we were going to have to probably do a restart there unless he can come back. But we want to make sure all these games are the most fair they can be and the competitive integrity is still intact. So we're going to get him back as quick as possible as the rest of the players determine what they want to do in this round.
It looks like the round is playing out. Lucky still holding that headshot. Smokes pluming on both sides. 2 players pushing on the flank, though.
Oh, almost team kill coming in there. Nemo and Furlex finding each other. 2 very dangerous members that when bullets start flying, they could have easily taken each other out right there. But Ledex taking a little bit of control in VIP, and Furlex gets put down for it. Nemo trying to grab a couple of shots, but doesn't connect. And Ledex comes swinging right back out of VIP the other way and puts him down. Zaki with the MP7. We've seen him before use this. It's one of his bread and butter weapons here. He's all alone, though. .40-round mags. It's quite a lot of bullets for the 2 Vulcans to deal with. Sometimes that FMJ doesn't pen the way you want it to, and with 2 members staring down in the face of Zaki, there he's going to get double peeked and put down. Another win, actually for Ledex, of course. I don't know why I was thinking Sicario, but Ledex coming with this big round win right here, tying it up.
Yeah, and Captain Ledex with 4 massive kills. I know we're going to see Tati cheering in the chat in just a second. That was a great round. I mean, they are down a member, but they're still choosing to play it, and they won it pretty convincingly. It's wild to see. Down a man and still popping off. Mo just reconnecting now. Looks like we're going to continue to play. I respect the choice. They didn't want to reset. They're feeling themselves, feeling confident. Cash about to get double swung, though.
Furlex, he doesn't know. Lukey,
Cash.
he pushes a little bit too far, and Cash already has that upper position he needs to take. Furlex trades him right back out, though, and with 2 members heading near the KFC position, Furlex better watch out because somebody is in VIP ready to take him from behind. Furlex grabs 1. He needs to back up, and Ledex has been so dominant already in this VIP section. He knows somebody's in there. The wood is a little loud sometimes. Okay, Furlex tries to go for the swing. He knew somebody would be there and takes him down, and Zaki finishes the job off. MP7 straight to the dome to Danny Loyal. Sicario's 2nd round win up right now. It is a crazy defensive setup for Sicario. They are getting really aggressive. Do you know that water is wet? That's the secret code. Anyone at home, watch the Raid series. Very good. The secret code that Skiff used. Only a single member on the B site defending the Ledex push. The bomb has yet to decide exactly how they want to take it. Mo is back in the action, though. He's here as Nemo and Banshee trade a couple shots, and Cash Taker ends up being the start of this round. And Banshee up to the 2nd. Nemo goes down, and 2 big members of Sicario already out of this one. Ledex still 5 members up currently, and finally a decision is being made on where they want the bomb to go. B site is being opted into as Mo already has site control. Oh, he's going to challenge Furlex as a Vulcan versus Vulcan fight results in the SOST on Mo. Winning on that one. Luki and Kiyoshima, the last 2 members remaining, not linked up currently, so they cannot play off of each other. But if Luki's kind of slick here. He might be able to pick up a couple long-range shots. That's one. Can he get another? The MCX, though, firing, takes a little bit of damage, but Cash Taker finishes the job off with a headshot.
Yeah, pretty tough position for Keo. And it's interesting, Kirk. We've seen dominant rounds, 2 rounds dominated by Sicario, 2 rounds on attack dominated by Lennox. So we have a very even game right now. Way closer than I thought. Very good kills coming out of Cash and the rest of the team. Lennox himself popping off. Mo now back in the game. Keo.
Oh, no.
Look at how
Sometimes they just
beefy
don't
from
connect.
downtown. Yeah, I mean, I think look at his health though. He's hitting him in the legs, but he's so beefy. Banshee banishing Keo. 2-2, even scoreline. And we got a game on our hands, folks. Sicario definitely relaxed. Ledex definitely sweating it out, but they're playing to win. I mean, they're doing a great job right now. That was a pretty convincing round. Both rounds they've won, Kirk. They dominated.
Yeah, and it seems like regardless in the face of the scary skulls of Sicario, Ledex are still in this fight to win. Regardless of how the scoreline looks at the end, they're not giving up quite just yet. Another single member to defend that B site. Ledex opting in for some A control this time. Cash Taker starting it off yet again. The kill on Lukey, but 2 members of Sicario respawn, taking down Cash Taker as a trade, and Mo also falling shortly behind. Zaki has very good positioning on this bomb right now and can punish Danny if he wants to challenge it. And the fire rate of the MP7 is just too tough to deal with sometimes. 4 kills up right now. Make that 5 for Furlex also. Second one to Banshee's Dome is all he needs to finish this off in a decisive 4 members still alive victory for Sicario.
It's wild that these rounds are so dominant from each team. It's literally been 1-1-1-1-1. And each time it's heavily favored. It's wild. Not sure what's going on that one round. I mean, I guess both teams are just prepared. Sometimes they win their fight, sometimes they lose. Maybe it's not that complicated.
Sometimes it's more than meets the eye as we get into the 6th round. 5 already played. Another aggressive push. We know Sicario likes to be aggressive here to challenge this Ledex attack, and Furlex yet again takes this super far up position to punish Danny. Cash Taker usually being the one to start it out right now. Can he get a trade going? So many members of Sicario just lined up, ready to trade each other out and play off of the buddy system that they have set up here on the right side. Really good smoke being placed to completely stop any pressure inside the VIP area. This nade is looking really good right there. There's 2 of them lined right up, but Furlex was a little bit further behind, and it didn't result in a double, but Lukey also grabbed one himself. Ledex is having to put some work in if they want to grab a victory. They cannot let Sicario get another round on them. Its snowball's going to roll way too fast. So even right now with Nemo's on the flank, 2 is up for each side currently. 6 kills on the side of Ledex. 6 kills for Ledex. Can he make it 8? Smokes being deployed at the last second. This is awesome. This is a huge play right here when smokes are held and can be used at the very last seconds to completely deny vision. Bomb's finally being picked up on the 20 seconds left on the clock. I don't think they have time to rotate. They have to stick this out right here, right now. Zaki cleaning it up real quick. The fire rate of the MP7. 1, 2. Just like that. Boom. Another big win for Sicario. Going to put Ledex in a really tough position right now. They need to pull something out of their back pocket. We knew how difficult this was going to be for them. Ledex is in a bad spot. Sicario is way too dominant on this map. They don't know what to do anymore. Guessing Ledex is at some point going to have to switch it up and go to that B site because A isn't looking too hot for them right now.
It's a good point, Kirk, because both rounds they won were on that B site. And with that, we see them moving towards B. Cash and moving up towards that sandwich position. 2 sitting in dark back of that big red train. 3 members up towards A. Looks like they're putting pressure. Not sure if they saw bomb or not. Furlex knows there's contact. Lots of pressure, lots of movement. Not sure about this positioning of the bomb, but let them cook. Ooh, might call that he sees the bomb. Nemo putting down shots. Nemenos trying to make no mas of Ledex. Danny, nice kill onto Zaki. Zaki been snacking on enemies with that MP7. But the MCX, a great response. Got that 800 RPM slower fire of Rape, but the bullets are so dang good compared to the 950 RPM MP7 with that FMJ. Nemo, though, takes out Ledex. That was a good back and forth. Nemo pacing himself very well, laying down shots. Furlex, they know where Furlex is. Mo trying to push. Mo, great kill on the Furlex. Great isolation, not letting him get out of that position. They might call for the rotation back now, knowing that 2 members are here. We see them starting to run. Lucky finally showing up on site. Shots ringing out. Bomb is rotating. Lucky finally realizing, good to be able to get in a position to maybe contest the bomb. Bomb is already almost on the site at this point. Mo knows one's there. They see him, but Mo is still going to force the play, and he might swing out like a psycho. Lucky feeling kind of lucky, Punk. And he does! He feels lucky! Danny! The loyalty. Oh, no! And Banshee banishes Cash! And Lucky, feeling lucky. Punk sends 3 to the grave. Summons even more luck. Makes Banshee banish Cash, the top fragger. And just like that, 5-2. And pretty brutally from 2-2, like Kirk said, to all of a sudden, Sicario has ripped the reins away from Ledex, and they're in total control of this game.
I was going to make a comment on Nemo's kind of positioning here on the B site, where up until the 4th round, he didn't have any kills, being that it is now the 8th, only 2 kills to his name, but the positioning he's holding is simply not working for him. But I think the rest of his team is a lot more comfortable where they are, and I think he's just going to have to force this out and play something that's not working, because, I mean, if it's working, you don't want to fix it. But Nemo just isn't able to perform on the site, and even when he does get a flank off, it seems like it's not able to get any value out of it. But an instant double flank coming in from Keo.
Oh no, and Keo.
Oh no.
The flank, maybe there was some miscommunication. I know they're all flanking, but holy cannoli, he takes out his teammate freely.
Oh, and Loki gets a sight onto Banshee, and he falls with a very easy swing, knowing exactly the position that he would be holding. Zaki, though, is very good at recognizing exactly when that rotation's coming out, and he has to push right now because that bomb is already down. 2 members of the Sicario defensive lineup are still stuck by KFC. They have to make this push right now with 45 seconds. By the time they get actually onto site, it's probably going to be around that 20 to 15 second mark. This is going to be so tough. Time is on the side of Ledex.
I think based on the rotation, Kirk, this round without a miracle is pretty much over because, like you said, the amount of time required to get on site, fight the players, kill them all. 1 drop into Ledex. Ledex does get traded by Furlex, but it's not going to be enough. 20 seconds left on the clock. Shots ringing back and forth. Cash taking some cash. 1 member left. Not enough space, not enough time. 3rd round picked up in a pretty convincing manner, but you know, Sicario did such a darn good job that half. Ledex also having very, very good response on attack. They didn't win all these rounds, but it was a really good responsive rounds back to back from them. 5-3 going into the half. Should be defense sided here, Kirk. Ledex aren't quite out of this game just yet.
No, they put in a lot of good work here, and as we know and said many times before, the defensive side of Skybridge is usually the most favored, and the Sicario forced now to take the attacking side. This could very well be Ledex's opportunity to shine.
And if Ledex can use their ability to read the plays of Sicario on the defense side like they did on attack, I mean, that last round, that rotation around the rotation was so beautiful. It was really such a great read that it literally secured them the round. So if they could put that kind of Juju Mojo strategy into the defense, it might just turn things around. Mo with the opening pick.
This is exactly what you need, Ledex, to take advantage of this game right now. Banshee doesn't want to peek too hard, can't give up his life quite yet. Kill as much time as you can and wait for your team to come and support you. Nemo starting it off with a smoke. Wide swing with the hip fire. Doesn't connect with anybody just yet, but Nemo's is having a little bit of trouble on the health side. A couple more bullets is all it takes to finish him off. And with so many members of Ledex still alive and defending the site, I don't know how he actually got that plant off. Loki going
Ooh.
crazy right now. That's the 3rd kill so far, with 2 members of Ledex still available for him to take, and Ace is quite available on the board. Cash Taker finishing off Keo up in that heaven position. Luki is still hungry. He's the last one remaining as Nemo's falls to the hands of Danny Loyal. Luki, this is it right now. Long range angle comes out. Cash Taker, but he did hear the audio cue that Danny is diffusing, and it is too much. It is too far away. Luki had the chance, but it was not on the side of time.
Wow. I can't believe they just won that round. They had the bomb down, had 2 members, like you said, Lucky popping off, but a great retake. They just snatched that round out of Sicario's hand. I'm almost shocked that they won. Keep it up, Team Ledex. You can push. 1 round from evening up the scoreline against the champs of Season 2, Hunt.
Oh, and there it is yet again. Zaki challenging these crazy angles. Cash Taker going down as a result of that. And Furlex holding this crazy position inside VIP, being aggressive. He needs to push out right now. 2 members are down. Make that 3. They have every opportunity right now to push onto site if they use this time wisely. Banshee being forced to be pushed back, and with the smoke heavily on the side of Sicario, both of them. Danny Loyal sneaking right through the smoke, but he's actually in a really good position. But Furlex spots him out in that little sliver that's still available, and Furlex pushing straight through. He wants to get aggressive, but you can't get too aggressive because Ledex are ready for you. Nemo is all it up to him. Oh, Zaki with the 2nd kill to finish it off. Sometimes it goes back and forth to the point where you think it's going to go heavily in the favor of one side. One team brings it right back, and then it goes right back to the other side where it's so hard to predict. Those smokes were exceptional, and they almost resulted in a bad spot for Sicario because they couldn't connect the shots through them.
Couldn't connect the shots through them, and almost another great retake, but this time Sicario managing to pick up those kills and close out the round. The round before, they picked up 3 kills and then, lost on the retake, so it's good to see them secure this round. 6-4. Pretty even game overall. Sicario are in the lead, but Ledex are not out of this by any means. And Ledex have won some critical fundamental games on this Skybridge map before, so they are not out of it by any means.
None of the members of Ledex are deciding to push up further than they need to this time. Every time they decide to, it seems like Sicario is ready to shut them down for it, so saving those lives, but when Cash Taker, you're laying down, those grenades are way too quick for you to react to. The time it takes to stand up is not quick enough, and he's going to fall to the hands of the grenade, the brand new V40. This is a problem here. This is a problem when you get too defensive on the defensive side, is that you just give up sight. Banshee, though, has traveled all the way from the B site to support his team on the flank, starting off with 1 nice one on the Kiyoshima, but Luki trades him straight back from the VIP position. Furlex slowly getting whittled down and killed by Mo. 2 members he's going to be peeking into and get put down. That's Ledex. That's Luki and Nimona's. Mo, the last one standing, is to be put down by the hands of Lucky. Amazing kill count for Lucky this time, who is currently 12 kills and 8 deaths. Amazing performance when we usually see Furlex or Keo shine in that area, but putting in work himself, the lucky man.
The lucky man indeed. 7-4. And he's feeling lucky, Punk. Now, can they close out the game? I think so. I think the defense of Ledex is starting to feel too much pressure. They need to get opening picks. They need to use the utility well. Ledex and Mo trying to do something crazy in VIP. Furlex, though, on the other side. Furlex on the other side. Nemo takes Cash. Furlex takes out Mo. Oh, my goodness. Danny gets taken out by a nade, and just like that, Banshee, last man standing. This went from a close game. Woo! Yeah. Nice kill. But Keo kills him through the smoke.
Just when we thought Ledex had a fight to put up. It was swiftly dismantled as Sicario are 1 round win away from taking this map home. Still have another game to be played on Bay 5, though. With
Enough game
LedX.
to be played, but Sicario doing their job and making sure that if you know, this is looking really tough for Team LedX because if they lose this game, I think the placements are all but set for the rest of the league. Not going to talk about the placements just yet, folks, but this game is fundamentally critical to LedX's potential to requalify for next season.
Banshee pushing up a little bit further than we would normally see on the defensive side for that one member that takes B, but he actually gets a kill as a result of it, and Zaki getting extremely aggressive here. Both members, even the bomb was all the way pushed up with them. Cash Taker lays down, and that's going to be a free rotate to the spawn. This is not something you see every day, running through the spawn, but if Danny is a little bit quicker, he could get to the back. The two of them slip away as they slowly make back towards site, and Danny's very aware that where they're going to be coming from because there's only one spot. You can pinch them off right here, but Luki is there to support his teammate. Zaki gets away almost. LedX takes him down instead. Bomb is finally being picked up by Keo, and Mo is also on the flank of his own. These 1x sights on these crazy long-range angles are so insane sometimes. They got to be, I imagine they're right in front of their monitors.
It is quite wild how quickly they react. Oh, Keo.
That's a position you never see somebody hold, and I don't think Mo was ready for that at all. Keo had his head.
Keo had his head, took his head. They might know that LedX is there. They might hear the info and rotate out. Keo, not sure what Keo's doing. 20 seconds left.
Yeah, he needs Lucky to come and support him.
We're going to double swing. Yep, there we go. Keo securing the game for his team. 9-4 here, Kirk. Looked close to begin, but then the Headhunter showed up. 13-0 map picks in win-loss in maps overall. Looking to finish the season with a flawless record of 14-0. Man, oh man, Kirk. I know this was their map pick and this is what we expected, but dang, do these boys on the Sicario lineup look good.
Yeah, that was a bit of a crazy round right there. Usually a lot more offensive rushes coming in for the last few seconds, but Keo and Lucky just holding these crazy passive angles for the last few seconds of the round and using that as to their advantage to push together. But I don't know, I think I mean, that's kind of what we expected, right? Sicario is just way too good at Skybridge. You can maybe give yourself a prediction on other maps to, you know, think that they might have more trouble there, but on Skybridge, I think everybody was very aware that Sicario was going to take that one home. And with one map away from Sicario taking home a huge trophy, being the undisputed and undefeated, not dropping one single map, HPL champions, taking that crown away from Oil Rig.
Yeah, and they're currently, Kirk, from yesterday's standings to now, they are plus 74 round differential. They have won 74 more rounds than they've lost over the course of 12 maps, 14 maps. So it's it's 14 maps or 13 maps. It's absolutely ridiculous to even conceive. I mean, they're in first place for a reason, Kirk. It shows. But can LedX push back on their map choice? We are going to Bay 5, and LedX is really good on Bay 5, but Sicario is just as good.
And I don't know, Bay 5 is so favored. Like I mentioned before, that Bay 5 is a staple map choice for so many different teams that it gets to the point where every single team has to practice on Bay 5 because there's no getting around not playing it. You're going to be playing it at some point, and a majority of the time, it's probably at least a 50% chance because so many teams favor it.
Yeah, it's such a common map, and it makes sense, Kirk. I mean, it was one of the original maps. It did get shifted for the Blast Gang mode, but the original structure in that practice, like a lot of the movement, the timings, they're kind of familiar for a lot of these players. So it's got that quasi nostalgic effect. You know, they like it's almost like a home base for teams. But I'm not the biggest fan because Bay 5 is one of those maps that will expose you so quickly, as we saw today multiple times. On defense, so strong, but on attack, if you're not together, it's just so hard to do anything. You just get stomped out. So Ledex here, since it's going to be their map pick, and Sicario going to be starting on defense here, Ledex are going to have something super crafty, because if Sicario just slam them on defense, it's lights out, you know?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And with one map left to go, one very final reminder, this is your time to claim 3 days of free trials from the Hunt Premier code that you can use on the Escape from Tarkov Arena website. This is your final chance. Free stuff. Why don't you want it? Go grab it. Go grab one and then give it to a friend. It can be an awesome time. And we thank so much Battlestate Games and Hunt Premier to be able to provide these awesome codes, and not only that, but have these awesome tournaments. Only season 2 with so many more to go in the future.
Yep, so many more to go, and that's why this is so important, folks. Ledex and Sicario fighting for their placements currently. Sicario pretty much put the nail in the coffin, going to be finishing off as our champs. But before we get too far into the nitty-gritty, Ledex still fighting for a chance to fight, maybe push into the top 4, maybe push into the top 5. So with Sicario's win on that last map, Kirk, I'm not sure if the math checks out or not. The ship may have sailed, maybe it hasn't. Ledex still need to fight for as good of placement as they can get, Kirk. There's still a chance for them to qualify for the next league.
Yeah, it's still definitely possible, and I think actually the way it is lined up right now is that Ledex have 7 points, and so did Decoded, but Ledex does have the round differential on them. So regardless of how this turns out, I think Ledex is going to be securing that 4th spot.
Over Team Decoded. Yeah,
oh, yes. Sorry. Yeah, Decoded did win. That's right. Sorry. My bad. I act like I wasn't even here at all. Decoded up on 10 points so far for Ledex in that 5th place position currently.
Yep. So Ledex, at a minimum, need to draw this game out. Going to be heading into Bay 5 any second, folks. And the fundamental thing for Ledex is they got to win or it's GG's. It's not just about the money. It's about the placement. It's about the seasons. It's about the tournaments. They are fighting for their lives. I can't stress this enough. They have to win this game. And if they don't, well,
Sicario is quite a team that is going to have a reputation for the long future ahead.
The long future ahead, indeed, and the current dominant force.
Last map of the day, ladies and gentlemen. Soak it all in. HPL2 is finally coming to a close after these exciting days of qualifiers and main stage performances.
Shots ringing out. No action quite yet. Slow and steady from the Ledex lineup. Maybe looking for peaks, but Banshee moving up. I love this spear choice by Banshee. Banshee, the kind of player that can really put it to work. We see Furlex eating up some of that spear ammo, but not enough to survive the second battle. Cash makes a snacky out of Zaki, takes his cash. 5v3 right now, moving towards that A bomb site. Not sure if Banshee knows of the players at Maze. Kiyashima rotating off, gives up total control of that A site now. Lucky, though, feeling lucky. Banshee kills Keo. Bombs should be almost certainly going down. Mo killing Lucky in that Maze. Down to 1 player. And again, same as last game, folks. Ledex come out swinging. They won the first round in the last game, too. But, and I mean a big but. Oh! What a disgusting shot from Nemo.
Nemo having a little bit of trouble finding his footing in that last game, but it seems like Bay 5 is where he wants to shine, but the quick reactions of Cash Taker are going to put Nemo down through that jump peak.
Well, you know, I wouldn't necessarily agree that Nemo was struggling last game. Nemo plays a flank control play. You know, Lucky,
yeah,
a player like Lucky, a player like Zaki, those are the guys. Furlex, he's looking to them to frag. Nemo is looking to control. He's always in a position to survive and to clutch. He's not really, you know, he's not running around swinging everything. Because as we saw in the last round, Kirk, when he's given the chance to frag, I mean, his crosshair placement and pre-fires were immaculate.
Mm-hmm. And I think you make a great point. And sometimes, you know, it's not all about kills, and that's absolutely correct. Just providing space and pressure for your team is what they need to push ahead. And sometimes you can do that without even getting kills at all, just supporting the rest of your team. Shots exchanging on the A site. LedX are now currently outnumbered as 3 members of Sicario here to defend it. If they spotted the bomb, though, it should be an easy rotate. As Banshee and Nemo haven't moved in quite some time. And with this peek, Banshee is going to check the shoulder of Nemo and have an easy shot onto his head. Bomb being rotated off and is now currently inside the B site. But there is a member on B ready to challenge him. That's Lucky. He takes down Cash Taker, and the bomb is all alone with nobody to pick it up on site. Cash Taker, the final one. Make that Banshee as Furlex ends it just like that. It ends his teammate, unfortunately.
And we see, again, opening round from LedX, very convincing, and then an opening response from Sicario in the second round. Almost eerie how similar the story's playing out, but, and I do mean a big but, Sicario still have the ability to just simply smooth through this game. LedX right now, they're looking a little uneven. They're not quite on an even field right now, Kirk. They are getting picks, but it's mostly the flanks and the cheeky picks from Cash and Banshee. It hasn't been a site take. Now let's see them take this site with force. Use some good utility. There we go. Oh, it's on the wrong side. Sorry, cheered for the wrong thing. Zaki making snackies at 2, and Furlex takes out 1. 2 members remain. Can they put shots in the brain, or is it going to be in vain? Furlex blasted, finally goes down, but the damage is done. Banshee banished by Keo. Mo fighting for his life here, Kirk. 1v4, gonna need a miracle. No miracle here. Only Keo.
Second time in a row, LedX starts off strong with taking the first round, but Sicario coming right back, grabbing 2 for themselves. It is quite a long road ahead, and still anybody's game at this point. LedX has more than enough opportunities ahead of them to take control of Sicario's defensive setup. But yet again, it seems like they can push all they want, but when they are faced with the iron steel wall of Sicario, they cannot finish the job. They can't push it over. It's too much to handle.
And they're the headhunters. Danny and LedX, quiet game so far, where LedX won one of the first rounds. The second round, I believe, LedX popped off in the first game, got 4 kills, secured that kind of quiet performance coming out of Danny and LedX right now. Need them to turn up the lockage. 2-1, a minute 20, players all over. And this is what concerns me, Kirk. If you look how dispersed the team LedX is right now, they're not taking control of anything. They're basically playing for picks against Sicario. And Sicario right now is the dominant team in every aspect. So to go for picks is not the play. Now, they are doing this little cheeky Congo line. You guys hear anything? Because I don't.
What do you think they're talking about?
What did you have for breakfast?
Why you put cheese on my cheeseburger?
Copy of the Walker Classic, walking along this hell to banana.
40 seconds left on the clock. A decision has to be made soon. Time is always on the side of the defenders until that bomb gets planted.
It is indeed on their side, but I think the surprise, especially with Zaki picking up a kill, might force the rotation. 2 members dropping on A. That's not good. We do see 4 members on the other side of the map. Mo, if he can just put pressure and live, there is a player on B. He's going to be calling for the rotations, but he is isolated. Doesn't check his Connors. You got to check your Connors. Danny gets taken out by Nemo. Nemo does get traded by Cash, but the damage is done. Bombs down. Rounds over. Just like that. I don't know how many times today, Kirk, I'm going to scream about this. Players fundamentally not clearing angles that are so obvious. It's frustrating to watch. I'm sure for the fans, I'm sure for the teams, I'm sure for the teammates. You gotta clear your angles. We're talking about the fundamentals here, Kirk. Look to your left, look to your right before you run in, man. Heck, you gotta cover your butt.
And I think that's even more important once you realize that there's still 5 members up for Sicario. They haven't lost 1 member yet, so there's no reason to have all 5 members on that A site. Regardless of a rotate or not, there still should always be at least 1 ready for those crazy strats or sneaky ones that you can pull out at any time. So, and of course, Nemo was ready for it, and they went too far, and they just, of course, like you said, easy fundamentals, these very beginner things that you need to learn to succeed in this game, is just sometimes you forget about them.
Whew. I mean, the pressure's mounting, but when you see such high level players doing, Furlex knows that they know. I know that you know that they know. Furlex, though. Oh my goodness. Lucky has his back. Look at this crossfire.
I think
Man,
Furlex actually has an opportunity to run back if he can use.
he's
See,
baiting.
but the
He's
audio
gonna get
cue.
killed, but yep.
The heal audio cue forces Lucky out to help his teammate. Did he just shoot his own team? I think he did,
Oh,
but Furlex is
man.
just swinging it once again and finally finishes off Mo, who was in a tough position to deal with. But 5 members still up for Sicario yet again with 45 seconds on the clock. We saw this last time where it was too many members for them to deal with when the clock got too low.
Ooh. Ledex absolutely smokes his teammate. 2 members remain. Cash, take some cash. Time is ticking. Everyone on the map's about to collapse. You're going to see the 2 players on A probably coming towards them any second. Still tons of presence across the entire map. 20 seconds. They're probably communicating right now about what's going on. Ledex definitely looking on the back foot right now, though. And this was my concern. You know, Skybridge is one thing, but Bay 5, Sicario are so dominant on defense. I would not have picked this map. I would rather go to Bowl. Wait, hold on. Sicario's crazy at that map, too. Like, what do? This team just is disgusting. There's nothing else to say. 4-1. The 1 round Lennox won was from cheeky plays that we saw as soon as Banshee's rotations and flanks got called out by the team. He hasn't gotten a kill in 4 rounds or 3 rounds.
As much as Sicario we know is such a good team, I think these last couple rounds have been not even a challenge for them because Ledex seems to struggle on time management. They have way too little seconds left on the clock to make a final decision on where they want to go, and that results in Ledex not being able to make a decision and stick to it. They hesitate way too much when the time is low, and that results in Sicario claiming an easy win because they know that there's very limited places that Ledex can be. But switching it up onto this round, full site control already for Ledex so fast into the round. And with Keo getting caught with his pants down, he doesn't have time to ADS. His Cash Taker takes his legs. And Zaki wants a little bit of the action too and tries to put pressure inside of, inside a connector. But Mo is just too quick, too fast, too furious. Double kill for himself with very low head health.
Low head health, but picks up the round. 4-2 now. Slow and steady definitely wins the race at time, but right now we're gonna need more rounds. 2 rounds going in. Even though this map is heavily defense-sided, Sicario is one of those teams that you're gonna need as many rounds as possible. As we could see, EPA hadn't been able to beat them. Oil Rig, our previous champions, couldn't beat them. Name any team in the league, they couldn't beat them. So going into the next half, if you want any chance of being the first team to even take a map off them, you have to lock it in fully, pick up as many rounds as possible.
See, Ledex are just way better when they're aggressive. And I think when it comes down to this, they don't know how to manage their time properly. And it's going to result in hesitation. Ledex needs to use their aggressive nature to surprise Sicario. This is
Pretty
a
much
crazy
every
angle.
passive attack we've seen on this map so far hasn't worked for it, so I couldn't agree more. The slow and steady, methodical play on Bay 5 seems to usually get the other team punished. Just like that, Furlex takes out Cash, who tries to kill the player rotating towards Alley. Nemo in a fight on B. Danny does take out Nemo.
And Mo cutting off the rotate that Kiyoshima is very commonly known for using. He's always kind of in that back area, ready to support team on each site, but this time I think they're very aware of how he plays, and with Furlex wasting so much time in the mid lane, not even picking up a kill for it, I think this bomb is going to have way too much time to tick down before Sicario can do anything about it. Ledex somehow coming back and using a passive strat in their favor. Oh, there we go. Big bullet to the head. Big gun shoot the big bullet. Ledex, though, holding a long-range angle. With not many places left to run, he's stuck in that corner. Furlex punishes him for that, and with one member left on the side of Ledex, it's all up to Danny Loyal to defend this bomb. Furlex also the last one alive, but with 4 seconds left on the clock, there is no time available, and Furlex doesn't even bother.
Ledex pick up a 3rd round. Unbelievable. I mean, 4-1 was pretty convincing. Now the last 2 rounds, they're taking them. If they pick up a 4th round here, Kirk, they might actually be able to turn the tide. This map is heavily defensive sided. I know it's Sicario, and I'm going to eat my words from before, but back-to-back pretty convincing rounds. I mean, great job. Much more cohesive. The aggression was definitely lacking, as you mentioned, Kirk, but it somehow worked out for them.
They were definitely cooking something up for a little bit there. As yet again, mid control is considered so important for both of these teams that they're going to be fighting over it at the start, as they should. Furlex starting it off. 2 up for Sicario. Make that 0, as all of a sudden we're back to a 3 versus 3. That's how fast these routes can go. There's still 1:10 left on the clock, as Zaki's the final one to remain to defend that A site. And if Cash Taker and Ledex want to use this player advantage, they need to go as quick as they possibly can, because these rotates are going to take quite a few moments. Oh, but Zaki again with the Ash 12 is going to punish Ledex, and now the bomb is being put down, and there's too much time to waste. There is the members of Kiyoshima. Nemo ready to punish. It is not, because Danny is there to support his team. Make that 1 and 2. That's 2 big ones for Danny to put Ledex back on the board and keep them tied in this Bay 5. Excruciating, crazy plays.
Wow. 4-4 going into the half. They must be feeling so good from 4-1 to 4-4 against Sicario. They must be feeling themselves right now. And they're going into the better half here, Kirk. We really have the chance. Could Sicario finally take an L?
I don't know. I think Sicario is favored on the offensive lineup. Maybe not on Skybridge, but I think on other maps, Sicario would be more favored on the attacking side, just from their simple run and gun strats and reliability on each other. Nothing connects on that one. Getting a little bit of a boost from that 45 ramp. 3 members of Sicario all pushing towards this back alley entrance. Cash Taker recognizes that and backs off as he should, and Ledex is the only one else there to protect him as the members finally flood in onto the A site. Cash Taker's going to be put in a really tough position. That armor can only tank so many bullets, but the final remaining members of Ledex are finally here to back them up. Ledex has the time now to push, and Mo and Danny Loyal do just that, as Mo and Ledex are back on the outside. Here they come right now. Oh, Nemo and Lukey just shut them down, and Sicario is looking really strong in this round. Banshee M80. This is a perfect bullet right here to deal with Lukey's Vulcan. But all of a sudden, everything goes quiet. You wouldn't expect this from the side of Sicario, who have a 2-number advantage currently.
I like it though. They're trying to play for info. They're playing together. Nemo might get caught out from the side, but the good movement sneaks away. Banshee. Oh!
Quick flick one. Oh, he's trying to. What are you doing? What are you doing? Look, he actually gets away with
No!
it. There was 15 rounds still left in the SA-58, and he couldn't connect them.
No! Oh my goodness! Good heavens! No! I don't know what else to say.
That is not the time we ever expected something like that to be pulled out. That is usually something you see when a team is so far ahead that they can relinquish one round from themselves and get a little goofy if they so choose. But with 4-4 on the board and a tie game still available to go anybody's way, a knife is pulled out at the craziest moment nobody expected himself. And speaking of a crazy moment, Mo goes around for the flank and grabs one, but the second one isn't able to connect as Lukey trades him right back out, and Banshee back with the SA-58 putting in work as Bomb is solo on site with nobody left to pick it up. Ledex, Cash Taker, and Banshee, the last three remaining, completely out of position right now, and they need to go defend that bomb.
3v3 in this situation. Ledex in a pretty good spot, but the bomb down in a horrible spot for Sicario.
Seconds left on the clock, finally making a push. We can see that Sicario's time management is definitely better than Ledex's. They finally made a decision and they stuck to it. There's no hesitation at all, but sometimes it isn't going to work out as Cash Taker has been kind of a menace so far with this Saiga 12. Really even on the board right now. Ledex only having 1 kill, so not feeling too hot this game so far. Ends up falling to the hands of Kiyoshima as Cash Taker pushes in and uses that opportunity to take out Zaki. And with 35 seconds left, it's all up to Kiyoshima to defend his bomb. Kiyoshima, one of the ones we usually see as the last one remaining, as he's going for a loop-de-loop strategy on the Cash Taker right now, but with 30-round mags, the very last bullet finally pierces through the Vulcan, and that's a big one for Sicario because we haven't seen a 2-round up so far for Sicario in a little bit, so this is quite the opportunity, as we've seen before, for that snowball to start rolling. Yet again, we saw it on Skybridge. Ledex was doing pretty well at the start, and then all of a sudden, Sicario took it and ran.
My goodness. Such good footwork coming out of Keo. And I want to highlight something, folks. You see, a lot of the time, the focus is on the scores of players, how many kills. Keo generally playing that flank/clutch play. He has 4 kills, but he won a gigantic round. Don't get the confusion between kills and impact frags, folks. There's a big, big difference, and that was such a sick play from Keo. Burlex, nice banish of Banshee. Ledex and Cash all instantly floppered. And just as Kirk just said, the momentum breaks on that 2-round differential, and Sicario just start ripping the heads off your enemies.
With both members of Ledex currently not able to support each other, it's going to be just a constant force of forcing 1v1s, and with Mo seeing 2 of them now, he knows exactly the positions that they're in, but he's not too sure of the member that's coming up right behind him. If he doesn't push in right now, he's going to get cut off on that back defending area spawn, and having so little time left to make a play, Furlex finally distinguishes his place as a huge member on the Sicario team, yet again being the top of the leaderboard with 7 rounds up and 14 kills to his name.
Whew. From a close game, 4-1, Sicario favored. Ledex come back even at 4-4. Now Sicario dominating. Great cracked wisdom on that call that Sicario were the favored team on attack, Kirk. Really, really spot on commentary. Good glean into the power of the Headhunters. A blitz coming towards B, though.
Mirrors and Sicario solidify their place as the top team in the HPL. They are so close to being completely undefeated and setting a record in HPL. And oh my, I don't even know what to say. This team is too good. Somebody needs to put some like handcuffs on them and then let them play, and then maybe they'll be at a disadvantage.
In the words of Goes, show Moss Files.
I don't blame you
man.
at all. Athletics, though, not out of the fight quite yet, as 3 members, both available on each side, slowly whittling down the Sicario members as Lukey is up for his 3rd kill. Make that 4th, if I'm not mistaken. Going crazy, all of a sudden being on top of Furlex in the kill leaderboard. And there it is. 1 round away from an undisputed, undefeated, insane championship win for Sicario.
Sicario's going to give them 1 more rounds, and then they're going to close the game out 9-5. I'm calling it now. Maybe give them a little signs of life, but 8-4, a dominant fashion. Game once close, no longer, no momentum, no pressure. A tough pill to swallow that your last game of the season, Kirk, is against by far the best team. Ah! He might nade himself. Oh, he did throw the nade. I got you baited. But anyway.
That would have been a bad start.
Yeah, I thought he threw it at the wall.
Check out
Nice
these
nade.
members of
We're gonna
Lennox getting really aggressive on the left side. Kyoshima all left by his lonesome, but the quick flick is all he needs to take out Lennox TV. The second one, though, he's not ready for. Cash Taker trades him right back out, but Furlex is aware of his position. It comes right back out the back alley to take him down. Zaki also putting himself on the board, taking out Banshee with the bleed. 4 members up for Sicario right now, and it's all up to Danny Loyal to stop Sicario from being the undisputed champions. This is it. Smoke grenades are still available to be deployed, and with Danny Loyal still on the board, he is confused left, right, and center. There's too many places for him to check. This is it. This is what it's all come down to. Sicario are your undefeated HPL 2 champions.
HPL 2 champions. 12, 7, blah, blah, blah. 14-0 on their maps. 7-0 overall in the league. Ladies and gentlemen, the final game of week 7 or day 7, and Sicario, your undisputed, undeniable champions of the Hunt Premier League. Kirk, undefeated over 14 maps, 7 matchups, not a game lost.
Unbelievable records being placed in the HPL2. Not only Sicario not dropping a single map, but also Oil Rig setting a record for the longest game ever played in HPL2. This is why we're here. This is why everybody shows up to come and watch. This is the top level of Tarkov Arena. We are here, we are live, and it is all coming down to an end. Congratulations, Sicario, for taking home that top prize of 3,500 pounds.
Wow. I mean, such a dominant victory to come first place going into all the future events, all the future tournaments. I mean, Kirk, think about everyone who's watching. It's not just about us as casters, the production team, BSG, who awesomely hosts these events with our wonderful Hunt Premiere. It's the players out there who are looking and they're like, wow, who is this Sicario lineup? This team, yeah, they placed high in the last league in second place, but man, Kirk, I don't think anyone even looks close to that besides Virtus Pro of all the teams out there. I mean, they are letting everybody know, Sicario, your HPL 2 champions for a reason, baby.
And we can't count Ledex out of the fight just yet. They put up a great performance against the top tier dogs of Sicario. The Headhunters themselves had put up quite a challenge against Ledex, and they were ultimately defeated in today's very final match. Not even today's final match, but the overall tournament's final match. So this is it, where we want to give a huge thank you to not only Hunt Premier and Battlestate Games for helping us put this tournament on, but also all the teams participating, being Decoded, Oil Rig, TFG, Ancestral, EPA, Panderic, Sicario, and of course, Ledex. We thank you so much for being here. I have been blessed to be able to be a part of this, And thank you to everyone in the back end that's able to help put this show on, because we may be the faces of the HPL2 for the last few days, but it really couldn't be done without the works of everyone in the back line. Koner, Boosh, Damon, Schmitty. It's unbelievable. So we thank everybody so much for your help.
Thank everybody so much for your help. And just to go over a few highlights, folks, before we see the final scoreboard, Decoded coming in as one of your newer teams. Kirk, I think they might be just qualified for the next season, which is really wild to see. One of our new teams snatching a spot. Oil Rig, not going to be our champions this time around. Looking a little, I think coming into the new season, Kirk, I think we're going to see some changes. And, recently one of their players did announce he was moving away from Arena. So I think Oil Rig currently in the process of filling that void. Next time we see them, make no mistake, they are going to be absolutely crazy. TFG looking absolutely fantastic for a newer team, playing so darn well. Not much else to say. Great job, TFG. And same thing for Ancestral, a newer team playing so darn well. Few more months of practice, few more months of consistency, and they could actually be one of the top dogs. Kirk, any comments for the last 4 teams on the board while we get this scoreboard ready?
I think it's just a phenomenal performance to be able to come out here and play your hearts out. And most of the teams that did qualify already being in that top 4 position, taking home huge prizes. And it really has been an honor to be here and allow these teams to come in and play. So we are available and we are set up to show you the very final scoreboard of the day, which has resulted in, of course, Sicario not dropping a single map with a 79 round differential, finishing with 21 points and 7 wins. Congratulations. And of course, the runners up and champions of the last Hunt Premier League, Oil Rig, coming in at that close second.
Oil Rig coming in at second with 50 points. EPA coming in at third with 20 points. And then very quickly, the round starts dropping down the board. But a massive, massive congratulations to Dakota to be our only qualified team that qualified through the Invitational to actually make it into the top 4 standings, getting that green go-ahead into the next league in the events. Congratulations, Team Decoded. Congratulations, Sicario. An undefeated, unbelievable performance over the course of 7 days, just kicking everyone's butts and taking names. On average, more than 11 rounds they win on average over their opponents per series. Just an unbelievable stat to even wrap your head around. Oil Rig in that second place, not your champions, but still coming up top, and EPA third, Decoded fourth. Unfortunately, on the second half, Team LEDX moving down to that 5th place position. It's very unfortunate, but LEDX did play their darndest. TFG, Ancestral, and Pandaric, all newer teams, all played very well with crazy development over the last few weeks. Everyone in this league should be very, very proud, and a super, super congratulations to our top 4 teams, Sicario, Oil Rig, EPA, and Decoded.
Big green lines beside their name, and rightfully so. These are your top 4 teams that we will see in the next HPL. Guarantee buy-in, just like the originals that we saw in this one, being Sicario, Oil Rig, EPA, and actually LEDX. Decoded taking their spot there with 10 points, 2 over the previous team, LEDX, that is. So I think we've had an awesome time here today, and one more statement before we finally end it out. Thank you, everybody in chat, for watching. This couldn't go on without your support, without your love to bring it here for the HPL EuroLeague. And Season 3 will be coming more soon than you think it will be. So make sure you check out the Hunt Premier Twitter and join the Hunt Premier Discord for all up-to-date information on when the new tournaments are going to be put in place.
Don't forget to keep up with us, folks. Lots of events coming. You heard it from the man, Blaine Philbo himself. Lots of goodies coming up very, very soon in this next year. It's going to be action-packed with Arena. If you're a player, you want to compete, Now is the time to form a team, friends. The invitationals, there will be more info coming out. We want more teams. We want you guys to compete. We want to give everybody an opportunity. So make sure if you're out there, you're a competitive Tarkov player, this next year is going to be booming. You need to get while the getting's good.
Get in there as quick as possible and perhaps get your team together, because we are very well excited to have anyone welcome to try and prove their worth here at the HPL Hunt Premier League. So with that being said and the final statements already displayed, we're going to see you in the next Hunt Premier League.
Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. It's been Mr. Blue ESQ, Mr. Kirk on the cast, Connor, Boosh, Trickle, Damon, Philbo, Schmitty in the background of the production. A thank you from HBL. Hope you all enjoyed this wonderful Euro League number 2. What an absolute banger series. Wonderful games. Hats off to the teams. Hats off to the players. The games may be over for this league, but there is so much more to come from, folks. From me and Kirk over at the Hunt Premier League. Y'all
Hey,
have a wonderful rest of the day, weekend, wherever you're at. And shout out again to the rest of the casters, Taze, Soft Serve, our main man, Cracked, and Hot. Thank you guys so much. That's going to be all from us, folks. We will catch you next time around.
Oh my goodness, the Batman.
Oh my goodness.
Wow. Oh! Aiming for the toilet. Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my fucking god.
Not like this. Oh my god.
Diablo swings around. Oh, Connor with... Oh, he goes down to the knife and then just... Oh!